Oh, Ashel coming through, get a good stun onto Varus. Varus is going to force the flash. Death is going to come through. Karthus ultimate coming through as well. The Requiem doing so much damage. Olaf is here for the counter gank, but it doesn't look like it's going to matter here. Karthus is here as well. Death Sentence is not going to find a mark. Teleport coming in from Chicken Delivery on this Ornn here. He's trying to look for something, but Mordekaiser's canceling the ultimate. He's going to pop his ultimate as well. Ornn is in the Death Realm under his turret, but Teleport is going to be canceled.
He's like in the same category as Mordekaiser.
Oh, and looks like there's going to be a gank up at the top lane. Olaf here as well. And it looks like Ash is going to respond with the ultimate mid as well. Lux is going to be caught out here, but Mordekaiser is in a 1v2. His passive is proc. Conqueror is going down. He's healing, but he just can't seem to find any damage. The Flay coming in from Cleave onto the Syndra here, and that's going to be another kill going over to IBN on that Ash.
The potency of Thresh Ash.
The big thing I had to say about that one play right there was that you know that your Olaf is topside, you're committing for that gank onto the Mordekaiser. Why is your Lux and Varus so far up mid lane when your mid tower is already down?
Cross map play, Keck.
You're committing resources to top lane, mid lane and bot lane should be backing off. Like, there's no reason for you guys to be that far up. You're saying, hey guys, look, free chicken here, like just Ash ult it. Come free kill, 300 gold. Oh, and Cleave with a great hook finds him pick onto the Lux here. Ornamental's been coming through, gonna take Mordekaiser's gonna take Ornn into the ult with him. Oh, I'm sorry, that's Syndra. And Karthus is gonna get a double kill. Bang! Laser King here is just stuck under the turret by himself. Sorry man, you're dead. And that's an ace coming in from blue team.
The ace. I just don't know why York University is lining up 5v5 when they're down 10k gold.
I said, remember in game 1 of our first series today, engage comps come down to stat checks, right? Golds, whoever's ahead, the one with the engage comp. Same situation. Oh, and we have a fight here going down. Mordekaiser's going to ult the Chicken Delivery here, but looks like Ornn's just going to be out. But that forces a 4v4 without the front line for red team to soak up damage. And poor Chicken Delivery is just going to be an auto to death by Ash here.
Yeah, and I like that you pointed that out.
Oh, and they're looking for a dive under the tier 2 turret here. Lux finds a bind onto 2, but Ash ult's going to find a stun onto Varus here. Another kill secured by I.M. Big D.
Miami's eating everything.
Oh, Big D's dead to turret.
They're just eating it. They don't care. They're eating the Lux binding.
Fountain builder.
Yep.
That's pretty much it. If blue team really wanted to have, like, go super for fun here, they would fountain dive them and say, hey guys, we're just going to let you auto us to death. That's the only way they lose. Like, this Ash, this Ornn ult engage, flash by IBN here. It's going to not find his spot, but the Lux ultimate is going to hit someone. But Lucian is looking to end the game in the backline here. Miami Big D actually gets focused down hard, but Lucian with the flash Q finds his last hit onto the Syndra. He still has Syndra's stats from being stolen, but Lucian is on the back door. He's in the back. Oh. He's gonna Coley. He's gonna find 1, 2, 3. He's gonna get a third kill as well. Triple kill going over to Troy 1 on this Lucian here.
He said surprise, bang, 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 and just lit them up, and that is going to be game 1 victory for Miami. You said it, Keck, there's pretty much nothing they can do. I think they sensed that, so they just send it all in, everything down bot lane, which leaves Troy able to either end the game or come clean the fight up.
By Cleave here, Orianna forced to flash away, but this is a phase rush Lilia, and she's going to be chasing down Orianna here, and she wants this kill. First blood going over to Mayama Big D on this Lilia pick here.
Luigi almost stepped on the inside of the Big D's Q, almost saving his life. Wait, Chicken Delivery might dive here. He doesn't fall for the E. I think he can flash W now. Oh, and that's why Jax has to flash there.
Maybe they know something we don't. I don't know.
Right, that's what I'm thinking.
They're the D1 Masters players. Like, I talked about this earlier. It looks like Lily is going to be here. Lands the Q, finds the sleep ultimate, and she's going to force flash. Death Sentence from Cleave, finds the hook onto them. Teleport coming in from Luigi Mash on this Orianna. Cleave is going to try to lantern his Jhin out, but Zac coming in for the gank as well. Flash for being forced from IBN.
I actually think that Nico in lane, which means he's getting the push now.
And Jhin ultimate's being popped right here. They're looking for getting 2 hits onto the Lulu here, but Zac is still here for the counter gank. Exhaust coming down onto the Lilia, preventing them from doing damage. Ash is just free-firing on Lilia. Shutdown going over to Hor. Cleave is being autoed by Ash here. Slowed for days. Double kill going over to Laser King on this Ash.
And a really good punish from Trade where he can actually get honored. Does he just go for the dive though?
Yeah, I mean Lilia's here. They can dive for this.
1 minion. No minions.
They have to watch the ball though. Orianna could outplay this without Ash outplay. Oh, and here she is. There's Zac with the counter gank. Yep. Mayamo Big D is just a little bit too deep. Cassin is starting to get online. It's a level 12 Cassin. He has tier 2 ult. Oh, and here comes Zach. He's looking for the fight. And Jax is now running for his life. He's teleport coming in from Cassin, trying to hit a force a 2v2. The Renekton has forced press the attack onto the Jax here, and Jax, I guess, gets baited out, thinking he can force fight back this 2v2.
So we see she's a bit exposed here in this
and Cassidy, he found Orianna. And this is just what it is. Like, Cassidy, like, wants to fight Orianna. Oh, but he's just going to be outplayed. Oh! Ooh. The flash from Orianna to dodge the last Rift Walk.
I like the aggressiveness with starting this. It prevents Miami from splitting the map. It forces them to come here. But now we have TPs up. So we see Cass TP on the upside. We'll get met by Asher.
Oh, and the great Zonya's coming in from Cassidy here to mitigate that engage. This is Infernal Dragon number 2. Zach is going to slingshot onto the Dragon, but right now the entire York University team is being gunned down by the Jhin ultimate. Jax is still splitting top lane, but he has teleport. Oh, and the Lilia ultimate comes through. 4 sleeps coming down. Huge ultimate from the Lilia.
Oh, man.
And Jax is going to find multiple kills on the back line. Ash is trying to kite for her life, but then Cassin is just going to give her the kill. Zach comes out of his passive, but looks like it's not going to help.
That Lilia sleepy trouble bubble, whatever it's called, it was just insane. It hits 3 members, tags them up. Gosh, all 3 waves at once. It kind of is a losing situation.
And here we go. Cassin is diving Orianna again. And he gets the kill this time. And he's just going to ult out. He doesn't need Thresh's Lantern.
That's gross.
Miami to just, like, misplay. You want them to overextend. You want them to, like, blow their key cooldowns on wrong targets. But here we go. Ash is just caught out.
Oh!
Ash is dead. She blows the ultimate, stuns Cassin for what, half a second? This doesn't matter. This Dragon's done. They could probably end the game off this with a good play. And this Rift Walk is going to find 3 people. That's so much damage. Half of Renekton's HP is destroyed. The counter strike from Jax finds a stun onto Zach, just him, but he's going to be rooted up as well. Flash Fire, it's going to have to flash out. Doesn't matter. His path's going to come out. Cell Division going to be destroyed by his opponent, opposing rollmate. And looks like this might just be game here. Jax is looking for another counter-strike stun. Jhin with the massive movement speed finds a kill. Drowsy coming in from the Lilia ultimate. Flay coming in from Renekton. And he is just dead. That is definitely game.
Man, they come online and then they just wipe York clean. It starts with a Cassin and disgusting one-shot on the Ashe. Laser King with both suns. You can't cleanse it. You can hardly flash it. He just drops. No chance York can 4v5. Miami with another dominating, convicting victory, advancing to 6-0 as the Nexus will shortly fall here against York University, just dismantling competition. And I have one clip. I saved this clip on purpose.
Oh, and Zig is going to have to flash out here. Ignite coming down from Gashik. First blood goes over to LeBlanc.
Gashik. He does it, he shows up, he takes the Ignite mid, and he punishes Deku. I missed exactly how it's set up, but...
J4's looking for an engaged bot lane. EQ goes in. Oh! Splat finds 2 knockups. Ultimate Cataclysm coming through. Leona's rooted. Return kill coming in from Jhin onto J4, but Ezreal on the Kalista is able to find the kill onto Leona.
Yeah, and I think you'll take that if you're St. Ed's. Oh, as we see Kalista's picking up Jhin and landing another taunt. That was 2 in a row.
Yeah, Jhin is just being a bit too greedy there. Like, he's not respecting Sin. Great flash coming from Ezreal on the Caitlyn to dodge the Sejuani prison. Great damage coming from Turtle. An Ignite takedown. Applause gets the kill onto the Jhin.
Dang! Ezreal and Applause styling. They have not been afraid of absolutely anything this game. Crazy and really nice punish from St. Edward's Esports.
Another taunt coming in from the Shen, but he doesn't realize that J4 is right behind Ken and ready to fight back. Cataclysm coming through. A lot of damage going down onto Shen, and In is going to get the kill onto Kalistas here.
As we see all of their turrets, even this mid lane, only 1 plate left.
Right, and that's just how Ziggs is, because LeBlanc is trying to rip around. Oh, man, LeBlanc is looking for an all-in. Ignite is taken down. Flash is forced to dodge the Zig ultimate. Oh, but here comes the Caitlyn ult to get the kill.
Why didn't he use his clone? Heck! Keck, can you use your clone there?
Yes,
can you walk
can.
behind the clone?
Yes, you can.
Why didn't he do that?
But good response from Bar Esports here to kill the block on that kill. Oh, and we're looking for a fight here. Ultimate Cataclysm coming through. Leona ultimate is going to find us onto Swain, but the Swain ultimate is still taken down as well. Leona's going to stun up the Caitlyn and run her down, but the rest of Bar Esports is trying to escape. Jin ultimate coming down, finding 3 shots onto a bus, and he's going to get the kill. Leona's trying to go back in onto Caitlyn here, but doesn't look like she's going to land her Zenith Blade. LeBlanc is back up, but so is Ziggs. LeBlanc going in, finds the pain onto Caitlyn. Oh, but Caitlyn's going to find the return kill. Sejuani's going to find the assault onto Caitlyn, finds the root, finds the stun, gets... Oh man, and Deku's going to find 2 kills. Double kill over to him, and Jin's going to go down to Caitlyn. Return kill as well.
Great job. Great job, us.
And J4 Cataclysm is going to find the engage onto Turtle here. He's unable to escape. He has no flash. Shen Ultimate's not going to do anything for him. The root onto finds 2 onto Leona and Sejuani, but she's going to get chunked. And Gin going to find a kill onto Sejuani. This is League of Legends speedrun right here, guys.
This is League of Legends, and this is exactly what you talked about, Keck. Was that a flashless Jin getting Cataclysm? It's a wrap.
It's a wrap, and this is a siege comp. You got the Zig, you have the Caitlyn. You guys blow up turrets instantly. Yeah, if you're St. Edwards right now, like, this is a really tough spot to be in. Yeah. Oh, and Flash Ultimate coming in from Gin finds a stun onto 3 targets. Jin is going to get blown up instantly. Leona, she might be a tank, but she's getting blown up as well. Double kill going over to Gin on that cannon.
We'll have to see if St. Edwards can put up a defense. It's pretty much now or never.
Like I said earlier in Champ Select, this game, engage, conference, engage, and here we go, a fight. The Tornado Ultimate finds a stun onto Caitlyn here, but it's just going to be chaos all around. It's just AoE damage everywhere. And LeBlanc on the backline looking for the kill onto Caitlyn, but she's going to find it. Jin's just going to fire shots from his fountain, but it doesn't matter. Bar Esports has St. Edwards corralled into the fountain.
And BAR will go ahead, drop the Nexus, and improve to a 5-1 record. It was 18 minutes, Keck. It was pretty much a speed run. You rarely see games that quick, and I have a replay for us to look at. But, man, great job by BAR.
Switch to Red Trinket. The reason why Olaf does this is because he wants to go either he can go Talisman or Machete. But I'll talk about this later. This is a fiesta going on right now. Undertow's not going to find any of its marks on Gin. They really want to get that slow. They really want to get that kill. Looks like Gin's going to have to burn his flesh here. Oh man, he's playing fire here. He's just running. He's popping Time Warp Tonic. He's fast. Oh, they're still trading. But, oh man, Sir Falcon Cock is going to be so far behind.
He doesn't have an item, Keck!
He doesn't have the item!
What do you mean he's not boosted?
So, him not getting bullied by Olaf is an advantage. Oh, and we look at engage coming in from Galio. It's going to have the flash from Turtle. First blood going in for Ezreal on this Ashen. Finds the last auto. But Swain's going to pull in Ezreal here as well, get the return kill. He doesn't extend himself much.
Yeah, okay. But kill advantage too.
And again coming in from mid lane here. Kashik's going to have to use his Q. I don't think he needed the flash there. He's going to pop his E to get some bonus extra damage. Ignite taken down. Kashik's going to get the kill onto Deku, but Mike Oxmon's going to have to flash out to get himself.
So scary there that there's no continuation of play from Nocturne.
Aggression coming in from Guardian Parts here on the Swain, but Applause is going to go and finds the taunt onto 2. Massive damage coming down onto Swain, exhaust onto Vagar, and they're going to find the kill onto Guardian of Hearts here. Turtle's going to try to find some return damage onto Ezreal here, but Ezreal is just autoing down. Return kills going to be traded here. Both going to take each other down. But Applause is recalling on a ward here. Geschicht is here. He's looking for clean something up here. But Applause doesn't know. Oh, but he knows. Justice Punch is going to find the knockup onto Geschicht here, but Geschicht still has his 3rd Q. He's going to find the dash. He misses, but 2 autos. All he needs. 1 more auto is all he needs. And he's going to get the kill.
Let's see. Yeah, Renekton goes in, stuns up the Xerath, who's forced to flash. The set tackle. Double kill the Nunu, and this is going to be a game 3 after a 40-minute backup.
At 13 minutes, she's an extremely dangerous threat.
And it's coming out, and she will turn the corner and drop bombs on this St. Edwards team. Neural Network advancing will spike to kill the Casman.
They smack. You don't want to get hit by those. TP into the bot lane.
Welcome back, everyone. It is a beautiful fall day here in Parma, Ohio, where we are about to start Week 8 of the League Saturday Series presented by One Life to Play. I'm your host, Holy Boxers, and I am so excited to get started today. It is Week 8, last week of regular season play for the LSS. Remember, best of 3 matches, and at the end of today, we officially know who our top 4 teams will be going into playoffs starting next week. So October 10th is going to be semifinals. October 17th will be losers semis and winners finals. Best of 3 matches as well. Here are our current standings so you can see where everybody is today, and at the end of today we will know our top 4 teams. Don't forget, we do have best of 5 matches for the finals week. That is going to be October 24th, losers finals and grand finals. The prize pool for the tournament is $500. You can donate on matcherino.com/t/LSS. You'll definitely want to be sure to watch playoffs because we have a very special surprise plan for you guys. Now today on stream, we have our first match is going to be York versus Bar. Our second match of the day will be Kent State versus St. Ed's Esports, and off stream we have Miami versus CSU. So some great matches coming up. We're really excited. And also remember, as I mentioned last week, this week the new champ Samira is open for play. So they can pick the new champ if they want to this week and future weeks. For LSS updates, follow us on Twitter at One Life to Play. And if you want to see full LSS gameplay and interviews, you can find us on YouTube. Now, without further ado, I'll send it over to Diddy and Keck.
Thank you very much to our wonderful Holy Boxers for that wonderful introduction. I am Diddy.
And I'm Keck.
And we are getting ready for our Week 8 of our League Saturday Series, powered by Monster, brought to you by One Life to Play. And Keck, I am hyped for these games because this matchup we have here, York versus BAR, I think is one of the closest matchups we have in this whole league. These two teams are neck and neck in rank, and they look like about the same level when we watch them too. So I'm really excited to see this game, which has major implications for York University and their standings here in the League Saturday Series. So, Keck, I'll kind of update you on what's going on. York needs to win this game against BAR, okay? And that can put them in the running for 3rd place. If Kent State wins their game later today against St. Ed's, they would be tied with York for the 3rd seed, okay? And in this league, we have Miami probably, I think they have the 1st seed locked, right? So if you get 3rd seed, you avoid playing Miami in the 1st round. That's what's so important about this game for York. On the other hand, Cleveland State will be playing Miami University off stream, and if they win that, if they upset Miami, they'll be in the bunch here, and we'll have some tiebreaker games. So a lot going on, a lot to look forward to, and yeah, just want to hear your thoughts on how the ladder is going and how the standings are so far.
Well, we saw, believe both Kent and Bar Esports play last week. Like, that was my first week on the stream. And I thought they played pretty exceptionally.
Yeah.
So, pretty excited to see how they play this week, see how they adapt. Plus, Samir's enabled now, so we get to see how they enable that new pick and see how they play around that as well.
That's right. So we had a long day of Worlds games that I wanted to ask you about. First of all, were you watching?
Oh, I'm disappointed.
Okay, I'm disappointed in myself too because I wanted to wake up at 4 a.m. and watch every single game, but I was like dozing off for probably half of them. I did catch the TSM Fnatic game. Long story short, Keck, I want to hear your thoughts on the meta. Are there going to be any new champions that we see in draft coming out? Things like Evelyn got played against TSM and won. And when these games get played on the world stage, especially in groups, a lot of the players here in the collegiate, the amateur scene, like to pull these picks out. Keck, do you think this is the week for any of these teams? And if so, what champions?
So, as I've been watching more Worlds, like looking at play-ins, looking at the group stage, especially games today, as we see more games, I think what really comes down to it is pros are playing more champions that they're more comfortable on. As you see, like, in TSM versus Fnatic, they actually picked Evelyn for Selfmade and Lucian for Nemesis. So as we've seen throughout the regular season in LEC, Fnatic had a lot of success with Nemesis on Lucian, Selfmade on Evelyn. That was just one of their staple 2v2
Yeah, it was.
like comfort duo picks.
Yeah.
And so I think what it comes down to is these professional teams just go down to comfort. They go for, and there's still meta OP picks,
Yeah.
but they're still going for like the more comfortable champions that they're good at.
Gotcha.
At the same time, like you look at teams in other leagues, and especially for us here, teams might opt for the Ornn. They're comfortable playing weak side top lane. Or if they're more carry oriented, you can throw them on the Renekton. It all comes down to the team's play style, what players you have, and what you want to play around.
Definitely. Yeah, I'd have to agree with everything you said there. Ornn rising in popularity in the competitive scene in the worlds. In the play-ins, Ornn was kind of a default. There was like only one or two teams that could win a game without Ornn was kind of the story because he provides so much value to you and you can pick him weak side top like you said. Another pick I want to talk about is Camille, which we've actually seen in this league. As soon as Camille started getting hot, we saw her in this league. I think she's emerging as the carry top lane pick. As a top laner yourself, what do you think about the emergence of Camille? Do you think she's pick ban if you have a good top? Does your top have to have a ton of games on her? What are your thoughts?
Well, I think Camille is just one of those champions that I think you do need a set amount of games. It's not a champion you can just pick up and just be good at. It's not an Ornn.
No,
like Ornn is
no.
just champion. You could probably first time it in competitive play and get away with it because that champion is just a ticking time bomb. You build a bunch of tank items and you're useful.
Spoken like a true top laner.
I
who
mean,
doesn't play Ornn that
But
much.
Camille, you do need some. You do need some games on
Yeah.
that champion. You can't just pull it out of nowhere.
Yeah, if you look at the like difficulty rating on, the tier list that, like Mobalytics or something, I think they rate her the highest on like every tier list because she is so difficult. And I can say I play a lot of Camille and she's pretty difficult.
I
But
definitely rate her at like a 7 or 8 out
Yeah,
of 10.
yeah.
She's definitely up there.
Oh, and we are already in Champ Select. All right, so we'll have to see if any of those picks emerge, but we're getting right into it with York University, but I believe we're actually against BAR. So if York is blue side, I'm guessing Boosted Animals Reborn is actually our red side team. Another pick I was going to bring up is Lucian. I think Lucian in Worlds is going to be a red side permaban, maybe.
Yeah.
Or at least a lot of teams are going to ban Lucian on red side because of the fear of the Lucian first pick. He can be flexed top, mid, and AD. And you know who was playing Lucian before anyone else is Kent State, and they play later today.
Lucian is just one of those champions that's like guaranteed wins you lane. And it's like one of the if you need a lane to play around, just like permanent prio,
Yeah.
you just throw a Lucian there.
Yeah, we talked about Lucian a lot last week. I'm trying to think of some more picks that have emerged as high prio, and Evelyn came to mind, but I'm sure there's more, and I'm curious to see what picks our teams here are going to bring out. I'm not sure if this is live or not, but no bans so far. Oh,
Yeah,
here's the timer.
there's
Okay,
the timer.
I think we are live now, so we'll be seeing some picks here shortly. So blue side bans against York. What do you think? York has the top laner here, Chicken Delivery, so you see his Gangplank being
Gangplank?
banned out. Right here, Chicken Delivery is the highest rank on York Esports, but I believe the rest of the guys, I think everyone in this game is Diamond except Aluros here as the outlier. A Yumi ban, that tells me this team has done some research. Also, to be perfectly honest, if you see that the enemy support is the lowest rank on the enemy team, you don't want them on a Yumi where all they have to really do is just,
That's fair.
because like Yumi is just a champion where anybody can get a ton of value on. And the set ban. So we see a Swain respect ban going to applause and a Leona respect ban.
Right.
These are right at applause, who I named first team all LSS as support. She's an engaged machine. And look at that triple ban. That is insane. 3 bans going straight to applause from York University, who have done their research and understand that she's sort of the engine of this team. But that means they leave up a lot of prio picks. Ashe Ornn, Lucian Akali can go here. Hecarim can go here. A lot of options for BAR. and a Renekton. So
First pick.
Renekton, as you know, a really strong blue side pick, and I believe Jin and Hamlet might do some flexing here with this Renekton. A Shen in response is a great pick, a nice high prio pick. They could also take any of the picks I mentioned, but they're going to go Comfort in the jungle here and show their top jungle duo as double tank and a ton of utility. And you know what? I hate seeing Zach picked, period.
You know, in solo queues, Shen is actually an answer to Renekton. But I wouldn't say he is really so in the competitive sense, because in the beginning, Shen probably could match Renekton, because early on, you know, Grasp, Shield Bash,
Yeah.
he could probably win some early trades. But once you hit that level 6 mark, Renekton just hard wins that lane. So
Yeah.
the Shen probably will help with some early game mitigation, but
Yeah.
once it reaches like level 6 point, once it hits level 6, it's just that lane's just lost for Shen.
Yeah. The
But once we
Renekton-
hit level 6, Shen's purpose is to help other lanes.
Right, yeah. So you never really want to go right into the Renekton. You just take the Shen, help the team, and be happy there. Yeah, Renekton, just a gross, abusable champion right now, I'd say. And Zillion switch, so I could have never guessed those champions would come out here. And Zillion, I'm going to say, is probably a flex between mid and support. And I think Rakan on Applause would actually be a way to tie this draft together for Bar Esports. So if I was York, I might look to ban their Rakan. And I'm not sure if Bar is going to play Twitch Rakan just because it's the flavor of the month spice.
Usually when you draft for a Twitch, you usually grab the Rakan first, because the point of the Twitch pick is for the Rakan to jump to the Twitch. Like the Rakan, it works solo, but the Twitch kind of depends on the Rakan.
Yeah.
In a sense. That
Yeah, I agree. I think they are just keeping their Zillion flex alive because we may have seen a pause on Zillion once in this league. I'm not sure about that. Zillion, not exactly her style. She likes to engage, as I've said many times. So, and a Jinx is going to be coming in for York Esports. So you can already kind of see a team fighting Jinx and tanks comp coming out for York Esports. And now Boosted Animals were born. They get to see these 3 picks, and they get 2 bans, knowing kind of the strategy already, and so they go ahead with the Lulu.
Are they not going to ban Rakan?
They're not. They must not be listening.
I think they're just going to let them have that Rakan for free.
I'm not sure if BAR is going to go with their combo. It's the first thing that came to mind when I saw the Twitch, but who knows what York Esports is thinking. Maybe they welcome it. But look at this 5 support and 4 applause. That is insane. Just showing a ton of respect there. And here's what I'll say about this, Keck. When you ban 5 bans in one position, that player better not go off that game. Because that means if she just gets another hook champion, or engage champ, if she gets Rakan here and then carries, it's like you spent 5 bans on her and she's still got a good champion. You might as well have spent 0. You know what I'm saying?
Because like if you're gonna throw 5 bans at someone, so it's like you might as well just let them play what they want and then focus your efforts on someone else.
I think so too, yeah. But we'll have to see how it plays out before we can make any judgments. And that Galio is probably going to be a support pick. That's a comfort pick for applause. And not sure the synergy with Twitch. And now that Kindred's locked in, we see Galio Kindred has synergy of
Kindred Zillion.
And Zillion. Okay, so you have double Undying for Twitch. Okay, I see the synergy. I see the comp kind of coming together. You also have Kindred and Renekton, a really scary 2v2. Kindred should never get hit by Zach, right? So some good interactions here for those picks for BAR. But let's see what York picks here in the support role. And it'll be
it's a Lux.
And Echo, kind of the spicy component of York's draft in a way. This is an assassin pick. So it doesn't fit in with the team fighting as much as a mage would, but I'm not disagreeing with the pick. I think it's nice to come at them from different angles. Zach over the top, Echo from the side would be a lot for Ziggs to handle, but you are picking the Echo into... I'm not sure if they saw the Galio Kindred. I don't think they did, but Galio Kindred, a good response into that assassin with all that Undying. Oh, and Pro Draft is over, so we will be right back and catch you on the Rift shortly. He plays with it.
Oh, and Applause is going to look for another Justice Punch. Taunt onto 2 of them, but the cage is going to stun Applause. Doesn't matter. Swain is just too squishy. Astro's going to find another kill for himself. 3 kills on this Ash here.
Ending freeze is coming. He's using... Look at this!
This is just them overstepping. They're not respecting that Galio engage. They're already so far behind. So here's Geschichte. He's looking for the game. He's going to pop his E. Finds the W, gets the shield, but the taunt from Galio is going to distract him. Ultimate coming through, but he's going to miss Ash. Ash is actually finding more slows onto Turtles, trying to kind of return kill. And she's going to find the kill. Ultimate coming through and gets the kill onto Turtle here. And Olaf is going to find the shutdown onto Ash. 450 gold going over to him.
He's just going to 2v1.
And the ultimate comes through. He's just going to 1v2 this lane. At this point. Oh, man.
Okay. 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 What was that? As we see Drake started up. So I got to get my head back in the game because St. Edwards.
Cage is going to find this onto Mike Oxmall Bros. Galio is ultimate coming through as well, but he's going to be stunned up. Yone is going to get lots of damage onto Mike Oxmall Bros, but the E is going to be the one that finished off the kill. Ash is going in deep, but she's going to burn the exhaust onto the Olaf here, but Olaf is going to get the kill onto Ash. Shutdown going through. Olaf is so low, but they're unable to find the kill. Yone is still looking for some kills as well. Taunt coming through from the Galio, but he's so low, but he gets out. Ziggs is running for his life, but Guardian of Hearts is saying, nah, maybe I can get the teleport coming in from Turtle. Maybe they can find another pick. The teleport speed boost, but just going to force the flash out of Deku. Oh, and looking for another fight here. Nocturne's coming through. He's going to look for engage onto the Yone here. Gets the fear going on, but Yone is going to be able to ult out. He's going to get out here, but his E still pulls him in. But the Ziggs ultimate finds the snipe, gets the kill onto Yone. But double kill coming in for Sir Poppincock on this Olaf.
We see the focus is now switching on to Geshik. The BAR members understand he's the main threat, and we saw multiple cooldowns go down on him as Deku almost.
I feel like when you're this far ahead of I feel like you should just commit to a challenge. Okay, but Geshik is looking for a fight with Gin right now. Gin is going to try to death push him, but looks like Gin might have the advantage here. Gin gets the solo kill. But Olaf is here to try to get a return kill as well. Pops the ultimate, pops the Ragnarok, but Gin with the happy feet, he's going to dodge everything, flashes out. Nocturne ultimate comes through to try to get the return kill, but is he going to save Gin? And Undertow is not going to find the kill, and that's going to be a shutdown going over to Mike Oxmalls.
Jin with the outplay, and look, it's going everywhere on the map. I'm not sure if this is just a 1v1 they're going to take. You know what this is like? Those movies where all the main characters fight each other in separate scenes? Forget about that. Let me... Yeah, Veigar having a rough time of it this game.
Melissa is looking for an engage here with the Echo here. Oh, but Geshik is looking for an engage as well. Ezreal is going to go down. Olaf is running down with the Ragnarok. Galio is not going to find the knockup since Olaf is unstoppable, but Gin is just kiting, healing like crazy. Swindle not going to do as much damage as we saw from last game.
And what do you know, it's Applause who comes up and gets the double, but we saw Ziggs with the damage over the top, and it was really Jin holding it down in that situation. Nobody, no matter how many times you catch Ezreal or you think my Cocksmall Bros is out of position, Jin is a force you just can't get past. His barrels will hit you, his passive, his Q.
You know, Ash's passive slow amplifies with crit, so that's the whole reason people pick Ash. Slow people.
You said it as we see a lineup. Eyes on Geshik, they take the plant.
Deku with the great auto onto the blast line forces Geshik into a tough situation. Ultimate finds nobody. And this is just a messy fight from St. Esports. They were not ready for this. And Bar Esports with an excellent pickoff from that blast plant is going to find almost everybody on St.
Oh my goodness, so it was Deku autos the plan, gets 2 members over that wall.
The Ziggs autos that blast plant.
Here's what's most important when you're looking down at the items. It's Geshik completing Death Stance. And
oh wait, Deku is not in the right place.
Oh!
And the Galio is going to come down, trying to save Deku here. But it's not going to do anything. But they're going to find the kills mid. Nocturne coming through here, but Nocturne's in a 1v1 with Yone here. Yone going to get a kill onto Nocturne as well. And here comes Echo. Echo's trying to get a return stuff. And he's just dead.
I see Kalissus and Geshik. They almost put together a great play, Keck. I'm telling you, if we can watch this back. But we saw Swain kind of walk into their team and die for free. Turtle's been dying for free too often, but it's Geshik. Do they look for the end? Geshick gets the solo and draws the Galio ulti in the bot lane. Okay, this is now a situation you can win, but Swain just walks in and dies for free. Nocturne kills Veigar for free. And it's these three, the Olaf, Echo. Oh, the game is ending.
Yeah, I mean, you just aced them at their inhibs. This is definitely half of the game.
Yeah, scratch the replay. They're going straight for the end.
Support is legendary. Oh wait, hold on. Looks like St. Edwards might be able to save the Nexus here for a bit. And they're not able to end. Looks like St. Edwards is going to try to contest this final dragon with that soul. They're going to go down. They're going to go down fighting. Zigzol coming through. It's going to chunk Turtle down to half HP. Yone ult's going to find Knock up onto 2. Nocturne's going in. It's going to try to get 2 kills. Double kill for him on the back line. Galio's coming down. It's going to find no knockups, but that's going to be the double kill going over to Deku on that Zigzol. So a teleport coming in from GP. They're looking to end the game right now.
They're looking to end, and I believe they can. There's nothing stopping them other than Callistus, but it won't matter. They don't even need this turret or this inhib, right?
They don't. I think Gin just wants to pad his CS stats.
Is that even count as a CS? The inhib?
But he took the wave.
Oh.
Okay, so this is looking for the 5-man ultimate. But he's saying, please don't take this. Please take me instead.
And it's hard to call these situations. We don't know how hard BAR is going to troll, but woo, that can do the damage. And the Nexus will drop BAR with the 2-0 victory in just a convicting match against St. Edwards Esports. And I do have
a double kill coming in for Sir Poppincock on this Olaf.
We see the focus is now switching on to Geshick. The BAR members understand he's the main threat, and we saw multiple cooldowns go down on him as Deku almost.
I feel like when you're this far ahead of I feel like you should just commit to a challenge. Okay, but Geshick is looking for a fight with Gin right now. Gin is going to try to death push him, but looks like Gin might have the advantage here. Gin gets the solo kill. But Olaf is here to try to get a return kill as well. Pops the ultimate, pops the Ragnarok, but Gin with the happy feet, he's going to dodge everything, flashes out. Nocturne ultimate comes through to try to get the return kill, but is he going to save Gin? And Undertow is not going to find the kill, and that's going to be a shutdown going over to Mike Oxsmalls.
Jin with the outplay, and look, it's going everywhere on the map. I'm not sure if this is just a 1v1 they're going to take. You know what this is like? Those movies where all the main characters fight each other in separate scenes? Forget about that. Let me...
Or
yeah, Veigar having a rough time of it this game.
Plus is looking for an engage here with the Echo here. Oh, but Geshick is looking for an engage as well. Ezreal is going to go down. Olaf is running down with the Ragnarok. Galio is not going to find the knockup since Olaf is unstoppable, but Gin is just kiting, healing like crazy. Swindle not going to do as much damage as we saw from last game.
And what do you know? It's Applause who comes up and gets the double, but we are onto the Rift, all loaded up with our Week 8 matchup. We have York against Bar, our number 2 and our number 3, tied for third teams going at it here. We have Jin in the top lane for BAR. The K-Man is a beast in the jungle. Hamlet mid. Ezreal at AD, but not on Ezreal. You got to remember that, Keck. He's on Twitch. Applause on Galio after 5 bans.
Sneaky little rat.
Chicken delivery for York University in the top lane. We have Flare Pyre in the jungle. Luigi Mash mid. Laser King at AD. And Oleros in the bot lane. Some familiar names here.
And they're gonna get that ward. Looks like was it Bar Esports on the blue side? They're gonna find that invade and they're gonna stop that free ward. And they're gonna get some early intel. They're gonna see Flare Pie on the top side.
And will it be an opposite start here? Is it gonna be Kindred at her red and Zach at his red is what I wonder?
Yeah, as we see here, some early shenanigans from both sides. They're trying to do their best to track where the jungler is starting, so as you see here, the bot lane Jinx was able to get a ward over the dragon pit into the ward behind the dragon, the red wall.
And I think Hamlet may have just doubled down and warded on the red. I saw Zillion walk up to that wall, but I didn't get to see, and I can hardly tell with the icons over it. But my big question here is, will they spot Zach? Okay, yeah, you see that is Hamlet's ward. So 2 wards to figure out where Zach is. So they will be able to watch him, and they'll see the... I think they'll see that the Raptors didn't move. If that ward can see the Raptors, they'll know the Raptors didn't move, and they can assume if they saw him walk downwards that he is going to be on the blue side with no Raptors. They will also know he was at 4 CS when you walk down there, so given his CS amount, the next time they spot him, they can judge how many camps he took. And yeah, like you said, intel on the Zach early, and we'll have to see if they can play around that.
In general, it's just greedy to take Raptors as a second camp, because most jungle clears, you need to either incorporate Krugs or Gromp into your first 3 camps, because those are the camps that you must do so that you can get level 3 by 3 camps. So seeing that Zach ended up skipping the Raptors, did red buff, went straight to blue, and is doing Gromp right now, that's how he can get to level 3. And here we go, taunt from the Shen onto Renekton, but he does not realize that Kindred is here. Kindred's going to drop the E onto the Shen, but forces the Shen to flash into his turret over the wall.
Oh, the K-Man thought about it. I swear he thought about flash following, but that wall is so thick with 2 Cs that it may have been a flash fail, so he doesn't. And that was Chicken Delivery using taunt while Kindred clearing bot to top. So if Chicken Delivery knows that 250 top gank timing, he wouldn't have taunted there. So
I think that's just really aggressive laning for no reason, because this isn't solo queue, this is competitive lane. You know that your jungler is bot side, so why are you taking that risk? Like, you have no idea where Kindred is, and they have full awareness of where your Zac is. Why are you forcing an aggressive trade with your taunt like that?
I agree with DK, but it just results in the flash, so we'll have to see if Kindred revisits to claim her bounty. And as we see her getting the marked crab, the top side, so winning the coin flip on Kindred, right?
Mm-hmm.
Getting that crab, that's really good. Trading crabs is Zach, so no double crab. And I wonder if Kindred will look for an invade now as we see pings going near the Raptors. She will cross over a ward, so they do see her.
Looks like Zach was trying to play towards the bot side, looking for something cheesy here, looking for a possible gank, but it looks like he has been dissuaded. Heading up towards his wolves, possibly. And Kindred's up here just doing some counter juggling for themselves. I'm not sure. Kindred's a 2-person deity, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, themselves. There we go.
Oh, themselves. Good job. I called her.
Yeah.
But I think the bot lane for BAR knew Zach was on the bottom quadrant. Until now, as they're kind of committing to the push, we saw them playing back and kind of letting Jinx hit the wave. But now their wave is in a pretty awkward spot. But Zach is recalling, so they should be fine. We see Plaws deep warding on Gromp right as it comes up. Did you see that, Keck?
I
really
did.
Nicely timed ward. Probably will spot the Zach. And that's a great place to spot Zach, by the way, because you know he's going to gank from the wall. He's not going to walk into river, so you should be finding him. And what do you know? That camp is actually marked, so Kindred is going to want to get there, but probably will not be able to anytime soon. So they will spot Zach out and know that he is, again, bot side. And I think this could be a window for Kindred to look top lane. But Kindred recalling as the K-Man is a beast is low on HP and mana.
And I actually want to touch on that ward again that you talked about with the Galley putting it over that Gromp wall. That's actually just really good proactive laning coming from Bar Esports.
Yeah.
Like, this is not just a bot lane thing. This is just a laning thing in general. When your lanes have prio like this, when they're shoving in, it's just really important for your laners to just roam around getting a deep ward in. Because this way it helps the team as a whole track the jungler location. Because this helps the lanes dictate whether they can play aggressive, whether they have to play farther back. Also helps the jungler dictate his own pathing and what lanes he can play towards. So as we can see here, like they saw that Gromp, that Zach was doing his Gromp, so that allowed Renekton to start a slow push here, so he can start making a play with Kindred. And so that's what they're looking for, but they might be a little slow on this play here, but this is what they're going for. Renekton starting a slow push. If we look at the top side,
It will go top. It should go top soon. Here it is.
And Shen's going to have to be forced to haunt out. He's taking a tower shot. Zach is here for the counter kick. Elastic Slingshot is going to find 2. He's going to force the flash out of Kindred. Renekton's going to pop the Dominance, looking for some return damage onto Firepower Zach here. Shen's going to pop the W, dodge some auto attacks, but it looks like Gin might be looking for a dive. Flash W onto Shen. First blood going over to Kindred here, and Zach's path is going to be popped as well. Self-division is going to be popping to 4, but Zach might be going down as well. Kindred and Renekton fighting for the second kill, and Gin is going to find himself his first kill of the game.
It looked so promising for Firepower with the counter gank, getting Kindred down to like a dozen HP, but at the end of the day, you had to overextend into a level 6 Renekton. You cannot 2v2 a level 6 Renekton. It looks that ugly every time. Great job on Jin, understanding there's a lot of things you got to think about before you flash on a Shen under tower. Does he have taunt? Does he have W? Can he block the autos? Jin running calculations in his head before hard committing for the kill a piece on your Renekton and Kindred. And I gotta mention, getting that flash down on Shen earlier ended up paying off amazingly. So great job from BAR on that topside play.
And I think Firepower just kind of went a little bit too deep. Like, that counter gank went pretty well. Once they got the Kindred flash, once they started running away, you just back off. That was already a 1 fight there. I think they just bit off more than they can chew.
But he got her down to 1, and then she flashed away, and he probably paced at her for like 2 steps before turning around, and that may have been the difference. But he got her to 1. It was so close, but you're probably right, Keck. A bit over-aggressive.
It looks like Luigi Mash is going to find 2 people that he doesn't want to find yet. Shen Ultimate's going to come down. Zach is looking for a pick. He finds the Q onto the Galio, but Galio's just going to be sped up by his good old mid lane buddy, Zilean.
And now the question to me is, you have Renekton who's going to get borked before Shen completes any meaningful item. How do you use that to win the game? Do you get early Herald? We see Kindred, I think, soloing Drake here. And to me, this is getting this Drake on Kindred is so important because it shifts the game to the top half of the map for 5 minutes. Now the only neutral on the map after this goes down is going to be Herald. Not to mention that top turret's already pretty low, and it makes it really easy for Kindred to know where to go. It will also attract Zach there, and we saw how that 2v2 goes. So Firepower, I think he knows this. He's clearing his bot camps. Probably will head top, and they lose that 2v2. So they came in as a beast, setting up a winning situation for Boosted Animals Reborn.
I think what they have to do here is just try to mitigate as much of the deficit as they can here. Because they have the Echo, they have the Jinx, they can play the Scaling Cup, they have the frontline champions. They have to remember that their win condition is to just play around like the Jinx hyper, like passive popping off, and just looking for strong team fights. And they have to do their best to just try to avoid like letting their carries get as fed as possible. And Zach is looking for an Elastic Slingshot onto 2. The Lux Ultimate is going to find 2 as well. And that's going to be a kill going onto Ezreal here. The Kindred Ultimate was a little too late. It looks like there's going to be some action in the mid lane here thanks to Director Tool, but I think the bot lane fight is going to end as well.
And Laser King on Jinx, York University punching back. And Keck, I was completely wrong about the pathing of either jungler. I think they both wanted to path bot to top, but saw that there's some tension in the bot lane. I agree Zach should go down there and play through the Jinx like you just mentioned. I'm not so sure about the Kindred because she could be playing in this matchup. So at the end of the day, it looked like Twitch was just outside of the Kindred ulti and Jinx Rocket sniped him. But great job by York University to punch back here, get Jinx on the board, and not to mention the farm lead. She has now there's a realistic winning condition for York University as well as Boost Animals Reborn. And yeah, we're looking at it again. Ezreal taking the Lux ult and the Jinx ult. We saw he healed as the Rocket was on his way because he didn't have enough time to get into the Kindred ult, but it wasn't enough. Just the ultimates from the bot laners, you don't really factor that damage in, but it's really a lot. And now I think it's topside time for Kindred. No more bot lane shenanigans. He's going to say, Twitch and Galio, you're chilling. Stack your tier. And Kindred looking for Herald, I believe, already.
Yeah, I don't know if we were watching too much of mid lane so far this game, but we were just like seeing Echo's doing his best to be aggressive towards the Zilean. And most of the time it was just like Zilean just kind of laughing at him and just throwing bombs at him. It's like,
yeah.
Nice aggression, buddy. I'm just gonna throw a bomb at you. It's like,
Yeah, Echo is not the scariest assassin pre like 2 items or at least 1 item. So Zillion with the overall lane advantage, Echo kind of just chucks Qs and chugs potions for the early game. And once he gets a proto belt, he'll actually be able to kind of match the wave clear and have some space. But until then.
let's see. It looks like Kindred is starting that Rift Herald now. They are doing it solo.
I feel like she's been on it for 3 days. Like, I saw her jumping around over there a long time ago, maybe a reset or something, but it does go down now.
Was there even an announcer that went? Okay, I mean, we see the timer. It went down, but there wasn't even an announcer.
Yeah, I thought I heard it. Like,
we heard
scream.
this. We heard it go down, but there was no indication.
Oh, and we have Bork into Tabbies and Cinderhulk. Not ideal for the Shen.
Okay, so we see the Zac is continually trying to put pressure on this bot lane here. He already knows that top lane is kind of a lost cause here at this point because the Renekton does have the Blade of the Ruin King. Right. Shen is just kind of just going to cry. you have 2 meat shields, like Zac and Shen. Both are stacking HP against the Renekton, who has a Blade of the Ruin King. I think you kind of just say, no, I don't want to. We don't fight. We don't fight that.
I definitely agree, especially with Herald down now and Drake coming up in a minute. Now the focus should be a bit more on bot side, so even more reason for Zac to be down there. Kindred, on the other hand, does go top and get Herald, but otherwise hasn't punished the Shen any further. Actually looking mid on Echo.
And Zillion's going to use his Hextech GLP to get the slowdown, but he's unable to get the bomb.
So we see 25 seconds until Drake, and what does Kindred do? She visits mid and just helps the Zillion push.
Shen is actually going to taunt into Renekton here. And I don't think he wants to take that trade. Okay, and the Herald's going to be dropped down mid from Kindred here. They're just going to look for some plates here, Kindred and Zillion here. And they're both going to get some plate gold. Turret plating is going to go down in 30 seconds here, so it's a good time that they get some plate gold.
So a bit of a split focus here from the Kindred, taking Herald mid and looking Drake when she could have been playing topside, and I don't disagree. I think Drake is really important. BAR got the first one. Jin is happy to chip at the turret alone here. He maybe doesn't even need assistance. And
but Kindred is looking for a play here onto the Luxor. She pops the red smite on him. And Aluros is going to get the Shen ultimate. Shen is coming down. Lux ultimate going onto the Zillion. Zillion's going to have to pop the ultimate to resurrect. But the Galio finds a taunt onto 2. Here comes Echo on the backline. Has to pop the ultimate to survive, but he's going to be blown up by Galio as well. Multiple stun from the Zillion finds 4. Shen is going to have to force to flash out, and Zac is going to try to find some CC as well. But the Twitch ultimate is trying to find lots of... And another Zillion double bond finds 2 stuns, and the Twitch is going to get a double kill for himself. Huge team fight for Bar Esports.
Those Zillion bombs were absolutely massive. Multiple stuns, multiple AoE. Watch as we see the red team funnel out of this choke here. But they want to fight near the proximity of their turret and trade. But we see that huge Zillion bomb, and here comes another one shortly. Jinx knows she can ulti, so she flashes away, looks, wants an auto, and man, she has poison stacks on her. Just absolutely punished for even thinking about being that jungle quadrant. So what BAR ended up doing is bringing their Bork Renekton to the Drake and just bully stomping the fight right outside of York University's turret. And they end up with multiple kills and Drake number 2.
Yeah, this game is, that Zillion, those Zillion bombs were spicy.
Those Zillion bombs were spicy. And this game might be out of control for York University here.
Something I really do like about what Hamlet's doing here is that he opted for a Glacial Augment build with the Hextech GLP. That's something I really do like about what Zillion players do, because like that Glacial Augment with the GLP gives you a free auto slow. That gives you a free double bomb, because they're just so slow that you really just can't miss the double bomb unless they path in a way that's like just so unpredictable. Like if most of the time, like, people want to path away from you when you use the GLP to slow them, but they have to literally run towards your team to avoid getting CC'd. But at that point, they're inting their positioning.
Yes,
which is what I really like about that rune setup.
So with Zillion, he's a setup bot. He has multiple slows. He has an AoE stun on top of the res and a decent bit of damage too. Definitely say I like that build as well.
Now we see here, like, if you are York Esports, you see you guys are like pretty far behind. You see a really fed Renekton. You see a Zillion that seems to be able to land his double bombs. The Twitch just got a double kill in the last one. He finished his mana immune. He's starting to scale up pretty hard as well. What's the win con? What's the way back into this game?
For me, it's just Jinx as the champion and getting her to 3 to 4 items here. Could be a win condition. If you can get boosted Animals Reborn to teamfight 5v5 you, then you can get a lot of value out of champions like Zac and Lux as well on top of the Jinx in a teamfight situation. The only thing is, I think BAR is going to look to split, but that kind of plays into the Shen.
And we're looking for an elastic slingshot from Zac here. Oh, but Kindred here's with the response onto the Shen in the top lane here. Kindred's going to just blow up Shen. Like, I thought Shen was a tank.
Not when Kindred is this far ahead, I guess. She must be hitting her marks, and when you're into a Renekton and you get your lane visited twice, so once for your flash, once to dive you in 2v2, then yeah, you're going to have a really bad Shen game.
This might be a solo kill here for Hamlet. Okay, Luigi Mess is going to force the burn the convergence, and he's just going to run away. But that was a really close fight there.
Yeah, really close. I thought maybe Luigi Mash would stick around and try and get the kill after the ult goes down, but wisely he runs down, and Kindred was right above him, but...
Looking to see some aggression here in the bot lane. Some good damage going on to Ezreal here on his Twitch.
And Kindred and Renekton taking... wait a second.
But Ezreal's looking for something cheesy here. With the Halo Blades, he's going to pop his ultimate. Galley ultimate coming down as well. Lux ultimate as well. Lots of damage here. The Jinx Mega Death Rocket's going to barely hit Ezreal here. Oh, and the Zinx W is going to find the last hit onto Ezreal's Twitch.
Yeah,
4 people in the bot lane.
Pretty unnecessary to open up there as Twitch. Your Kindred is getting, as we see, you're chunked a good bit. And yeah, the Galio Shield's going to come in, but you're making a 2v2 play when your Kindred is topside. So all it takes is Zac just being there, and yeah, Shen comes as well to kind of turn that play. Meanwhile, look how strong your Kindred and Renekton are on the top side. That's where you should be looking to get your advantage.
Oh, and Renekton, with that Blade of the Ruin King, his W just does so much damage. And Galio is going to go in, finds a taunt onto 2, and Aileros is the one that has the turret aggression. But the turret is still hitting them back. Aileros unable to find a kill, but man, was he close.
Yeah, trading Ignite for heal is applause, and now we got Twitch pulling up.
Oh, but Twitch is going to look for a cheesy kill as well. Taunt onto the Jinx here, and then they're going to find the kill onto Jinx. Double bomb onto the Lux. Oh, that's a double kill going over Twitch. Maybe the bot lane of York might have just been a bit too far up.
Yeah, and I think just taking that turret, their eyes were a little wide there, and when you're staying for these autos, it simply just means you die. You probably could have crashed that wave and walk away.
Oh, and again with the beautiful sidestep that dodged the Shen taunt. The subtle things.
The subtle things. For sure. But overall, about a 8k gold lead for Boosted Animals Reborn. They have the first 2 Drakes, first 2 Heralds. I think.
Yeah, and looks like it's going to be a 3rd dragon going over to Bar Esports.
And if they get this Ocean Soul, it's GG unless Jinx can get to like 6 items, maybe 5 or something like that. But it's probably GG if they get this Ocean Soul. Not going to beat around the bush here. That soul is pretty broken.
And Jinx W is going to miss Zillion, but Zillion is fighting with no mana. All those crits coming from Jinx. The Lux ultimate is not going to find its mark. And the Lux binding also not going to be able to hit Ezreal's Twitch.
I feel like Hamlet was asleep at the wheel there or something. Or like his cat walked across his keyboard because he was just standing there and then like kind of walked at Jinx.
Shen with the flank. Goes to the top but is unable to find anybody here. Galio goes in and finds a taunt onto Lux, but no fight here is going to erupt. Looking like a disengage coming in from York University.
Yeah, and this ARAM might be good for York University, and I don't always think 5 mid is the way to go, but when you're playing Jinx, Zac, Shen, you know, tanks and Jinx, this is kind of what your comp wants to do, and we see them breaking mid open, and they want to stay grouped in team fight. It's up to Boosted Animals Reborn to either split the map or create a favorable situation where they can combo abilities like Zillion double bombs into a Twitch opening, into double undying, something like that.
And so we're looking at some shenanigans at the top side. Renekton's looking for prey. And Zillion's doing some death push bombs, I guess?
Yeah, and we see the Shen bot side kind of creating some pressure, so that's a timer. We might see some recalls coming out for Boosted Animals Reborn. Someone's going to want to pick that wave up. And whoever it is probably someone they want to prioritize getting income on. And that Shen is just a nice way to alleviate some pressure by always having someone in the side lane that can also report to a fight if they need
I also wanted to point out that Shen looks like he's starting to build a Titanic Hydra after he already has a Sunfire cape.
Yeah, so doubling up on wave clear, which is probably less efficient for combat, is what you're saying?
As a Shen main, that kind of bugs me, because like, I feel like you don't need to get double wave clear.
Yeah.
Especially since you are already like losing that 1v1 in the side lane. Like,
And a Bramble could maybe
a
be
Bramble
the difference.
vest could do you wonders right
Yeah.
now.
And a Baron sneak. Snecked right away.
Was it really a sneak, or was it just like, we want it, we take it, you guys have
I
no
dare you to
business
walk into
coming.
us.
We dare you. We double dare you.
Probably a bit of both.
Like, they probably go like, yo, Ultra, yo, 5v5 us Baron.
Yeah.
You won't.
I wouldn't. And how the timeline is really dark for York here, because you have Baron, and in 2 minutes you have Soul, and then 5 minutes after that it's Elder. And one of these occasions, York's going to have to find a way to win a fight.
Yeah, because right now, Bar Esports can just play the slow pace game. They can just play for the soul, get the guaranteed win con. Because right now they have, what is that? A 10k gold lead at 23 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
They have roughly, what is that? They have 33% more gold
That's a
than their
lot.
counterpart. And in League of Legends, that's a lot of gold. Like, if you think about it percentage-wise. Oh, and here we go. Apostle's looking for a taunt onto Flare by Zac here. Finds the double bomb from Zillion. Forces the cellular division, and I don't think that blob is going to get out.
And what we saw BAR do there was they pushed mid, and as soon as they saw Jinx wave clear mid, they all walked together with the scanner. Watch this. Everybody do this at home. It's so easy. Push mid. Walk into jungle. You put down wards. You clear wards. Oh, look, you find a Zac. Free Drake. Push mid. When they send someone to answer it, you have man advantage in the jungle. Walk in with the scanner and kill anyone you see. And this is how...
Yeah, because that's just what they can do. Because they're just so far ahead. They walk as 5 into the jungle. They control the vision. They control everything in that quadrant. They see someone that shouldn't be there. They're just going to collapse on them. They're just going to kill them.
Exactly. And that's how you choke out vision. That's how you take control of quadrants. And at this point, they're kind of styling.
Shen Ultimate's going to come down onto Laser King as Gin dives deep with the dominance on Renekton here. He's going to be focused really hard. 4-man onto him, but he looks to the flash onto the Jinx here. He's going to be Zillion ulted and Galley ulted. He's going to have so much healing from his Q and the Fury Q.
Oh my goodness, Jin on the Renekton there.
And the slows from Zillion are just going to make the team from York University so slow. And Chicken Delivery running for his life, but the Zillion bomb is ticking.
Oh my. Why take Soul when you could just end the game by rushing tower? Eyes on Renekton in this fight here. Look, he flashes W. He gets the Zillion ult on him and the Galio ult, but does not even die. The healing, the empowered Q, the rage, and bang. Bang. They just bodied them. Nexus goes down. It's 1-0. 16-2. They could have had Soul. They could have had Elder, but they just killed them all and took base instead.
I mean, League of Legends is just a game of opportunities, and Bar Esports, they found their opportunities and they took them.
They definitely did, and dang. Pretty one-sided game here. Who is your MVP?
My MVP this game, I want to give it to... It's tough to say. It's really tough to say. I think Top played really well. Like, he really used the aggression that he was given. He really played well with his jungler. Like, I also think the the Zillion bombs were pretty MVP plays as well. Like those team fights, obviously, like they were pretty set up well.
Yeah.
But those double bombs, like the four-man bombs, well-timed ultimates from some of those fights as well. I kind of want to give it to Zillion here. I feel like Zillion really did kind of shine out for me when it comes down to it. I think he was my MVP.
My first thought was also Zillion because the bombs ended the game. That fight ended the game. We saw boosted animals get an advantage topside. They visited Shen, got his flash, revisited won the 2v2. And we saw Zach go bot side and get an advantage. So it was looking like a split game. BAR top and York bot. But then they brought their Renekton in and they said, let's fight it out. And once they won that fight, they now own the entire map. It was like their second Drake. Renekton was uber fed. Zillion, you said Twitch got his mirror mana off that fight. That fight completely wrapped the game up. And it was because of the Zillion setup and the utility and those bombs that they won that fight. So that's why I have to agree with you. And I give Zillion the MVP for that game. And as we move into game 2, what do you think about draft adjustments for York University?
Well, I wouldn't really kind of throw the blame for this game solely on draft.
No.
It really did come down to like level 1, level 2. Like Shen was just being overly aggressive. You saw what happened. He was taunting into Renekton.
Yeah.
Like if you were playing solo queue, I guess that you could get away with that because that's just how the matchup goes. Like, you taunt on Renekton, you win the trades because Shen wins against Renekton pre-6. You be aggressive with your shield bash, your grasp procs. You out-damage him early on because he's Conqueror. He's going for a more scaling kind of build. But you have to remember, you're in a competitive environment. You have to play around where your jungler is. You have to play around where their jungler is.
Definitely.
They know exactly where Zach was. And they already saw that Zach started red buff. And they can deduce from that Zach went down to bot side. Because they know he skipped Raptors. They put a ward on Raptors. You guys all saw that. And you yourself, you know where your own jungler is. You know he's doing Gromp. So why are you taunting in? You're taking a huge gamble when you don't know where Kindred is.
Yeah.
And there you have it. Shen was completely punished. Renekton stuns him. Kindred runs up. QEs. He's forced to flash away. And from there on out, Shen is just punished for the rest of the game. You saw what happened at level 5, level 6. That 2v2 top lane. Zach came for the counter gank. It looked good at first, but they bit off more than they can chew. And then Renekton got level 6 off that fight, popped the dominance, went in there, got 2 free kills.
Yep.
And from there on, the game was just over from topside.
It was over from topside. I like your breakdown there. And I just want to go into more of, you have to know where the enemy jungler is pathing towards. Like, if you saw Kindred start at blue, or know that she didn't start red, like, you need to see the enemy bot lane show up to lane early, and you're like, okay, if they're not faking, Kindred could be at blue. And then if your top laner is late, okay, Kindred might be at blue. Then that taunt's okay, because if Kindred did start blue and went down, but you should assume Kindred would go red and 3 camps, right? Is that the most common Kindred path?
I mean, it's always going to be red, blues, either Krugs or Gromp.
Right.
Because you always want to hit level 3 as soon as you can.
And if that's the case, it's the 2-minute 40 to 3-minute is when you're most vulnerable, right? Or I would say even to 4 minutes, as we are in pick ban and we see the Swain ban return. So, sticking to their banning applause strategy, but I want to know, are they going to switch any of the bans up from here on out?
I think that so far it looks like the bans are the same. Swain is going to be banned out, Yumi as well from Bar Esports. Zillion ban. Like I said, the Zillion did play a huge role in some of those mid-game fights.
Oh yeah, definitely. Cannot disagree there. Keeping the set ban away, although Jin does like to play set, but set is pretty nerfed at this point. And the Braum ban sticking around of all champions. So, this tells me York wants to play Ornn because Braum counters Ornn. Braum also counters Jinx in a lot of ways. Nami, Misfortune. I think York might want to go front to back with that Braum. They might look to lock Morgana. So watch this Ashe first pick be with Morgana, because why else would you leave up Nautilus, Leona, Rakan, and you're going to ban Braum? I think they want to play Ashe, Leona, and Ornn. Something like that. Something really easy to execute. If we hit you with one thing, you're dead. Front to back team fight. We have Ornn giving us items, some nice wave clear in the mid, maybe a mage this time. That would be my angle for York University. And for boosted animals, we're bored. They're red side. I think they could do whatever they want in this draft. They could go 1-3-1, 4-1. They could go TF. They could go.
I also don't know if anyone on either team plays it, but Lucian made it through ban phase.
I'm not sure. So Bar sees that Brahma's banned, and they take the MF with the Ashe going down. MF rising in popularity recently. I think she's hidden meta right now. I think we'll see her pretty soon as her win rate has shot up, and it's just not really gotten past the Ashe Senna meta, but I think MF will be creeping up. And then the GP. So remember, GP was banned against York probably every game until now, and it slipped my mind, but they're going to go ahead and take that GP away from Chicken Delivery, which might... I'm not sure what he'll pick into that. What do you think? As a top laner yourself, what are you picking in that GP? Do you go something like Camille that can dive him? Something like Ornn, like, all right, we'll chill and farm?
I mean, if I had like full control over what I could play in the GP, I'd either play Camille, Irelia, or Lucian.
Lucian, yeah, that's right. You talked about Lucian into...
Lucian makes GP cry.
That would have been a really spicy pick, but we see Aatrox, and we have seen Chicken Delivery play this pick before. Aatrox, really well-rounded pick. You can take him early in the draft because he does pretty well into most comps, and so they'll go ahead and do that. And they're going to grab that Lulu that was denied from them last second round of bans from Boosted Animals Reborn. So a pretty good ban from them in hindsight now that they take it this time around. Do BAR pick their support here, or do they hang up Flex? And they will lock, they'll slam the Leona. Even though it looked like a bait to leave up Leona, they pick Lulu, an exploitable support from Leona. So Applause says slam it, and we'll take it.
I think York is just opting for that mid-game, late-game team fight. They just want to play for the scaling. They just want to play for the Lulu enchanting. Like, just buff up your carries and just play front to back. This what they drafted for last game, and they're going to stick to that game plan as well.
But they're drafting themselves into a trap, because if you are drafting Ashe Lulu, that's fine. But you're showing your Lulu before Boosted Animals Reborn pick support. Now they get an engaged support. They have GP to weak side top and drop ult right on top of your Ashe. You can, I think Boosted Animals Reborn could just revisit bot over and over again and exploit the Lulu and Ashe and just play bot side. And that's the trap I think York might be running into.
Is that going to be a blind pick mid right now? Or
yeah, and they're hanging their jungler pick out there if they lock this. And the one thing I would like about this Ahri pick is I think she's a very well-rounded champion. You can pick her blind, and she's good in most games. She's kind of like a jack of... Wait. Master of none, jack of many?
Okay, yeah, that makes more sense.
How does that go? Jack of all trades, master of none. But instead, they go Hecarim, S-tier jungler for the K-Man is a beast. It's a scary sight. We talked about Evelyn, Keck. This makes their comp kind of all over the place, in my opinion, if they lock this.
See, Evelyn kind of needs to... It's one of those, like, farm... Okay.
This would make a bit more sense to me.
Okay, Syndra's going to be locked in here.
Syndra is good. Except I played a lane with her, and you cannot use your Q until you get the book. It's, like, awful. The lane phases. And then this Evelyn pick would look really weird to me here. I'll explain why. Now your mid-jungle is both AP. You could lock Galio here and go Merc Treads, and you're fine. There's so many picks here. The double AP is just so exploitable, and on top of a magic shield that Galio would provide.
Or Kassadin.
And also, are you going to team fight, or are you looking to assassinate with, like, Syndra, Evelyn, I think, are on the same page, but Ashe and Lulu kind of need help. They need bodies in front of them. They need CC set up. So a bit, I think York Esports Comp is great at different things, and I'm not sure if that's going to be good or bad for them. Whereas Boosted Animals Reborn Esports, very easy for me to understand how they're getting, like, their goals here, and I think it has to do with Applause is on Leona. That's our engine. She's going to run down bot lane, and we're either going to use GP ulti over top, Galio ulti to help And Hecarim's going to be flying down there anyway. So I think why not 4-man dive bot over and over again this game?
My other issue with York's comp is that they don't have like a giant front line to like stand behind.
Yeah, exactly.
Because like Aatrox he's a fighter. Like he doesn't build like he goes what cleavers.
He can pseudo
Death
frontline.
Stance.
He can pseudo frontline if he's curving and gets his Death Dance before Boost Animals is like 2 items on their carry.
Not to mention he has to kind of be fed.
But fighters and enchanters go well together. So Lulu with an Aatrox, like if Ashe is on Cutlass and you're at a Drake fight, but Aatrox is on Cleaver, you can buff the Aatrox up with Lulu and play with the Aatrox. I think enchanters and fighters together can be really good. But yeah, I think in terms of, I think the execution is on York. Like they have to execute. And being the team that just got beat pretty bad, these must be comfort picks. Otherwise, I don't see why you put yourself in a position where you really have to execute double AP mid jungle and
Right.
not, enough tanks. But we can only speculate. And we will be right back after a few minutes here, okay? As we see a 2v2.
Early game coming in from the Olaf here, but it looks like, yeah, Karthus is ready for this. He knows that Olaf has from top to bottom, so they're ready for this. Flash coming in from Laser King here. He's going to try to get out. Her heal burned as well. Flare Pirate might be out here. Dark Harvest Stack and First Blood going over to Mayalamo Big D. And Laser King looks like he's going down as well. The slows from Ashe is going to secure another kill. But Mayalamo Big D is not out just yet.
The mana, just the resource regen constantly ticking.
Oh, and the Death Sentence is going to find a mark onto Aileros on his Lux here. She's going to be constantly slowed by the Ashe auto attacks. And Cleave here, just standing there laughing, knowing he's just going to be giving the kill over to Ashe here. Chicken delivery here with the E4. Oh, and the Ashe Arrow is going to find a stun onto Laser King here. They're going to dive him here. Lux is back and respawned by now, but Ignite's ticking down. Guardian proc is going to go. Karthus ultimate is here. That's going to be another Dark Harvest secure over from Mayamo Big D. The Cinder here. She misses her Scatter of the Weak. Oh, Lux is going to preemptively flash to dodge the Death Sentence, but Death Sentence onto Varus is going to miss, but she's being constantly slowed. Olaf is here for the counter gank. More slows coming in from the Ashe, but Olaf is going to flash out. No kills going through, but the Ornn ultimate with the call is going to look for a knockup onto the Lucian here. Stun coming in from Luigi Mash, and the ultimate from Cinder is going to secure the kill onto Troy once Lucian. Oh. So Herald's going to come down mid. Ornn's looking for an ultimate here. Not going to find Lucian. They're looking to just get some free plate gold here. Karthus is on the flank. Ashel coming in from bot lane here. Going to find the ultimate onto Olaf, forcing the Ragnarok. Scatter the Weak to knock out Thresh, but Mordekaiser's here as well. Blue team is here to punish Red, and they're running for their lives. That Herald play to get 3 plates mid was just not worth it. All of Blue team is here to punish, and Ornn is going to be going down as well.
As you have the turret, not only does the armor go up, wait a second.
Oh, Ashel coming through, get a good stun onto Varus. Varus is going to fully force the flash. Death Sentence is going to come through. Karthus ultimate coming through as well. The Requiem doing so much damage. Olaf is here for the counter gank, but it doesn't look like it's going to matter here. Karthus is here as well. Death Sentence is not going to find a mark. Teleport coming in from Chicken Delivery on this Ornn here. He's trying to look for something, but Mordekaiser's canceling the ultimate. He's going to pop his ultimate as well. Ornn is in the Death Realm under his turret, but Teleport is going to be canceled.
He's like in the same category as Morph.
Oh, and looks like there's going to be a gank up in the top lane. Olaf here as well. And it looks like Ashe is going to respond with the ultimate mid as well. Lux is going to be caught out here, but Mordekaiser is in a 1v2. His passive is proc. Conqueror is going down. He's healing, but he just can't seem to find any damage. The flake coming in from Cleave onto the Syndra here, and that's going to be another kill going over to IBN on that Ashe.
The potency of Thresh Ashe.
The big thing I had to say about that one play right there was that you know that your Olaf is topside, you're committing for that gank onto the Mordekaiser. Why is your Lux and Varus so far up mid lane when your mid tower is already down?
Cross map play, Keck.
You're committing resources to top lane, mid lane and bot lane should be backing off. Like, there's no reason for you guys to be that far up. You're saying, hey guys, look, free chicken here, like just Ashe ult it. Come free kill, 300 gold. Oh, and Cleave with a great hook finds him pick onto the Lux here. Ornamental's been coming through, gonna take Mordekaiser's gonna take Ornn into the ult with him. I'm sorry, that's Syndra. And Karthus is gonna get a double kill. Bang! Laser King here is just stuck under the turret by himself. Sorry man, you're dead. And that's an ace coming in from blue team.
The ace. I just don't know why York University is lining up 5v5 when they're down 10k gold.
I said, remember in game 1 of our first series today, engage comps come down to stat checks, right? Golds, whoever's ahead, the one with the engage comp. Same situation. Oh, and we have a fight here going down. Mordekaiser's going to ult the chicken delivery here, but looks like Orange just going to be out. But that forces a 4v4 without the front line for red team to soak up damage. And poor chicken delivery is just going to be an auto to death by Ash here.
Yeah, and I like that you pointed that out.
Oh, and they're looking for a dive under the tier 2 turret here. Lux finds a bind onto 2, but Ash ult's going to find a stun onto Varus here. Another kill secured by I.M Big D.
Miami's eating everything.
Oh, Big D's dead to turret.
They're just eating it. They don't care. They're eating the Lux binding.
Fountain build.
Yep.
That's pretty much it. If blue team really, really wanted to have, like, go super for fun here, they would fountain dive them and say, hey guys, we're just going to let you auto us to bed. That's the only way they lose. Like, this Ash, this Ornn ult engage, flash by IBN here. It's going to not find his spot, but the ultimate's going to hit someone. But Lucian is looking to end the game in the backline here. Miami Big D actually gets focused down hard, but Lucian with the flash Q finds his last hit onto the Syndra. He still has Syndra's stats from being stolen, but Lucian is on the back door. He's in the back.
Oh.
He's gonna Coley. He's gonna find 1, 2, 3. He's gonna get a 3rd kill as well. Triple kill going over to Troy 1 on this Lucian here.
He said surprise, bang, 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 and just lit them up, and that is going to be game 1 victory for Miami. You said it, Keck, there's pretty much nothing they can do. I think they sensed that, so they just send it all in, everything down bot lane, which leaves Troy able to either end the game or come clean the fight up.
This Cleave by Cleave here. Orianna forced to flash away, but this is a phase rush Lilia, and she's going to be chasing down Orianna here. And she wants this kill. First blood going over to Mayamo Big D on this Lilia pick here.
Luigi almost stepped on the inside of the Big D's Q, almost saving his life. Wait, chicken delivery might dive here. He doesn't fall for the E. I think he can flash W now. Oh, and that's why Jax has to flash there.
Maybe they know something we don't. I don't know.
Right,
They're
that's
the,
what I'm thinking.
They're the D1 Masters players. Like, I talked about this earlier. It looks like Lily is going to be here. Lands the Q, finds the sleep ultimate, and she's going to force flash. Death sentence from Cleave, finds the hook onto them. Teleport coming in from Luigi Mash on this Orianna. Cleave is going to try to lantern his Jhin out, but Zac coming in for the gank as well. Flash for being forced from IBN.
I actually think that Nico in lane, which means he's getting the push now.
And Jhin ultimate's being popped right here. They're looking for getting 2 hits onto the Lulu here, but Zac is here for still here for the counter gank. Exhaust coming down onto the Lilia, preventing them from doing damage. Ash is just free-firing on Lilia. Shutdown going over to Hor. Cleave is being autoed by Ash here. Slowed for days. Double kill going over to Laser King on this Ash.
And a really good punish from you trade where he can actually get honor. Does he just go for the dive though?
Yeah, I mean, Lilia's here. They can dive for this.
1 minion, no minions.
They have to watch the ball, though. Orianna could outplay this without Ash outplay. Oh, and here she is. There's Zac with the counter gate. Yep. Mayamo Big D is just a little bit too deep. Cassin is starting to get online. It's a level 12 Cassin. He has tier 2 ult. Oh, and here comes Zac. He's looking for the fight. And Jax is now running for his life. He's teleport coming in from Cassin, trying to hit a force a 2v2. The Renekton has forced press the attack onto the Jax here, and Jax, I guess, gets baited out, thinking he can force fight back this 2v2.
Well, we see she's a bit exposed here in this
And Cassidy, he found Orianna. And this is just what it is. Like, Cassidy, like, wants to fight Orianna. Oh, but he's just going to be outplayed. Oh! Ooh. The flash from Orianna to dodge the last Rift Walk.
I like the aggressiveness for starting this. It prevents Miami from splitting the map. It forces them to come here. But now we have TPs up. So we see Cass TP on the upside. We'll get met by Asher.
Oh, and the great Zonya's coming in from Cassidy here to mitigate that engage. This is Infernal Dragon number 2. Zac is going to slingshot onto the dragon, but right now the entire York University team is being gunned down by the Jhin ultimate. Jax is still splitting top lane, but he has teleport. Oh, and the Lily ultimate comes through. 4 sleeps coming down.
And we are live back on the Rift for our League Saturday Series Summer 2020 Week 8, presented by One Life to Play, powered by Monster. I'm Diddy, and I'm with Keck here.
Hello.
Looking at Game 2, York University, Boosted Animals Reborn. York looking at even the series and send us to game 3. That would be hype. Keck, we love game 3s around here at One Life to Play. They are the most hype. And we'll have to see if Boost Animals Reborn can close the series out 2-0 and nail down their spot at number 2. York University needs this win to tie Kent State for 3rd. If Kent also wins, to look to tiebreak for that 3rd spot to avoid the 4th seed. And trust me, Keck, you don't want the 4th seed going into playoffs in this league here.
Unless you're like a super underdog and you want to, upset the 1st seed. Everyone loves a good Cinderella story.
The Mighty Ducks. Cleveland State is the Mighty Ducks right now. They're off stream though. All right, we see bottom start for L.E.M. And I had a thought, Keck, in Champ Select, and I was looking at these drafts again. I think Aatrox Evelyn could abuse Gangplank top. And Evelyn might full clear bot to top, and Hecarim might full clear top to bot. We could have opposite side junglers, and this could kind of show us where either team is playing too. The question is, will the Ashe Lulu be perma-ganked? I think.
We will see, because, bot lane is a really easy lane setup for, what's red side? For Bar Esports, because they have the Leona. They have, once Leona is level 2, that's just super free. You just Zenith Blade in, you use your Leona Q, instant stun. It's just really, really good setup for a Hecarim to just run in there with his Ghost and his Rampaging Charge. It's just really efficient setup. And I suspect to see, Bar Esports to play through bot lane, because they have the Gangplank. They already opted for the weak side top lane. So they're just going to play bot side.
Yeah, my eyes are on Hecarim here. Does he want to cross through mid with the transition gank to get to the bot half of the map? If he does, he will be visiting the Syndra. As we see here, he's in the bush. He popped his E. Lands.
Oh, and a good taunt onto Luigi Mask right off the bat. She's going to have to force her flash. K-Man looking to try to get some more, but he's going to be forced to take a turret shot.
And I think if you're gonna flash there, flash the taunt. Ooh.
Oh, and a flash Justice Punch into the first blood for Galio here. Hamlet here. Great execution on his Galio spell combos.
Way to punish by Hamlet. And that's why I was kind of saying what I was saying. If you're gonna flash a CC ability. Don't wait to get hit by the abilities and then flash, because you've lost all that HP and mana, and the Galio can just look to turn and punish you with flash advantage. So, great job by Hamlet. Good setup by the K-Man, who, by the way, was just trying to get on the bot half of the map.
If anything, I think Syndra just needed to flash the initial taunt, because that's what really got her. She got CC chained up by the taunt into the Hecarim E.
Evelyn pathing towards her bot side, gonna cycle camps. I think Evelyn is a jungler that likes to farm for her 6, if I'm not mistaken, to get that invis, to get that ulti execute damage, and then she will probably pick a lane and look to abuse it. My suspicion is that it could be this Gangplank, but suspicion.
Looks like K-Man is going to pop the Ghost, running at Luigi Mash again on this Syndra. He knows that Syndra has no summoner spells, and Syndra's running for her life. Hits the Blast Plant. It's going to knock them away. Finds herself to safety.
Really nice Blast Plant move, but Luigi Mash being reminded that he doesn't have flash. I came in Hamlet.
And K-Man is just... He's not done yet. He's going top lane. This is the tour of ganks.
Yeah, and if he could just help Jin crash this wave here and get Gangplank a free reset, now Gangplank gets a full corrupting pot, plus lots more mana for more oranges, and kind of saves GP from this lane in a lot of ways. We saw the wave was pushing away from Jin into chicken delivery while Jin was out of mana, right? So he was either going to get frozen on or have to use his TP or both. And in that event, Evelyn could walk top and look to punish the GP. So to avoid that, the K-Man just comes top. You tackle the Aatrox, do some damage, push the wave in, and now your top gets a clean reset, and it's just so much easier for your GP. So,
Oh, and K-Man's not done yet. He finds Evelyn. He's just going to use his E, finds massive damage. He's going to Smite Steal away the Gromp, finds the solo kill onto Flare Pie. If you're Evelyn here, that feels so bad.
feels awful, Keck. Oh, man. Smites her Gromp away from her to get the level 5, and she could have maybe flashed away from Lethal there. Let's watch this again. So Evelyn has Flash, and now how do you Flash in this situation? I'm not sure if you do because Hecarim speed ups and whatnot. Like, Smite was giving him speed from Nimbus, so she probably was afraid if I don't flash over a big wall.
I think she should have just flashed. And the flash forward from the Leona for the stun is going to secure the kill, going over to Applause here. Great aggression coming from the bot lane, winning themselves that 2v2.
Yeah, and that's awful news for York again. I missed how that was set up, whether it was a hook or over-aggression from York's bot lane, but Lulu going down early, it's not the end of the world. As long as Laser King can get this wave, it's really fine. Kill goal going on a Leona as well, but that means earlier Moby boots, and I wonder if that's the route she's going.
Yeah, that's just the thing with if you look at the draft here, like you have a Hecarim with Ghost. That champion is able to gank as soon as he gets his E. But you look at Evelyn, like Evelyn, her ganks aren't going to be as efficient until she hits that level 6 mark. And here it is, like at 7 minutes, level 6 Evelyn. But at this point, like you look at your laners, like Hecarim already has a kill, bot lane's already losing 2v2, like Galio's already like winning his lane as well. You're already put in a position where you're fighting an uphill battle.
Yeah.
That's why when you like look at some drafts, you see in the competitive scene in pro play, like Fnatic when they play Evelyn jungle, they usually pick it with the Lucian mid. They usually want to pair it with the champion that can usually solo win the lane. And here we are looking at some aggression in the bot side. Lulu's going to preemptively use the polymorph to avoid any aggression from Applause's Leona.
Yeah, I think to get away with the Evelyn, you needed to either pair it with the Aatrox and feed off of that, or the Syndra, and we saw Syndra who had to blow her flash really early and got punished. Now if you can't play through your Syndra lane, you're just basically have to farm your 6, and like you said, Kek, it took her 7 minutes, and in that 7-minute time, Boosted Animals Reborn have gotten 3 kills. They're out to about a 2,500 gold lead, and they're eyeing up Drake #1 as well.
I mean, it also has to come down to like how the team plays, right? You have an Evelyn. She's not 6-6, so you have to respect that. You have to play around what your jungler's win condition is. Your jungler needs to get 6 to play the game, essentially. So you have to respect the fact that they have a jungler that doesn't need to do that.
Yep.
Just some farming here. It looks like Hecarim is going to be soloing the Mountain Dragon here. This might be the first dragon going over to Bar Esports.
And now Evelyn with her 6 is topside. They hear Draco down, so they know that they're in a 2v1 topside. Jin knows this as well if he knows that Evelyn's there, so she'll take Krugs. While she's taking Krugs, is a good time for Aatrox to try and slow push a wave into the GP. But one of the good things about GP as a weak side champion is he can look to one-shot the wave with his barrels. And if you slow stack a wave against GP, but he's hitting it with barrels, he can now ulti his wave as you dive, and you're on a really short clock.
And now let's look at bot lane. Looks like they're going to do a 4-man bot lane. Well, Garen King has to force the ultimate onto the topside to save himself from the dive. He's going to end up going down. Evelyn's going to secure herself the kill with the last caress, but on the other side of the map, they're going to 4-man dive the Lulu under tier 2 turret.
And this is some exciting cross-map play. Jin is getting dove in the top side. They did it 2v1 without a wave, by the way. So I was rambling on about what to do with the wave. They just said, F it, went in 2v1, blew him up. But meanwhile, Hecarim, once Evelyn knows that they can dive bot. And I believe Laser King and Alaros backed up, but then were killed in between the turrets. So we see a clear focus of top side versus bot side. And I just think for Boosted Animals Reborn, it's too simple to abuse that Lulu.
Lulu's just one of those champions, like, that needs to scale, gets the Ardent, get level 6. Like, she's just a really strong enchanter, but early on, she's really abusable. Another thing I wanted to point out is if you look at Hamlet's rune setup, he actually opted for the Predator. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Predator
Galio?
Galio.
I think I've seen or heard of it before, but what is the most common? Is it Aftershock or is it?
I think it might be after.
Spellbook,
I'm actually.
maybe?
I don't. Yeah, I think it's spelled. Maybe Spellbook. I actually.
Oh, I think it's Spellbook because you can Nimbus Cloak abuse for your taunt. You go Spellbook and the keystone is actually Nimbus Cloak.
I'd have to check my,
But wait.
my stats.
Keck, stop that thought. There's a bot lane rotation at top at 11 minutes here from Ezreal and Applause. And to be honest, Aatrox can 1v2 this.
Oh, it looks like there's going to be a dive from the top lane, but looks like Flare Parry is here to help him, but it's too late. K-Man's up here as well, and Flare Parry looks like he's in a bad situation. He's going to be forced on as well. K-Man still has his ultimate, but it looks like Flare Parry is just going to be dead as well. He doesn't have his ultimate to get out of that situation. Luigi Mesh and Hamlet duking it out as well in the mid lane, but it looks like it's just going to be a little bit of a small slap.
And we just see the power of Leona MF. I just ate my words like wonton soup right there. And they just blow the Aatrox up. And maybe because he doesn't have Mercs, but a lot of champs don't even have tier 2 boots at this point.
I think this is just Bar Esports playing around their strong, aggressive bot lane. Like, remember, they threw the resources in the bot lane. They ganked bot lane. They 4-man dove bot. They got them ahead. They got the dragon, the first mountain dragon. Now they rotate up topside, take Rift Heralds, and now they just play and try to mitigate down the winning top lane that they already have, right?
Yeah.
They just take their winning lane, throw it up topside, and just say, hey, that's winning topside. We're going to make it a losing topside now.
And the reason they do that is Herald. So there's one objective up. Drake is down, Herald's up. So you put your GP away from the objective. You send your bot lane to the objective.
Oh, and here's comes a teleport coming in from Galio. Polymorph is going to be used preemptively here, but Lulu's still going to be taunted. Galio's looking for some damage onto Laser King's Ashe here. Ashe is firing back, cutting as well as she can. Teleport coming down from Aatrox. Ashe is going to find that ultimate onto Hamlet. They let him try to put a bit too much from they can chew, but 5-man bot coming in from York University, but no kills are going to come through. Good disengage coming in from Bar Esports.
Yeah, and we saw a flicker of light from York University's comp, I think, when they're out in that group setting with the Aatrox leading the charge, Lulu behind them, and Ashe Arrow to kind of give him someone to get his hands on. It looked like it was coming together, but a Justice Punch off of the Aatrox chain means that Hamlet can survive.
Oh,
Wow.
and Ezreal here being a little bit greedy. His support's not with him, so, and there's an Evelyn in this game, so...
There
Yes,
is
sir.
an
Remember.
Evelyn, and that's kind of the surprise factor I was talking about. I'm not sure if that was off stream or on stream, but Evelyn is just anybody can forget for a half second. Ezreal, he's not even that far up, but he's within Syndra stun range. Okay, so that's his mistake, you could say, and just goes down.
I think the mistake is just being an 80 carry existing in the same game as an Ezreal. I mean, as an Evelyn.
Yep, outplayed.
Oh, and Galio's going to find Flare Pie here. He's going to pop the taunt. Not going to find Flare Pie. Flare Pie's going to have to use the last grass to get out of there. And it looks like Aatrox is going to pop the World Ender, chasing down Galio. Galio's going to try to use the Justice Punch to get out, but he's caught in the Aatrox W. Going to get pulled back anyways, and Flare Pie getting himself his third kill of the game. Aatrox finding a knock-up onto Applause's Leona here, trying to stop her from escaping, but it looks like they're not going to pursue too much further. Aatrox finds another knock-up onto Hecarim, and Hecarim is going deep in. Lulu Ultimate finds... It's going to give HP back to Hecarim here. Luigi Mask is going to get chased down by Misfortune and Leona here, but Gangplank Teleport coming down. He's looking for some Garo combos, but he's not going to find any damage. He's running for his life. He's getting slowed constantly by Ashe here, but he's going to have to be forced to flash out. Aatrox looking for some damage as well. Another kill going over to Ashe here. And this might be a dragon going over to York University. Some light going over to this team.
Yeah, Chicken Delivery is like a fullback here. His team just stays behind him, and he just runs whoever down. And I think if this Aatrox can curve into the game, can scale, can even get ahead, can maybe pop off and lead to some objectives for York University in the event that they are grouped and don't get insta-gibbed. And great job by Chicken Delivery. Did a ton that fight. That's who my eyes were on most of the time. But Laser King also showing up here, and we got a game on our hands. As the gold lead pretty big, but Drake's our 1-1.
I think what you said about the whole surprise factor with the Evelyn pick, it actually is playing quite a bit of an impact in this game because it is catching Bar Esports like off their tempo here.
Yeah.
That first First, Bar Esports opted for the Galio teleport in that bot lane with that 2v4 kind of fight. Okay, let's look at this first. Galio taunt onto the onto Luigi Mash, and it's going to be another kill. Good execution from K-Man and Hamlet here to capitalize on Luigi Mash again. Flashless Syndra.
Yeah, and we saw a decent attempt from Luigi Mash to burst the K-Man as he was under turret, but just not enough damage there. And really nice layering of abilities. You have GP ulti is slow, which allows Galio to get in range of a taunt, which allows Hecarim to get behind the Syndra with his devastating charge. And what do you know, the Syndra will go down.
Yeah, and back what I was saying, like, that whole, like, course of events. Oh, but there's more actions. Leona's going to Zenith Blade in, causing Galio to ult down as well. He's looking for a Justice Punch onto and a taunt into Lulu. That's going to be a kill going over to Hamlet's Galio here. And let's look at this. Going to be another turret going over to Bar Esports. But Evelyn's roaming down from the bottom side jungle.
And
She's
Syndra.
looking for some fights. But it looks like they're just going to take this turret for themselves.
Syndra's on her way as well. This could be a 3v3, and Laser King could be baiting a bit.
But it looks like they're just going to back off.
Yeah, not quite. So this is kind of what we picture when we see Galio, MF, Leona as the bot side. It's really easy to execute combo. As soon as Leona takes her Zenith Blade onto the enemy champion, you as Galio can ulti knowing that she's going to CC them for 3.5 hours. And so they'll still be there when your Galio lands. And it's just too easy of a chain CC. Lulu going down for the 3rd time. But Lulu dying still doesn't matter that much to me, and Ashe might not mind that that turret just went down, you know what I'm saying? As long as Ashe is farming, which she is, it's okay. It's okay.
I feel like hours is an understatement.
An understatement. Yeah,
So-
if you don't have Merc Treads and Leona gets on top of you, you don't get to play.
But I wanted to touch on, like, because like we kept getting interrupted by all these these fights going on. But what we saw earlier when York University were coming back in this game, getting some kills left and right, where like Bar Esports were just getting caught off rhythm. They were getting caught off their back timers, getting caught because of first it really started off with that Galio teleport bot lane when they were trying to help GGP in that fight. But then when that happened, that kind of committed a lot of their resources, their players, towards that bot side. Leona, 3 people were bot side, while MF was mid alone. That enabled Evelyn and Syndra to get that free pick on her solo. And so, once she was picked off, Bar then proceeded to take a uneven fight, which they also lost. And that just went over like 2 or 3 more free kills going over to York University. And so,
like, sorry, go ahead.
and so from there, that was just like a domino effect. 1 kill into the next kill into the next kill. So what we really need to see here from York University, if they are able to diagnose and analyze what they were able to succeed in, is they really need to separate Bar Esports here. They need to play these picks. They need to get these priority targets and just catch them off guard so that they take these uneven fights and they get impatient. And here, unfortunately, Chicken Delivery is just a little bit out of position here. Ultimate coming in from the Hecarim, and he's going to be on a killing spree. That's kind of not what you want right now. You really do want this Evelyn to be the one catching people out right now. You see MF is mid alone, and you know that you just saw 3 people topside. Maybe Evelyn can go for MF right now, but this might be a little bit too late on the play.
Yeah, and there was just no protection of that blue side quadrant, so Boosted Animals Reborn were able to freely use those routes there and not run into an Evelyn, not run into a Syndra at all, and get behind the Aatrox. So if Aatrox knows he doesn't have any teammates in that quadrant, maybe he shouldn't be up so far. It's hard to say. Or it's easier to say in hindsight, I should say. But good punish from Boosted Animals Reborn, and with that Aatrox kill, they will go ahead and drop Herald, take mid, rotate around the map, now taking control of this red quadrant right before Drake comes up. This is something we see Boosted Animals Reborn do over and over again, and this is why they're so successful. They take control and set up Drake's properly.
Great preemptive TP coming in from Galio here. He wants to be applying pressure towards that Cloud Dragon so that they know that they can get that guaranteed.
And once this Drake goes down, it's just GP. Let's see where he goes. I was going to say he could go bot and be away from the objective. It's just, yeah, they can play around the Baron now. They can look to combo. They can look to gank with Hecarim. And they can look to team fight. They just don't want to play into the Evelyn, so they need to be extra tighty on their counting heads. And they don't want to play into this Ash Lulu Aatrox sort of team fight bulldoze comp because Aatrox a reset champion. He's kind of like a reset frontliner bruiser carry champion. And I think with Lulu and Ash as sort of supportive units for him, he can kind of go crazy.
Right. And looks like they're just going to keep catching waves for now. Gangplank is in the top lane. They're sending MF bot lane to catch the bot lane wave as well. Only objective right now on the map is just Baron.
Right, and since it's only 21 and hard to start or stop the Baron for either team, this could be a lull state for a few minutes where York will handshake to not contest the map at all. Well, we'll see. Yeah, they might handshake to not contest the map and just catch waves, and all that means is giving up control, but as long as Boosted Animals Reborn don't Baron, then they're probably fine with that. And now we see the choking out begin. It's support and jungle duo. They go in with the sweeper together, and they just take control of this jungle quadrant. So now it's 21-40, and you're being choked out. That is really early in a game to not be able to walk in your own jungle. And by the way, there's no rush for Boosted Animals Reborn to take Baron. They can do this until the next Drake is up, set up Drake properly, and then rinse and repeat. So I just think...
And look at this. Syndra just, like you said earlier, they had no business walking in their own jungle, and here she is in her jungle. Yeah. But is it really her jungle at this point?
No, it's not. She shouldn't be going in there, and they're really running out of options, and when you get choked out properly, it feels really awful because it's like, what do I do? All you can do is take the long route away from your jungle and walk the long way from lane to lane and get the minions you can. You can no longer farm your jungle. You can no longer take the fast way and get every minion. You getting choked out, and now we see a free Baron start. And I think York is just optionless.
And this is just really good from Bar Esports here. They saw that they got the pick onto the Syndra. They know they can just go for the... Oh, that was actually a pretty close Ashe ultimate.
That was pretty close.
400 HP. If that was a Jinx ult, that could have actually been an ult secure, actually, right there. Okay, and we see Aatrox here, Chicken Delivery, looking for some aggression onto Gin's Gangplank here. Gin is just trying to farm. And Chicken Delivery is going to pop the World Ender. Gin is going to have to flash to dodge the aggression, dodge the third Q from Aatrox. Aatrox is going to have to run away here.
And I respect that. Aatrox has to do something to make this game winnable, and getting Gangplank's flash is actually probably the best thing he could do there in that situation. So that was a good play. And look at the triple mercs, by the way, for top side of BAR. When you have Ashe, Syndra, and Evelynn, merc treads are just really broken. And they get so much value on these members. It's going to be hard to layer your abilities and win fights.
I mean, Gangplank just has to eat some vitamin C and he's good.
Yeah.
He just, you know, pops an orange and he's... And that arrows just doesn't mean anything to him anymore.
Right.
Okay, it looks like there might be some aggression. Oh, great Aatrox Q to cancel the Justice Punch. He's going to pop his taunt here just to get some damage back. Some actions going on between the top laner and the bot laner. I mean, the mid laner.
Yeah, if you interrupt Justice Punch like that, it's kind of an all-in angle, except it maybe would have looked ugly if he actually took it.
All right, K-Man's looking for some aggression here, popping his dash. Rampaging charge.
And now we see the map being split. Gangplank's in the mid lane. There's no one top, so they're 4-1 right now. 1 mid, 3 bot with the Leona hovering here in the jungle.
It is really hard to play 1-3-1 against an Evelynn because you can't really see her coming.
Yeah.
So I do respect Bar Esports just going for the 4-1 split. They are just being a bit more respectful here.
Yeah, if they have one champion in 2 different lanes, that gives Evelynn 2 choices of lane to try and assassinate somebody, which would, at the end of the day, slow the Baron push down. So I see what you're saying there. And they can always just fall back, get this 3rd Drake.
And it looks like that's what they're doing. Hecarim is going to be on that dragon. He's going to be soloing it while the rest of the team still uses their Baron-empowered minions to siege that bottom turret. And
I see 2 blue wards in the blue quadrant for York.
And the Gangplank has pathed up to the top lane. And he's actually whipping away at that inhib turret as we speak.
Yeah, someone needed to be there to wave clear, but the fact that, and he gets the turret. They had no one top earlier, but maybe that's because they had a wave slow pushing, and GP's like, okay, I'm going to hang him here mid for a while, but as soon as that wave gets up the turret, I'm going to go up there. They get that. Some Aatrox goes in response, so now they can get bot turret. And these rotations in the jungle quadrant of York, you can get choked out all the way to your base walls, these walls right here, because there's a point where you can't leave your base, and then good luck after that.
Oh, and Aatrox, like we said earlier with the mistake that Syndra made, this is not your jungle. And Galioton is going to find 3 into the Misfortune ult. Bullet Time is going to find a lot of damage onto Luigi Mesh and Flare Pyre. Flare Pyre forced the ultimate out of the fight. Laser King's looking for some slows. Justice Punch from Hamlet onto Aatrox. He finds a taunt onto 2, forced to use the Zonya's Hourglass, but he might just be dead here. Shutdown going over to Laser King's Ashe. And the rest of Bar Esports that are forced to retreat.
Really good job by Laser King to know that they just used so much that when Laser King pulls up here, he can go aggressive. They're on cooldowns. Galio looks for the Justice Punch on Aatrox, but unfortunately means that he just dies. He's no longer with his team. And a great punish for the Ashe here. Laser King 2-0-0, and he's down a bit of farm, but the fact that he is deathless and has 2 items, he's a legitimate force in this game. He's going to have to do a lot of work to win the game, but just getting him back in it would be great for him for now.
And honestly, Bar Esports, they can just play like slow. They can just play for the next dragon. Once they get that Cloud Soul, they'll be so fast when they pop their ultimates because, like, think about it. Galio ultimate on top of Hecarim ultimate on top of Gangplank ultimate.
Yeah.
Those are all really strong ultimates that can really benefit off the CDR, benefit off the bonus movement speed you get from popping the ultimate. Those are really strong bonuses that you really get. Hecarim especially because you get bonus attack damage with your bonus movement speed.
And now we see Evelyn is bot with her Aatrox. This could be them setting up to ambush the GP, who they know is going to go play away from Baron.
And looks like Evelyn's just going to run back mid. And look at the way that Bar Esports are just controlling the vision in the jungle here. Like, both Hecarim and Leon are just walking around as a duo, sweeping every inch of the corner of the jungles and just denying vision wherever they can.
And that's, to me, what makes it so difficult to play against this team is their vision control is crazy as soon as they get a lead. Because, Keck, remember, this all started at like 21 minutes. They were up in there getting control. It's been 7 minutes where you're not getting your jungle camps. You're not getting every minion in every wave. You're getting picked here and there, and that's how you can balloon a goal lead past 10K and get free Baron starts where they don't even know you're on it. For all they know, you could be in a bush cheesing right now. They need to worry about every brush, every corner, every turn. Meanwhile, once they blue ward, it's too late. They can't do anything. You get Baron absolutely for free. And I think Evelyn could have spent her time better trying to maybe just kill GP as a trade to relieve some pressure and give them an opening to make some of BAR's members recall and deal with them. But instead, they just get free Baron set up, so they take it. Why not?
Right. And so right now, Bar Esports are just looking for a way to execute on an opportunity to end the game now. Because they're 12K gold ahead. They're just looking for opportunities where they can find picks, find an engage that can just really win them the team fight. And look at this. Aatrox is finding a pick onto Leona. And the Aatrox W is going to force Leona to come back, even though she blast planted over the wall. Galio Ultimate's coming down, trying to saving his support, but it's too late. Hecarim Ultimate's coming through, looking for some damage, and the Misfortune Bullet Time is going to do massive damage onto the Syndra. Aatrox is going to be picked up by the Gangplank here, and the Misfortune double up is going to find a pick onto Lulu. Hecarim was looking for his role counterpart, and Flare Pyre is just going to be running for his life.
I respect the attempt from New York University. You have to do something at some point, and when you interrupt the blast plant on Leona, I think that's the right time to strike. They tried to follow it up, but at the end of the day, the gold lead is just too high. We saw MF ulti. Everything is great here for York. When Leona gets yanked from the plant. That is all signals go. Now you get Galio too. He should be the focus. But watch MF all over the top. Chips everybody. And Aatrox gets an angle. GP all over the top. And MF all over the top here. Just so much AoE damage in that choke point. And Hecarim was able to dive in, clean up. And before you know it, the Nexus falls. It's 2-0. Boosted Animals Reborn advances to a 6-1 record. Solidifying their second spot, and if Miami didn't lose to Cleveland State, then it's going to be Miami 1 and Boosted Animals Reborn 2, because York did not win that game. If Kent wins, and that's the game we're getting ready to watch, York will now be 4. And if that's the case, York will have to play against not Bar, Miami in round 1, and it will be Bar and Kent State. So we might be able to see Bar go a game and then Kent State go a game, and then that's who they would match up against each other. So if you're looking at the standings here, it's, 1 goes against 4, 2 goes against 3. Simple as that. Only 4 teams can make it in. Cleveland State Esports off stream battling to stay alive in this league. They need to upset the undefeated number 1 seed to even make that happen. But let's talk about the game we just saw. What do you think about Boosted Animals Reborn? I know you have collegiate, you have amateur experience, you have competitive experience. What do you think about their execution and vision control?
Well, I think when they play the mid-game, late-game, when they have that control of the enemy quadrant, jungle support roaming together with the sweepers, clearing out the vision, I love that. I love seeing how well they control that vision, how well they squeeze control of that jungle and just choke out the enemy vision. They really do make the enemy team feel like they're walking in blinds, forcing this. Like we saw earlier in that game, we saw the Syndra walking into the jungle blinds, easy pick off. Same thing happened with Aatrox. He walked into the jungle. They also got picked off again as well. Yeah. And that just comes down to great execution coming from their Bar Esports here with that strong vision control. I really do enjoy it. I really did like seeing that from that team.
Yeah, and they do it almost every time. If you give them one bit of an advantage, they understand how to take that small lead like you talked about before. League is about building on your small leads. They kind of accumulate and they get out of control. That's why we use the term snowball. You give these guys one situation that they win, 1 2v2 in the bot lane, 1 2v2 in the top lane. They understand how to use these advantages, and they eventually attack your jungle so where you can't walk into it, and then you can't really play the game. You need to be scrappier. You need to have a better comp early to deal with the fact that they're going to be walking into your jungle at 21 minutes and trying to take over the game. I also think there are some draft issues maybe for York University. I don't think they had the tools to deal with this bot lane dive comp. What do you think?
Well, I think it was the way they picked the Lulu. The Lulu is kind of a champion that's mitigates aggression. Kind of tries her best to mitigate aggression. She has the shield, she has the polymorph, once she gets 6 minutes, she has the growth. I forgot the exact name of the ability, but she has the ultimate that makes you big, gets you a lot of HP, knock up. It's really a powerful disengage tool, right? Yeah. And so I think they had the best. They had some tools they needed, but when it came down to it, it's a Galio, it's a Hecarim, it's a Leona. They had so many tanky engaged champions that really just come and just dive you, right?
Yeah. They use each other to get on you. They pile on one after another. He goes in, all right, I'm going in, all right, I'm going in. One of us is going to get on your carry, on your Lulu, on your Ashe, and it was overwhelming for them.
I think what really just comes down to is warding ahead of time and just being ready for that play in advance, because I think the best thing you can do there is running all the way back down, running back to your tier 2, because that's the safest place you can be. You run all the way back there, they can't dive you. They just give up your tier 1 tower. Or you pick a champion in the jungle that can match that aggression. You pick globals as well. You try to match that four-man bot lane as well. Where you go for Shen top. If they go Galio mid, go Shen top or TF mid. Something like that to match that aggression, right?
You know a pick I think that can help teams like York get over this hump of I can't pick a jungler to get in the game with. I think Rek'Sai is a pick that you can take into someone like Hecarim. Hecarim's not the strongest earlier, but it's stronger than Evelynn. But if you were to instead pick Rek'Sai Syndra, now the enemy team can't just itemize MR and get mercs because they have to deal with Rek'Sai. And Rek'Sai can legitimately one-shot Hecarim in the early game. And now you can play around the fact that your Rek'Sai is the strongest champ in the early game.
Not to mention Rek'Sai can gank mid from literally anywhere.
Anywhere. So now you have more options. The Evelynn last pick limited your options in the jungle, whereas a Rek'Sai would have given you more options. I think Zac is like the tank version of Rek'Sai. And if you play a lot of Zac, okay, play Rek'Sai now. Play to your Syndra and counter gank the Hecarim, or find the Hecarim and go for a kill on him. Your Aatrox was pushing in GP, you know what I'm saying? So I think Rek'Sai is a really reliable early game champion that can kind of get maybe younger teams into more games, and that's where my issues start with York. If they want to step up to teams like Boosted Animals Reborn, you need to be proactive on the map, winning your 2v2 situations early. And after that, we are going to Holy Boxers, our amazing host, to give us a breakdown with an interview.
Thank you, Diddy and Keck. Great casting as always. We are going to be bringing in the K-Man. So from Bar Esports. So let's get into that. Are you there?
Oh, sorry. Yes, I am. Oh, sorry. What's going on?
That's okay. Thank you for joining us. Congratulations. You guys are officially in playoffs. How does that feel?
Feels pretty good. Every weekend it's like, I don't know. I haven't played amateur in a while, and it feels good to be back. And yeah, feels really good.
Now, I wanted to talk quickly about Game 1. You had great jungle tracking of the Zac. It never seemed like you were behind at all. You had great combos with the Jhin, Renekton top. What were the comms like? Was it all just about communication? How did you specifically, take on that jungle lead?
I think the biggest thing for me is vision control. I think that's one thing that can set aside like teams rather than just like large skill disparity, because like you said, with jungle tracking, like we always knew where Zac was. If I needed to make a play somewhere, I was just always saying, hey, like make sure we have prio here, make sure we have prio here. And as Kindred into Zac, like we saw them pick 2 tanks, and we we're like, all right, well, I can just go Blood Razor Bork and just completely shred them. So we were comfortable taking any 2v2, any 3v3. Like as long as we weren't down in numbers, we'd pretty much win any fight. Plus Kindred Zillion, pretty insane combo, as well as Galio support coming in as well. So just playing around jungle, I think in a competitive scene, I think playing jungle as well just allows you to push advantages where you see fit, rather than where it's like solo queue, you just kind of have to play around your laners. In competitive, your laners can kind of play around you, which I think is really nice. And I think our comms were just super, super good the entire time. If we're making a play bot side, like top nose, mid nose, not to like be too aggressive and get ganked. And then vice versa, if we're making a play top, then bot is, playing safe. So it was really good comms and really good teamwork from everyone.
Yeah, it showed, definitely. I honestly thought this game was going to be a little bit closer. I knew that you guys kind of had a little bit of an advantage. Did you guys prepare for this game specifically to play against York, or did you just come out swinging with your, pick ban and kind of adjust from there?
I think we kind of came into it with this idea of like, all right, York, they have talent. Like we need to respect them. But going into draft, it seemed like they might have been like they seemed a little lost in draft. And they didn't really seem to have a clear game plan with either of their games, like with the picks that they had. And whereas, so we kind of played this adaptive style where we just wanted to make sure that their jungler wasn't on set, and that we either first picked Renekton away from their top, because he's shown a lot of good play on it, and as well as ban it on red side. So going into draft, it was just mindset of let's pick just strong team comps. I think it is really funny because Applause gets 5 banned in the support role, and like, yeah, it's like I don't know. I not only her, but our entire team kind of have like champ oceans, at least from what I've seen. So it does make it really hard to ban us out. So in terms of like banning people out, I don't know if that's really possible. So it kind of seems like you should look to, like they should have just looked to ban something that was going to be strong against the composition they have,
Right.
you know, rather than trying to ban out specific players on our team. Because again, let's say you put Applause on a not as comfortable champ, even though she's plenty comfortable in the Galio. You still have me on one of my signature champs. You have Mid on one of his signature champs. AD on one of it. Like I don't know. Everybody is like still. All the other roles are getting some of their signature champs. Which even if like I know support's a really broken role, and you know it helps out a lot, especially in competitive. But there's a lot of support champs, and Applause is a great player, so she can play pretty much everything.
And she killed it again on the Galio. I don't know if every week, every time I see her play it, I'm just like, ugh, she's going to pop off. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations. Honestly, great gameplay from you, as well as your Hecarim actually in Game 2. I thought it was nice aggressive play, and I thought you did a great job. Congrats on getting into playoffs. And just so you know, I don't know if you guys have talked about this, but if Miami happens to lose against Cleveland State, you guys will be tied for first, and you guys have to play a tiebreaker. So prepare for that just in case. It's spicy.
Okay. Yo, that is spicy. Yo, I'm excited.
All right. Well, again, congratulations, and we'll see you in playoffs.
All right. Thank you very much.
All right, there you have it, you guys. Bar comes out on top. They are officially in playoffs. I think we maybe already knew that, but this is officially the spot. And we will update you when the off-stream game is done. And until then, and until our next match, we're going to take a little bit of a break. So we'll see you guys when we come back. And that will be, who's that going to be? Kent State versus St. Ed's.
All right, so yeah, both junglers starting on the bot side of the map here.
Curious to see if Sejuani will 3-camp. Okay, Sej passing up Raptors and Krugs, right? So just red to the top half of the map. Jarvan, they're probably going to have identical clears. They're probably going to do both buff and ground, get their level 3s, and then maybe meet for that top crab action. I think you'd rather have Mordekaiser in your corner than Vladimir
at this point, yeah.
So, you know
but if we see response from the mid laners as well, you know, Kassadin can't do much at this point in the game. So if the response on the scuttle comes from mid, then we're looking at a great point on CSU.
I actually overlooked that because I always think so much about the top lane matchup. I forgot that you could just as easily have a Kiana come through. As we see both junglers finishing up their third camps.
Yep, so exactly like you called it, they're both heading in towards the river now.
Vladimir with a nice HP advantage over the Mordekaiser. Both junglers should know. Oh, Jarvan crossed Sejuani's path. Doesn't see her, so Kalissus probably a bit thrown off. Flash for flash, W tags, but that's about it. Jarvan crossed Sejuani's path going into her jungle as she went gang. Which is pretty funny there. So now,
yeah. So the flash is there. Good flash for both. Honestly, neural network flashing. If the Mordekaiser wasn't prepped for that, he would have gotten the setup and probably the kill.
Yep.
TP back into top lane from the Mordekaiser here as well.
Yeah, and you see the scuttle here, point of contention from both teams. Sejuani stacking that passive up on both J-Point and the Crab. Here's Kiana with a nice trade onto Casson. You see that magic shield doesn't help him much. Neural network able to get the crab, but flashless, remember. Will W and walk away, born in ready to.
So I don't think anything's going to transpire there because they did have vision of Kiana in that river rush, so both teams just back off of that.
So Cleveland State, I guess, winning that situation, right? Sejuani looking to double crab Jarvan. That's actually the most important thing here, right? Sejuani's on bot scuttle, uncontested. And I think this is because of the Ashe Lulu lane, alright? So we've seen a few iterations of this Ashe and Morgana down in the bot lane. The Ashe Lulu winning out the 2v2, at least in terms of push. Letting Neural double crab, and now Neural on Gromp while Jarvan is on Wolves, right? So this is kind of a pretty crazy situation here in jungle. And Neural gets the Gromp and leaves, Jarvan recalls, and Sedge with a camp lead after that.
Yeah, good position for Sejuani to be in here. Now she has on her 4 camps up in her jungle, as well as taking the one from him, so she will continue to get a little bit of a lead off of this, especially if she takes her jungle. I'm thinking maybe she can make a play on him his jungle. So Sejuani's a little weird for me because I played her before, and a lot of times, like, you can have surprising early game presence in a 1v1, but at the same time, Jarvan, extremely strong early with the proc from his auto. So, like, what do you think? Could they have a tussle in the jungle where Sejuani comes up on top?
If they're both full HP and it's even, no. Jarvan wins because of Conquer.
Yeah.
And you can also look at the color Smite they got. Jarvan has
So
red,
Smite,
Sedge has blue. So Jarvan actually wins that. If Sedge gets tabbies early and maybe the Sinner Hulk thing, it might be a different story, but no. Jarvan wins the 1v1. Sejuani just set up for teammates.
So Sejuani looking like she's going to start Dragon here solo. I see bot lane backing, and she thinks, okay, this is a good time to take this.
I love this because we are bird's eye view with full information and it looks fine. So great job, but we don't know what information they have. It could be a risky start, paying off well for them, or Neuro could have all the information he needs to go ahead and grab that. So either way, I do like it for Cleveland State. Go ahead and get in that Infernal next Drake up. Ocean, which means it's going to be a Cloud or Mountain Soul. Cloud Soul would be pretty insane for, looking at Cleveland State, probably both teams. No, Cloud Soul in favor of Cleveland State, I think. So that might be what they're looking for. But Mountain's a better Soul. I say that because Vladimir ulti, it gives you ulti cooldown and also move speed upon casting an ult. And Cleveland State's comp is just an ulti-focused comp, right? They want to layer their Vladimir and Kiana ults together, and everybody press R together.
And Sejuani. Like, they really do. They have the wombo. They want to set up a press gauge on the Sejuani and the Ashe, followed up by the Kiana and Vladimir.
They're a lot more of the press R comp than St. Edward's. St. Edward's comp is can Jhin Morgana chain CCU? If not, can Kessin win us the game? Something like that.
So something I've never actually seen until right now, and didn't notice it until this point, is the call for the first item on Vladimir.
Yeah.
Strange here for me. What's the reasoning behind that? Have you seen that before?
Call has been rising in popularity. I will often cheat or recall top and buy one, so you'll see me with a call in like half my games. Shysep's starting call is kind of crazy, but Vladimir champion that I don't really look for early advantages in lane, and you kind of just heal it up and chill. So of all champions, I think Vladimir is pretty appropriate for the call start, I guess. And Melissa likes to, Shysep likes to stack.
Yeah, so like I
items,
thought,
strategize.
Capitai saying Sedge dogs Jhin forward early. I think
okay.
that Sedge
He's a jungle.
has that. She'll surprise you with what she can do early with her passive as well as her. If I'm not mistaken, she has a surprising amount of damage as well as CC.
As we see, neural network casing driving up. So I will happily be admittedly wrong if that's the case, but my argument is that if you put those two in a ring and they fought to the death, full HP, Jarvan would win the red Smite and Conquer. I think that's the case. Whether or not their jungle interactions would favor Sejuani, that I would trust. Yeah, sure. And I trust Capitai. I was saying earlier, micro interactions, you give it to Sedge, but she can interrupt Jarvan, and it's just kind of a better version. So I think that's up for debate. If I'm wrong about that, then that's okay with me. But
So unfortunately, they lined up in the wrong order here for the bot lane. So I was a little confused for a second there when I was glancing at the CS, but we do see only small CS leads in lanes, as well as an 67 to 67 up in the top lane. So gold is pretty close now. We see CSU up by, well, now they're even. So pretty close game so far. I like to see that. We do see the Infernal Drake over for Cleveland State. Ocean Drake coming up in 1 minute and 40, so I'm assuming Sejuani is going to be looking for that. Right now, she's looking at the Herald. J4 close by and Kiana in base, so need to worry about that. Well, actually, Vladimir is in lane, Cassidy is lane, and the other two are coming up. So it would be even if people had to respond, but I don't even think they know that she's on it.
you hate to see that Sir Pop attack going ahead and holding the wave for Mordekaiser so that Shysep doesn't get a clean crash and bounce, right? So Shysep probably going to be forced to TP up to that. Otherwise, Mordekaiser could possibly hold it for a freeze and deny some XP, but she might have other plans with that TP. But we see Sejuani, while Jarvan busy holding that wave, which is pretty high IQ play. Sejuani taking Herald, so neutral objective, going over Cleveland State, and gold even. It's just, this might actually be a Cassian Vladimir game. I hate to say that because it minimizes these two elements, but it really.
But sometimes that
it comes with campaigns like this, they warp the entire game, the entire draft, and having Tiamat though could change the state of the game, right? If that means that Cassian can no longer wait for it to answer you, Tiana can see herself entering this mid game uncontested and look for to build off the neutrals that Clean State's already got.
Yeah, I would like to see that. Ocean's Breaking 10, you see Sejuani posturing bot, maybe going to catch one. Not out here. I mean, I'm not going to pick anything up, I would assume, but.
So we see an all-in here. I think Vladimir wins this out once that. Oh, that was so close. Wait. She might go down to Callistus here if he flashes for this last one.
Oh.
She flashes and he responds.
Actually, a great flash from the Mordekaiser. It almost looked like the Q was... the split second that the Q was coming down, he got the flash off, and what a play.
Yeah, you can do that.
Yeah, that wasn't... it looked more impressive than it probably was.
Oh, it was impressive.
That was a flashy play there by the Mordekaiser, and a great kill on Vladimir.
That was a flash, follow flash. So he, while queuing her, knows, okay, there's like an 80-90% chance she flashes this because it's lethal, so I'm ready to hit my F key in case she does, and you have to do it before the animation ends, and that's, there's a really small no there. Callistus able to get that solo kill, so yeah, really, really well played by Callistus. So as neutrals are falling in favor of Cleveland State, Callistus going ahead and taking that kill lead, first blood for his team, putting them on the scoreboard.
So during that conversation, I didn't even notice, but Cleveland State did pick up the Ocean Drake there, and now they're kind of just posturing around bot, maybe looking for something, potentially a 4-man dive, but with Jarvan there, maybe it's not worth risking, so it looks like they're just going to back off.
Yeah, we see it's a Cloud Soul, right, and this is Cleveland State favored in my opinion, and that could be up for debate, but I'm pretty sure Cloud Soul would be insane on this comp, so definitely something they'll be looking at the very least. And we see Herald coming up in a few minutes as Shysep getting down and dirty despite that one death. I will give props to Shysep. Will never just back down when she thinks you're slightly ahead. She will always try to inch her way back into the matchup, and that's something I really respect out of her as a solo laner. To not just cower in fear and keep giving small damage. She will look for your mistake to get her back into the game.
Yeah, we do see she's down in kill, but up a little bit of CS. And the main thing is that she's the Vladimir and he's the Ward. She's going to scale better into the late game. So that one kill is going to make it for her lane, let alone the top lane, matchup going into it.
You know what's pretty crazy? Cole is almost like a kill. Yeah, not first blood, but it's like a kill. So just farming that call out kind of evens that out. We see she dodges that hook, right? This could be a nice trade window for the Vladimir. She wants to phase rush up to him and take that empowered Q. Doesn't mean a whole lot, I'm sure, but...
Yeah, so just putting a little bit of damage down and then worrying about the CS. She had a big wave coming in the tower. It's better to get that CS than to chase him down to try and look for more damage.
As we see Herald coming out mid, giving Morna in and Neuro some play gold, as we see a 900 gold lead for Cleveland State, so still really tight and even. Man, this Cassidy, replace Cassidy with any champ. Now that we've seen the Cassidy Tiana lane play out, Tiana did not really use the Cassidy lane phase. He's working on his getting a throw. His tier's already stacking. His farm is actually highest in the game behind Okisaki a few, so Cassidy is cooking and curving into this game. It's going to be a force to be reckoned with. They'll have to be polymorph or hit with Sedge's glacial bola move. to stop him in his tracks.
Glacial Bola. We don't. What's that one called? Don't know either. But definitely can make. Oh, and a stun landing by the Morgana onto Okasaki here.
What's cool about this game 3 is how poised both teams are, how patient they're playing, and how like things have kind of calmed down over the series.
Yeah, they know what stakes are on the line right now, and they're trying to tighten up their game a little bit and make sure they're giving away as little as they can. And you know, so no teams taking any huge risks here. Everybody playing pretty safe.
But I will say, I think it's Sayned's on the back foot. Oh, we see the Eternal Death Realm coming out of Callistus here as he will engage on the Vladimir, who I think can maybe heal this out and just wins it now. So, turning, wait a second.
Oh, very close there.
To be in a frag actually for both champions in the top lane. We see Sejuani coming up. I think Callistus needs to book, or he will go down. He might go down anyway. Here comes the Glacial Bola. Will hit the Callistus. Great pickup from Neural Network, evening the kill scoreboard, and no Callistus on, no TP on Callistus means he will miss minions. Give Vladimir a really nice reset.
I don't know. Do they, you know, does Vlad want to back here and get the back off, or does she want to take tower?
It's a good question. I personally would well, is it first tower of the game? Oh yeah, you get that first tower gold for your team. Give boys some money there, and
Yeah,
solo gold as well for her actually. As we see St. Edward's starting Drake and Neural Network. Oh, Born to Int will go in over the wall. Here comes the Kiana ulti. Dark Akemi is free. Arrow hits Turtle. He will cleanse. The target is now J4. He EQs out, and this will be third Drake over to Cleveland State.
Wow, what a response from Cleveland State. Born to Int saying, like, I'm not letting this dragon go. I don't care where my team is. I know they're on their way. I'm going in alone.
Yeah.
Being a great play by him, he picks up the kill with a huge ult, and they get the dragon, and that's really a great play for Cleveland State.
Was that not so unexpected from the Kiana Born to Int there to just go over the wall like balls deep, just ham mode, full send, and get that Drake? But that's exactly what you do as Kiana. You draft that champion because of her control over Drake Pit in the early to mid game, and her potential to solo win teamfights in the late game. That's what you get.
Yes, and that was great. And then we saw Bot obviously on their way, sending the arrow, getting a stun, and they pick up another kill off of that. So 2 kills going over to Sejuani.
Yeah.
Or no, so it was a 1 kill in Dragon Pit. Sejuani picked up the first kill on Work at the top. So
they got
my mistake there. But oh yeah, they got out with it. So good play from them. Cleanse is down now. Maybe they're looking to make a play bot while he doesn't have the cleanse. I don't know what's a shorter cooldown. I'm assuming Ash's ult is much shorter. So
it'll be shorter, but not much shorter. Cleanse is probably like 200 seconds, or maybe.
At this point in the game, Ash's is probably about the same.
Ash is probably 2 minutes, and maybe Cleanse is closer to 3. Many of the opponents want to call me out on that one. Find me on Twitter, we leave it out. But, okay, so lane swap here from Cleveland State. They put Vladimir in the bot lane. They put their duo lane up top. This way, you have 3 members on the Herald side, and Cleveland State has effectively gone Drake, Herald, Drake, Herald, Drake. No, that's wrong. They've gotten to every Drake and Herald so far, so really nice objective control from Cleveland State. And this is what you see from a lot of Cassidon teams. They will just give
up stuff.
Stuff.
But like, you know, this is kind of what we saw in the first series of the day, where, sorry, excuse me, I can't.
It's hard to think of
brain farting the teams again when we're thinking about
York and
where York
Oklahoma.
completely dominated in the macro play for their matches, and now we see Cleveland State. Yeah, they're up 3 towers, they're up 3 dragons. Yeah, it's only 2-1, but up 4K gold, and it's looking really good for them because they're, you know, yeah, the Cassidon is going to scale, but their comp scales as well.
Yeah, this is not in the plan. This is not in the playbook for St. Edward's. No way do you draft these champs and say, we're going to give first 3 Drakes and first 2 Heralds because we have Cassidon. That's not an excuse to give these neutrals. I got to give credit to Cleveland State for their macro and just focus on neutrals as we have a pause here. And look at the farm gap in jungle, I got to say.
Yeah,
That's
quite a bit
huge.
of a gap. 30 CS, 2-0 on the Sejuani. Unfortunately, we have chat hidden, so I don't know for the reason, like what reason we have the pause here. So we'll just wait patiently hope that it's nothing serious and that we'll get back into this game shortly.
Ooh, hoo, hoo, when this Drake spawns. 2 minutes and 19 seconds until it goes crazy in here.
Yeah, so they're probably saying in-game chat what the issue is to inform the other team. The reason for the pause, unfortunately, I can't see that, but I don't know why I'm saying that. I'm going to just click this and see the chat. Okay, so we do a DC on the side of Cleveland State, and we will just patiently wait until we do that.
We'll have to wait until that clears up, but we'll talk about who do you have winning?
So, I mean, to me, I'm thinking it looks great for Cleveland State University. I think it just looks too good for them.
Yep, I think just the neutral seats for themselves. It might be unfortunate that it's Cloud Soul here. Cloud Soul, I keep talking about how it's great for Cleveland State. It's actually known as the Soul, right? Infernal would be extremely exciting if that was the Soul point for Cleveland State. Ocean is
So both teams do say they're ready, so we're about to be pause and resume 5 seconds, and let's get back into this carnage.
All right, we're
Cleveland
already
State
back
in
into
2
it.
minutes and 19 seconds. Look at this big Drake here.
Yep, no doubt about it. We see a Spellbinder rush for the Vladimir here. First side step.
Very aggressive and confident buy there.
It's actually 2 CDR components and a Spellbinder. Oh, as we see the Death Realm coming out from Callistus, I think because of the alcove, Shysep can kind of run around in circles, but she will ulti. W's the hook, will heal a lot here, and is going for the kill. Now she follows the flash of Callistus, giving him a page out of his own book that we saw earlier.
What I have to say there is, wow, that was extremely, extremely well played by Shysep there to go into the alcove and then come back around, and it, you know, once the ult was down and she pooled the Q damage, it was looking like it was going to be in her favor. Close one there, he flashed away, she follows up with the flash for the E burst, and what a good play.
Great play, seriously. Also, she pulled his hook, right, so he can guarantee his own Q.
Yeah,
so.
and we've seen it before. Shysep, extremely good mechanics. She plays the top lane matchups very well, and a lot of times she gets banned out, and I think they banned the Vladimir previous week, so you know, maybe that was their mistake in this one.
Well, they took Cleveland State took the Vladimir first round of the draft, right? So you only had the first 3 bans to get the Vladimir, and
then you got to look back and say, like, okay, you know, realistically, what's more important to fan out, the Shysep or the Akranar? So, you know, was that Rakan pick make it or break it? Because the Vladimir pick very well could be.
You could say
same could be said for.
You could have said the same thing about the Jax game 1 though. Like, if you're banning Vlad, that means you're not banning Jax, and if you get the Jax.
Did we see the Jax? I don't remember. Did we see the Jax ban come out this draft?
Game 2 it was Jax Vladimir round 2.
And what about, did they ban Jax game 3?
Oh. No, I don't think so. Look at that damage on the turtle. He will just drop. Oh my god. I wasn't even looking, but Shysep flashed this. We'll actually go ahead and trade that. A bit of a flex here to... wait, no, this guarantees the soul. What? I can't even believe what's going on. I can't even believe what's happening.
Yeah, so we got distracted there by the draft, and we didn't really see that play coming together, but a great play by CSU.
Oh my goodness.
Shysep saying, okay, I'm going to run this down. I'm going to use everything I have. Burst the Jhin. Their whole team responds, oh no, Vladimir's caught out. We got to get him. And they all converge into mid. Well, we've got the sneaky Dragon Soul here by Cleveland State. Now we have the Herald coming down. They're going to take this. I wonder how much they're going to get out of this play here.
You see Castanen and J4 recalling. Okay, so it's 4v5 situation here. Neural will go ahead and ulti. You see that gives him move speed boost. Arrow hits Morgana here. She might just drop. She has to flash. It's Callistus and Sir Poppycock in the front line. Here, Vlad is back to take the Morgana out. It might fall. We see Lulu and Ash doing a bit of work here from the back line. That's a double kill to Shysep. She actually heals while that force shot is in the air on her way. Neural Network, a menace, a huge tank in the front line, doing his own business while Cleveland State members running low will take out this inhib, and who knows, maybe look to reset and go Baron.
Huge plays from Cleveland State there.
Oh my.
The Vladimir pick. So while we're talking about draft, we see the huge Vladimir pick resulting in the free Drake, which results in the Soul, which results in the push on bot lane with the Herald, which results into them, St. Ed's, thinking they need to engage to react to it, defend base, which then results in the TP from Shysep coming out and big plays for CSU. And now it's looking like a real struggle for St. Ed's. I don't like to say it when it's at this point in the game, but it looks like GG.
Well, Cassidy is level 14, so while I agree with everything you said, and big props to Shysep showing us how dying can be OP, and I have to agree sometimes. Like, we saw her give her life to take out Jin right in front of everybody. It was a statement to not only everyone in the game and everybody watching. I'm here on Vladimir, and my team is hitting Drake while you guys deal with me. But yeah, her dying actually didn't mean anything because she can TP up, win the fight, and get the in-hit. But the last point I was going to make, as we see Cleveland State starting Baron up, Cassidy's 14, if you give him 16, you can light auto, and you can't count that out.
Even with the things we were talking about earlier, the Vladimir,
yeah,
it's not necessarily a 16 in the win for Cassidy kind of comp.
Not necessarily, but you can't count it out. That's all I'm saying. If Lulu misplays and never polymorphs, if God just lost forms of 16, he could easily beat Ash and Lulu in like 2 seconds, and then just kind of the team. Like Cassidy at 16, it's no joke. Yeah. You see Shysep closer to 16 than anyone here today. Taking a bite out of closest here, reminding him.
You see the team kind of wrapping around J4, maybe looking like they're going to make a play here. Hopefully
yeah, Born in with a one-man ulti will almost take out Dark Chemi, but has to flash away as Morgana Wilzania's arrow goes wide. Geshik here flashing, and Melissa or Shysep will end up picking up Morgana. Ghost will go down as a trade kill, but we have it's a full disengage off of Baron and into a fight. Okisaki caught in the wrong situation here. Will go down. It's a triple to the Jarvan. Vladimir gonna pull, gonna empower Q, doing lots of damage. Actually still winning the situation for Cleveland State as Neural with his whatever that item that makes you regen health is ticking.
So we had a lot going on in that fight, and I really regret not zooming out during that because we could have seen what was going on in the backside. But it looked like Vladimir was 1v3, holding off the rest of their team from converging in on the picks that they got on the bot lane and mid, and it ends up winning it out. So hard to kill with the heals from Vladimir, and ends up picking off the Cassidy.
What happened? I think
it was a 2 for 3 there for Cleveland State or for St. Ed's.
So yeah, I'm actually not even sure the
I think they got
heads that dropped.
They got Kiana, Lulu, and Ash, and I think Cleveland State got the Cassidy and Morgana.
Okay. The trade that is not favorable for Cleveland State that happened there was we saw Kiana go in and basically die for Morgana in a way.
Mm-hmm.
Not like you die. Kiana died just to get Morgana down to 10% HP because of the stopwatch kind of tucked his play, right? So Vladimir had to go in, clean up the Morgana. Now that's your mid for the enemy support. It's actually a favorable fight, but Jarvan of all champions picking up a triple kill. You really wish you can see those kills on Cassidy as Sir Poppincock getting caught out here. The Ash arrow will go wide again. He is pretty low.
Landing on the Morg, which no longer has a stopwatch.
Might be low enough for Cleveland State to either force here or look Baron as we see big Vladimir damage coming out as she will turn the corner and drop bombs on this St. Edward's team. Neural Network advancing will smite to kill the Cassidy. There's no 16 for you anytime soon. Cleveland State with many options here. Will they go over the wall and kill this? Is Oki will.
God, the huge burst damage
on the wall. I think they can end bot if they need to, as we see Pixie shields coming on members as they will advance here. And looking at the first Nexus turret, and it's only a 2-man defense here from St. Edward's.
Yeah, I don't think
the close out here.
Go in Vladimir is too big. I mean, he's half HP, but he will regen quickly.
And Cleveland State closed the curtain on St. Edward's Esports with a couple picks and a heroic performance from Shicep on this Vladimir. Insane damage and fearlessness. At the end of the day, 2-1 series. Cleveland State is on the board 1-3 now.
Wow. That was a series.
That was
That was a great
Alright, so yeah, both junglers starting on the bot side of the map here.
Curious to see if Sejuani will 3-camp. Okay, Sej passing up Raptors and Krebs, right? So just red to the top half of the map. Jarvan, they're probably going to have identical clears. They're probably going to do both Buff, and Gromp, get their level 3s, and then maybe meet for that top crab action. I think you'd rather have Mordekaiser in your corner than Vladimir
at this point, yeah.
So, you know
but if we see response from the mid laners as well, you know, Cassidy can't do much at this point in the game. So if the response on the scuttle comes from mid, then we're looking at advantage on CSU.
I actually overlooked that because I always think so much about the top lane matchup. I forgot that you could just as easily have a Kiana come through. As we see both junglers finishing up their third camps.
Yep, so exactly like you called it, they're both heading in towards the river now.
Vladimir with a nice HP advantage over the Mordekaiser. Both jungles should know. Oh, Jarvan crossed Sejuani's path. Doesn't see her, so Callistus probably a bit thrown off. Flash for flash, W tags, but that's about it. Jarvan crossed Sejuani's path going into her jungle as she went gank. Which is pretty funny there. So now,
yeah, so the flash is there. Good flash for both, honestly. Neural network flashing. If the Mordekaiser wasn't prepped for that, he would have gotten the setup and probably the kill.
Yep.
TP back into top lane from the Mordekaiser.
Yeah, and you see the scuttle here, point of contention from both teams. Sejuani stacking that passive up on both J4 and the Crab. Here's Kiana with a nice trade onto and you see that magic shield doesn't help him much. Neural network able to get the crab, but flashless, remember. Will W and walk away, going ready to.
So I don't think anything's going to transpire there because they did have vision of Kiana in that river brush, so both teams just going to back off of that.
So Cleveland State, I guess, winning that situation, right? Sejuani looking to double crab Jarvan. That's actually the most important thing here, right? Sejuani's on bot scuttle, uncontested. And I think this is because, look, the Ashe Lulu lane, all right? So we've seen a few iterations of this Ashe and Morgana down in the bot lane. The Ashe Lulu winning out the 2v2, at least in terms of push, letting Neural double crab, and now Neural on Gromp while Jarvan is on Wolves, right? So this is kind of a pretty crazy situation here in jungle. And Neural gets the Gromp and leaves. Jarvan recalls. And Sedge with a camp lead after that.
Yeah, good position for Sejuani to be in here now. She has all her 4 camps up in her jungle, as well as taking the one from him, so she will continue to get a little bit of a lead out of this, especially if she takes her jungle. I'm thinking maybe she can make a play on her jungle. So Sejuani's a little weird because I've played her before, and a lot of times, like, you can have surprising early game presence in a 1v1, but at the same time, Jarvan extremely strong early with the proc of his auto. So, like, what do you think? Could they have a tussle in the jungle where Sejuani comes up on top?
If they're both full HP and it's even, no. Jarvan wins because of conquer. Yeah. And you can also look at the color smite they got. Jarvan has red smite, Sedge has blue. So Jarvan actually wins that. If Sedge beats Tabby's early in the Sinner Hulk thing, it might be a different story, but no, Jarvan wins the whole one. Sejuani just set up her.
So Sejuani looking like she's going to start dragging here solo. They see bot lane backing, and she thinks, okay, this is a good time to take this.
I love this because we are bird's eye view with full information and it looks fine. So great job, but we don't know what information they have. It could be a risky start, paying off well for them, or Neuro could have all the information he needs to go ahead and grab that. So either way, I do like it for Cleveland State. Go ahead and get in that Infernal. Next strike up, Ocean, which means it's going to be a Cloud or Mountain Soul. Cloud Soul would be pretty insane for, I'm looking at Cleveland State, but probably both teams. No, Cloud Soul in favor of Cleveland State, I think. So that might be what they're looking for. But Mountain, the better Soul at the end of the day. I say that because Vladimir ulti, it gives you ulti cooldown and also move speed upon casting an ult. And Cleveland State's comp is just an ulti-focused comp, right? They want to layer their Vladimir and Kiana ults together and press R together.
They really do. They have the Wombo. They want to set up with Gage on the Sejuani and the Ashe, followed up by the Kiana and the Vladimir.
They're a lot more of a press R comp than St. Edward's. St. Edward's comp is can Jin Morgana chain CCU? If not, can Castle wins the game. Something like that.
So something I've never actually seen until right now, and didn't notice it until this point, is the call for the first item on Vladimir.
Yeah.
Strange here for me. What's the reasoning behind that? Have you seen that before?
Call has been rising in popularity. I will often cheater recall top and buy one, so you'll see me with a call in like half my games. Tricep's starting call is kind of crazy, but Vladimir champion that you don't really look for early advantages in lane, and you kind of just steal it up and chill. So of all champions, I think Vladimir is pretty appropriate for the call start, I guess. And Melissa likes to, Tricep likes to stack.
Yeah, so like I
items,
thought,
strategize.
saying Setch dogs J4 early game. I think that Setch has that. She'll surprise you with what she can do early with her passive as well as her, if I'm not mistaken, she has a surprising amount of damage as well as CC.
As we see, neural network chasing, driving up. So I will happily be admittedly wrong if that's the case, but my argument is that if you put those two in a ring and they fought to the death, full HP, Jarvan would win with Red Smite and Conquer. I think that's the case. Whether or not their jungle interactions would favor Sejuani, that I would trust. Yeah, sure. And I trust Kapitai. I was saying earlier, micro interactions, you give it to Sedge because she can interrupt Jarvan, and it's just kind of a better version of him. So I think that's up for debate, and if I'm wrong about that, then that's okay with me. But
so unfortunately, they lined up in the wrong order here for the bot lane. So I was a little confused for a second there when I was glancing at the CS, but we do see only small CS leads in lanes, as well as 67 to 67 up in the top. So gold is pretty close now. We see CSU up by, well, now they're even. So pretty close game so far. I like to see that. We do see the Infernal Drake over for Cleveland State. Ocean Drake coming up in 1:40, so I'm assuming Sejuani is going to be looking for that right now. She's looking at the Herald. J4 close by and Kiana in base, so need to worry about that. Well, actually, Vladimir is in lane, Cassidy is lane, and the other two are coming up. So it would be even if people had to respond, but I don't even think they know that she's on.
They hate to see that Sir Papatak going ahead and holding the wave for Mordekaiser so that Tricep doesn't get a clean crash and bounce, right? So Tricep probably going to be forced to TP up to that, otherwise Mordekaiser could possibly hold it for Hercules and deny some XP, but she might have other plans with that XP. But we see Sejuani, while Jarvan busy holding that wave, which is pretty high IQ play, Sejuani taking Herald. So neutral objectives going over Cleveland State. And gold even, it's just, this might actually be a Cassidy and Vladimir game. I hate to say that because it minimizes these two elements that it is.
But
sometimes that is, yeah, with champions like this, they warp the entire game, the entire draft, and Fortnite having Tiamat though could change the state of the game, right? If that means that Cassidy can no longer wave clear to answer you, Kiana could see herself entering this mid game uncontested and look for to build off the neutrals that Clean State's already got.
Yeah, I would like to see that. Ocean Drake in 10. We do see Sejuani posturing bot, maybe going to catch Morgana out here. I mean, not going to pick anything up, I would assume, but...
See an all-in here. I think Vladimir wins this out once that... Oh, that was so close! Wait, she might go down to Princess here if he flashes for this last one.
Oh.
She flashes and he responds.
Actually, a great flash from Mordekaiser. It almost looked like the Q was the split-second...
Huge ultimate from the Lilian. Jack's going to find multiple kills down the back line. Ash is trying to kite for her life, but the Cassin is just going to get there. Zach comes out of his passive, it looks like it's not going to help.
That Lilia, Sleepy, Trouble, Bubble, whatever it's called, it was just insane. It hits 3 members, tags them up. Push all 3 waves at once. It kind of is a losing situation.
And here we go, Cassin is diving Orianna again. And he gets the kill this time. And he's just...
Welcome back, everyone. We are about ready to jump into our second on-stream game for Week 8 of the LSS. Now, we just saw Boosted Animals Reborn secure their second place spot in the playoffs as off-stream Miami Redhawks beat Cleveland State University for 2-0. So they secured the first place spot in playoffs. So our first 2 spots are secured. And now upcoming, we have St. Ed's versus Kent State. We are very excited about this game. We are going to be testing a new playoffs interview voting command in chat for this game. So we're just testing it out, but you guys will be able to use it if you type in !vote, and then you can vote for who you want me to interview. So you're going to do the team initials and then the position that they play. So for instance, if you want Kent's top, you're going to do KSU top. Jungle will be fully spelled out and support will be SUP. So !point vote and then all one word who you want me to interview. And that is just going to be testing out today, but obviously we're going to go with the results. So if it works out and we get results, I will interview whoever wins that vote. So definitely let us know. Now I'll send it over to Diddy and Keck for some pregame talk.
Thank you very much to our wonderful hosts, Holy Boxers, for that amazing introduction. I'm Diddy.
And I'm Keck.
And we are bringing you Game 2 today on stream of Week 8 of the League Saturday Series, powered by Monster, brought to you by One Life to Play, where we will see Kent State University Esports battling against St. Edward's Esports. And this St. Edward's is not in Ohio. I forget exactly which state. I wish I knew, but Kent State basically needs this win to secure 3rd place over York University. So I'll update you again, Keck. We had Miami University with 1st place locked down. They were able to defeat Cleveland State University 2-0, like Miami always does. So now they're locked 1st. In 2nd place, Boosted Animals Reborn are locked in that spot there after their impressive win today. Very deserving of these 2 spots. Now we know these 2 teams are going to be on opposite sides of the bracket of each other. Now, who they're going to go up against largely depends on the result of this game. And if Kent State wins it, they lock 3rd. They will be going up against BAR, the 2 seed in the 1st round. If they lose this game, then they are tied with York University for the 3-4 spot. And they will have to duke that out at some point this week, this upcoming week, in a tiebreaker series to see who gets that 3rd or 4th seed. So we're looking for Kent to come out and be dominant here. We're looking at St. Ed's to do their final bow, their last game on stream, their last game of this season with us, where they can maybe come out with some crazy picks or something, or just go for the dub. What do you think about that so far?
Well, I mean, like you said, this is a battle for 3rd or 4th, right? So you said before Miami, we saw last week how powerful, how strong a team they played. So clearly you don't want to be the 4th, so you don't want to be facing them in the 1st round of playoffs. So
you do not.
I guess this game does have quite a bit of implications here. Kent University definitely wants to show up strong today. Definitely wants to make their win today definitive. Strong showing. Get that 3rd seed.
For sure. And St. Ed's, if you've missed it, has been a team that has shown a lot of skill. They go up against these top-tier teams in our league, and they pull off solo kills. Geshik in the mid lane plays picks like Yone, Cassidy, melee carries, and they try and play through him to a degree. The problem is just that they're a bit lower elo than some of the top tier teams, but they do show promising talent. They show signs of life, and if St. Ed's doesn't take them seriously enough, they could look for an upset. Just one thing, Keck, that I want to see more of is the lower, like, I want to see the underdog drafting creative combo and strategies that would throw the higher tier team for a loop. Something like the Evelyn pick, but not. I agree, Evelyn wasn't great in that last game, but more surprise picks from these lower tier teams, excuse me, to make up for the skill deficit and get themselves into this game.
Right.
And I wanted to ask you, what do you think about Samira? We forgot to talk about her before game one, before our first series, I should say. Do you expect to see Samira come out? I saw her in some scrims over the week. Seems kind of OP, but she was hot fixed, nerfed. What are your thoughts?
I honestly don't have a good read on Samira myself because we've tried her like a few times in scrims as well. Like I've seen her pop off.
Yeah.
But like, it's hard to get a good read.
Yeah.
At the moment, so.
Especially with such a quick change that they made to her.
Mm-hmm.
Like you could maybe have gotten a read that she was Omega OP, but then they hotfix nerfed her. How hard were the nerfs? It's really hard for them to settle on a new champion and actually getting them balanced. Like, remember how long it took them to balance Aphelios?
Oh, yeah.
It was like 11 nerfs in a row. So we don't know if Samira is like out of this world OP and needs 10 more nerfs, or did they overdo it and she's like not even viable. I would like to see St. Edward's figure that out. I would have liked to see, who is our, not York, but yeah, York. I would have liked to maybe see York pull it out. If they thought maybe after they dropped game one, all right, guys, we need something. We need something they won't expect. I think Samira would have been maybe a great option for them there. Other picks to look out for, like I said, Geshik on the Yone. I think Yone is a pretty busted, abusable champion. He hits that 2-item spike, and we've seen Geshik come out and make solo plays. And we've also seen Poppingcock, Sir Poppingcock, likes to play setup most of the time. Things like Zac, things like Set, to set up his mid lane to carry. Callistus usually plays an important role for their team, as I think he might be their highest elo player. Yeah, I think he's their only diamond player. So we're looking at maybe like a high plat average against Kent State, who you can see here with some high diamond players coming in there at maybe like a D4, D3 average.
I mean, just watching Geshik play last week on his Yone, like, if you were to tell me he was just like a plat player, like, you surprised me. Like,
right,
he played
yeah.
pretty aggressively. He played with confidence.
He did.
Like, I liked it.
I loved it, yeah, and that's what that got my attention. That Yone play, and so if I was scouting versus them, I would maybe take that into consideration. But I don't want to give too many tips away to anyone listening. I want to actually see that pick come out, and yeah, I agree that aggression, I think, can fuel some game wins. And if you're Kent State, you can't break into top 4, but why not go out with a bang? Draft some Samira, Yone, and 2 tanks and some AP source, and just go at it. Or maybe they have something else up their sleeve, but definitely curious to find that out. Some other S-tier picks to keep an eye out for would be like Shen and Hecarim. That duo, really strong. We've seen a few Galio picks. We saw Kindred come out. So, and we have also seen Kenny. He will play, he's the mid laner for Kent State. I gave him, he was my first team all mid. And so you weren't here, but we made first team and second teams. And here's where Kent State's players stack up with the rest of the league. I have Kenny made first team all mid. This guy, he plays like Diana, Galio, maybe like Victor or Yana. And he just always, he will go for like the play of the game. He's the play of the game guy, so keep an eye out for him. Wrecked in the jungle was my second team all LSS for junglers. This guy knows how to just be there, and he plays set like really amazingly. And so I put him right behind Mayamo Big D. And also for support, Condorex, I put him second team. And I think he's right neck and neck with Cleve right now in my standings. But we are into Champ Select as we see a Morgana ban from Kent State, and we are off. Kent State on blue side.
I see Condrix is in the lobby, but let's see.
But Musinator is listed?
Yeah, see, I see both of them. I'm not quite sure.
Conduct
who's
might be filling jungle.
Oh.
No, I think they're just out of order. Either way, we see a Silas ban right off the rip for St. Edward's Esports. That has to be a comfort ban for maybe Hi I'm Star. Or maybe for Kenny, I'm not too sure. Keck, these bans are like a bit random to me. Like they must be, these are OPGG bans. You know what I'm saying? Like they're not pinching the meta here.
Are they trying to spell something? Because like
Morg, MCD. Nope.
McDonald's?
Samira gets banned, so St. Edward's also doesn't want to find out if Samira is uber busted. But there's so many first picks here. There's Ash, there's Shen.
Great first pick, I think.
You could go Ash Orn here would be really strong. 1-2 for St. Edward's. I think with your 1-2 on red side, you usually try and get two really solid meta picks that fit into most team comps. And I think Ash and Orn would be that. But these guys like to play, maybe they're thinking comfort champs like Zach. Oh, Kate.
Caitlin's a good pick as well. We saw,
definitely.
Remember last week we saw that
yeah.
Caitlin played a lot of
nightmares
aggression.
about that.
So
I had a dream I was the AD carry for. Do you remember what team it was? That
York
Bar
versus
played
Miami?
against. It might have been.
Was it Cat versus Miami?
No. Bar. Remember the Swain, Caitlin? So it's.
Yeah, Sway and Caitlin like just kind of just made the other
It might have been
cry.
St. Ed's. It might have been St. Ed's. So maybe they're taking a page out of the book that they learned from last week. Either way, it's Caitlin, Jarvan. Jarvan a really well-rounded jungler, I think, and Kate a good first pick. But
I'm surprised they're opting for the J4 this early on in the draft instead of just going for a counter pick in the top lane because they see the Shen already. And a Hecarim was going to be picked up right away for Kent State Esports. They see the Hecarim, they see the J4 pick. Hecarim was also a really good jungler. Dives to Caitlyn pretty well.
Yeah, and remember, I think
Shen Hecarim.
Shen Hecarim, I think that's the first duo I mentioned, and they locked that in 1 and 2 for blue, and they can go ahead and they're also going to get
Lucian.
Lucian. That's probably going to go mid lane on Kenny. I'm really excited to see Kenny's Lucian, but remember, this was the team that I said played Lucian before anyone else, and they actually played it on the delivery man in the bot lane. But the delivery man is the one who's not playing today. I think if they're lined up properly, and this is all right, it's going to be Star subbing in at AD.
Condrex is playing top lane, it seems.
And Condrex in the top lane. So a bit of a role swap in here. And a Malzahar lock into Lucian.
Malzahar's not a very common pick, but it's like I mean, it's always a good pick if you just want to mitigate lane. Just like I'm just gonna press a couple buttons, clear the wave, and then level 6 I'm gonna press R, and then you don't get to play the game.
I agree. I like the reliability, and I think reliability is pretty underrated when teams draft. Not only do most players want agency, and it's hard to have agency and reliability, but a lot of coaches don't want to put their players on Ornn every game who is uber reliable. They don't want their mid on Malzahar every game. I'm surprised to see Geschikt on such a neutral champion. I would have liked to see them maybe play the game through him.
Maybe it's because they respect Kenny here. Because like you said yourself, you put Kenny down as your all-star mid laner. Maybe they didn't realize that, okay, yeah, Kenny from Kent State Esports is this mechanical prodigy is in the mid lane for their team.
Yeah.
Maybe he's not feeling confident to, match fire with fire. Maybe he wants to take a different approach.
That
could be an attempt here.
That's a great observation, Keck. And one of the ways to neutralize the enemy team's carry is to just find that role and neutralize it. Simple as that. Something that Malzahar can definitely do as a pick. So we also see Leona coming in fourth. Leona, really strong support. Can probably draft her in pretty much every game. Most comps would like to add a bit of CC from the support role.
And a Yone.
So now, this means Lucian likely, unless there's a Shen flex going on, it's probably Lucian, Galio, bot lane. Right?
It could be. So when you sort on the in champ select on the league client by mid or bot lane, Yone shows up for both. So technically, both Yone and Lucian can be flexed either lane. So depending on where they want to put both champions, it'll come down to where they want to play them.
And yeah, you can make an argument for so many different variations of position here. Shen can jungle and support. So think about that for a second. Galio can support and mid. Lucian can go top, mid,
Or
AD. Yone can AD, top or mid as well. So Kent State with a lot of options.
Heckram can also go top lane too.
Yeah, but what I do like about St. Edward's Esports is the reliability of their comp. You basically cannot miss-execute on any of their champions. With Caitlyn, there is a skill ceiling on how you maneuver the traps, and you can, you know, double headshot people and whatnot. But other than that, the rest of St. Edward's champions, you almost can't screw up. So the ease of execution is in their favor.
Right.
It's up to St. Edward's to execute. But this time they're the higher rated team, so we're going to have to see. We might see some stylish plays out of Kenny, Starponer, and the boys, but if they don't execute on these picks, they risk dropping around to St. Edward's, who's just going to, you know, they have a couple champions that just press R and get so much value. If you make mistakes into this comp, you could be severely punished.
Right. Another thing I wanted to notice is that they did opt to go for Malzahar and Mordekaiser. So typically, if you just go with one suppression champion, they already have to like pay the quote-unquote QSS tax. But if you're picking two suppression champions, they just pick. You're getting the QSS already for two suppression champions.
Yeah.
So now it's like you're hitting one. You have one stone. You're killing two birds with it, right?
Yeah.
So it's like you don't really need to layer the suppression now. They're more incentivized to build the QSS.
You're definitely right. I think at a high level, like Worlds draft, if somebody did that, I think one of the analysts would point out exactly what you did. The 2-for-1 that you get from the QSS, now it's pretty much a no-brainer to pick that item up. Whether or not it's Mord bringing you into his death realm, you could just QSS that. Or if it's Malzahar ulting you, you can just QSS that. So just with one item, you can get so much defensive value, and it can really limit the options of St. Edward's Esports. I think the question is, can they take advantage of the fact that you're delaying your third item, sometimes second item spike, 1,300 gold? Is that a window that St. Edward's can really punish? So for St. Ed's Esports, give me one guess of where everybody's going.
St. Edwards, or do you think Kent State?
St. Edward's. Where is everybody going? You can't look over there. Don't look.
Oh, wait, St. Edwards? Okay, Mordekaiser's just going top.
No, Kent State.
There we go. I was going to say, I was like, I'm pretty sure you meant Kent State. Okay, I'm pretty sure Shen's going top. Heckram's jungle, Galio support. Okay, the big maybe is...
You got to give me one guess. Hurry up. We're running out of time. We got to go to break.
This is tough.
It has to be right.
All right, Lucian mid, Yone bot.
Yone bot, Galio support?
Yeah.
All right, guys, you heard it there. And right now we are going to go to a break before we meet you back on the Rift.
He's going to ult out. He doesn't need Thresh's Lantern.
That's gross.
Miami to just, like, misplay. You want them to overextend. You want them to, like, blow their key cooldowns on wrong targets. But here we go. Ashe is just caught up.
Oh!
Ashe is dead. She blows the ultimate, stuns Caston for, what, half a second? This doesn't matter. This Dragon's done. They could probably end the game off this with a good play. And this Rift Walk is going to find 3 people. That's so much damage. Half of Renekton's HP is destroyed. The counter strike from Jax finds a stun onto Zac. Just him, but he's going to be rooted up as well. Blast Fire, it's going to have to flash out. Doesn't matter. His path's going to come out. Cell Division going to be destroyed by his opponent, opposing rollmate. And looks like this might just be game here. Jax is looking for another counter-strike stun. Jhin with the massive movement speed finds a kill. Drowsy coming in from the Lilia ultimate. Flay coming in from Renekton. And he is just dead. That is definitely game.
Man, they come online and then they just wipe your clean. It starts with a Caston and disgusting one-shot on the Ashe. Laser King with both suns. You can't cleanse it. You can hardly flash it. He just drops. No chance York can 4v5. Miami with another dominating, convicting victory, advancing to 6-0 as the Nexus will shortly fall here against York University, just dismantling competition. And I have one clip. I saved this clip on purpose.
Oh, and a Zig is going to have to flash out here. Ignite coming down from Gashik. First blood goes over to LeBlanc.
Gashik, he does it. He shows up. He takes the Ignite mid and he punishes Deku. I missed exactly how it's set up, but...
J4's looking for an engaged bot lane. EQ goes in. Oh! Splat finds 2 knockups. Ultimate Cataclysm coming through. Leona's rooted. return kill coming in from Jin onto J4, but Ezreal on the Kalista is able to find the kill onto Leona.
Yeah, and I think you'll take that if you're St. Ed's. Oh, as we see Kalista's picking up Jin and landing another taunt. That was 2 in a row.
Yeah, Jin is just being a bit too greedy there. Like, he's not respecting Jin. Great flash coming from Ezreal and Caitlyn to dodge the Sejuani prison. Great damage coming from Turtle. An Ignite takedown. Applause gets the kill onto the Jin.
Dang! Ezreal and Applause styling. They have not been afraid of absolutely anything this game. Crazy and really nice punish from St. Edward's Esports.
Another taunt coming in from the Shen, but he doesn't realize that J4 is right behind Cannon, ready to fight back. Cataclysm coming through. A lot of damage going down onto Shen, and Gin is going to get the kill onto Kalistas here.
As we see all of their turrets, even this mid lane, only 1 play left.
Right, and that's just how Ziggs is, because LeBlanc is trying to rip around. Oh man, LeBlanc is looking for an all-in. Ignite is taken down. Flash is forced to dodge the Ziggs ultimate. Oh, but here comes the Caitlyn ult to get the kill.
Why didn't he use his clone? Heck! Keck, can you use your clone there?
Yes,
can you walk
can.
behind the clone?
Yes, you can.
Why didn't he do that?
But good response from Bar Esports here to kill the block on that kill. Oh, and we're looking for a fight here. Ultimate Cataclysm coming through. Leona ultimate is going to find us onto Swain, but the Swain ultimate is still taken down as well. Leona's going to stun up the Caitlyn and run her down, but the rest of Bar Esports is trying to escape. Jin ultimate coming down, finding 3 shots onto a plus, and he's going to get the kill. Leona's trying to go back in onto Caitlyn here, but doesn't look like she's going to land her Zenith Blade. LeBlanc is back up, but so is Ziggs. LeBlanc going in, finds the pain onto Caitlyn. Oh, but Caitlyn's going to find the return kill. Sejuani's going to find the assault onto Caitlyn, finds the root, finds the stun, gets... Oh man, and Deku's going to find 2 kills. Double kill over to him, and Jin's going to go down to Caitlyn. Return kill as well.
Great job. Great job, us.
And J4 Cataclysm is going to find the engage onto Turtle here. He's unable to escape. He has no flash. Shen Ultimate's not going to do anything for him. The root onto finds 2 onto Leona and Sejuani, but she's going to get chunked. And Gin going to find a kill onto Sejuani. This is League of Legends speedrun right here, guys.
This is League of Legends, and this is exactly what you talked about, Keck. Was that a flashless Jin getting Cataclysm? It's a wrap.
It's a wrap, and this is a siege comp. You got the Zig, you had the Caitlyn. You guys blow up turrets instantly. Yeah, if you're St. Edwards right now, like, this is a really tough spot to be in. Yeah. Oh, and Flash Ultimate coming in from Gin finds a stun onto 3 targets. Jin is going to get blown up instantly. Leona, she might be a tank, but she's getting blown up as well. Double kill going over to Gin on that cannon.
We'll have to see if St. Edwards can put up a defense. It's pretty much now or never.
Like I said earlier in Champ Select, this game, engage, conference, engage, and here we go, a fight. The Tornado Ultimate finds a stun onto Caitlyn here, but it's just going to be chaos all around. It's just AoE damage everywhere. And LeBlanc on the backline looking for the kill onto Caitlyn, but she's going to find it. Jin's just going to fire in shots from his fountain, but it doesn't matter. Bar Esports has St. Edwards corralled into the fountain.
And BAR will go ahead, drop the Nexus, and improve to a 5-1 record. It was 18 minutes, Keck. It was pretty much a speed run. You rarely see games that quick, and I have a replay for us to look at. But, man, great job by BAR.
Switch to Retro.
All right, we are live, and we already have a tussle going on. It's Rekt and Sir Poppincock, the junglers. They have help. It's lagging. So much going on.
I have those sounds.
Okay, everyone, unfortunately we are experiencing some technical difficulties. We are letting the production team do what they do best, figure that out. For right now, we will go to a quick break. Just so you know, the game is still progressing. We just aren't seeing it. We didn't want to pause the game. We didn't want to interrupt them. So they are still playing. We will be back as soon as it's fixed. Just hang in there. If, you know, it will be hopefully soon, and we'll come right back, okay?
The reason why Olaf does this is because he wants to go either he can go Talisman or Machete. But I'll talk about this later. This is a fiesta going on right now. Undertow's not going to find any of its marks on Gin. They really want to get that slow. They really want to get that kill. Looks like Gin's going to have to burn his flesh here. Oh man, he's playing fire here. He's just running. He's popping Time Warp Tonic. He's fast. Oh, they're still trading. But oh man, Sir Falcon Cock is going to be so far behind.
He doesn't have an item, Cat!
He doesn't have the item!
What do you mean he's not boosted?
So, him not getting bullied by Olaf is an advantage. Oh, and we look at Engage coming in.
Alright, we are live. We are in the game. It's 0-0. Sorry about that. Technical difficulties. But okay, let's catch everybody up. It's 0-0. The gold is tied. Everything is fine. And we are in this game. We have, for Kent State, wait a second. I'm not even going to introduce. We got to just get right into the game, Keck. Some scuffles going on. Let me just remind everyone, Kent State needs to win this series, locks in their spot for 3rd place in the LSS before we head into playoffs next week. And that's a really important game for them. They want to avoid the 4th place because they don't want to go into that first seed on week 1. St. Edward's University. Maybe a top 6 finish if I'm not mistaken. But no longer have a chance to advance into playoffs. Just playing here to defend their honor. To get another rep. To put Kent State into
from Galio. It's going to have the first flash from Turtle. First blood going in for Ezreal on this Ashe. Finds the last auto. But Swin's going to pull in Ezreal here as well. Get the return kill. He doesn't extend himself much.
yeah, okay. But kill advantage too.
Oh, and again coming in from mid lane here. Gashik's going to have to use his Q. I don't think he needed the flash there. He's going to pop his E to get some bonus extra damage. Ignite taken down. Gashik's going to get the kill onto Daku, but Mike Oxmon's going to have to flash out to get himself.
So scary there that there's no continuation of play from Nocturne.
Aggression coming in from Guardian Parts here on the Swain. But Applause is going to go and finds the taunt onto 2. Massive damage coming down onto Swain. Exhaust onto Vagar. And they're going to find the kill onto Guardian of Hearts here. Turtle's going to try to find some return damage onto Ezreal here. But Ezreal is just autoing down. Return kills going to be traded here. Both going to take each other down. Well, Applause is recalling on a ward here. Geschikt is here. He's looking for clean something up here. But Applause doesn't know. Oh, but he knows. Justice Punch is going to find the knockup onto Geschikt here. But Geschikt still has his 3rd Q. He's going to find the dash. He misses, but 2 autos. All he needs. 1 more auto is all he needs. And he's going to get the kill.
Let's see if he plays with it.
Oh, and Applause is going to look for another Justice Punch. Taunt onto 2 of them, but the cage is going to stun Applause. Doesn't matter. Swain is just too squishy. Ezreal's going to find another kill for himself. 3 kills on this Ashe here.
I think Freeze is coming. He's using... Look at this!
This is just them overstepping. They're not respecting that Galio engage. They're already so far behind. So here's Geschikt. He's looking for the game. He's going to pop his E. Finds the W, gets the shield, but the taunt from Galio is going to distract him. Ultimate coming through, but he's going to miss Ashe. Ashe is actually finding more slows onto Turtles, trying to kind of return kill. Ashe is going to find the kill. Ultimate coming through and gets the kill onto Turtle here. And Olaf is going to find the shutdown onto Ashe. 450 gold going over to him.
He's just going to 2v1.
And the ultimate comes through. He's just going to 1v2 this lane. At this point. Oh, man.
Okay. 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 What was that? As we see Drake started up. So I got to get my head back in the game because St. Edward's...
Cage is going to find this onto Mike Oxmal Bros. Galio will ultimate coming through as well, but he's going to be stunned up. Yone is going to get lots of damage onto Mike Oxmal Bros, but the E's going to be the one that finished off the kill. Ashe is going in deep, but she's going to burn the exhaust onto the Olaf here, but Olaf is going to get the kill onto Ashe. Shutdown going through. Olaf is so low, but they're unable to find the kill. Yone is still looking for some kills as well. Taunt coming through from the Galio, but he's so low, but he gets out. Ziggs is running for his life, but Guardian of Hearts is saying, nah, maybe I can get the teleport coming in from Turtle. Maybe they can find another pick. The teleport speed boost, but just gonna force the flash out of that queue. Oh, and looking for another fight here. Nocturne Own's coming through. He's gonna look for engage onto the Yone here. Gets the fear going on, but Yone's gonna be able to ult out. He's gonna get out here, but he still pulls him in. But the Ziggs ultimate finds the snipe, gets the kill onto Yone. A double kill coming in for Sir Poppincock on this Olaf.
We see the focus. Okay, sorry about that, everybody. Some technical difficulties, but we are live. We are in the game, and Kent State off to a lead already with a kill on none other than Kenny in the mid lane on Yone, and they also have an Ocean Drake. Meanwhile, we see Starpowner here and Moosinator getting plates bot. It looks like all is well for Kent State for some resistance from St. Edward's University. And this is Starpowner's debut on ADC. I believe he's an AD main, but when we have seen him on the LSS broadcast, it's been, I think his first game was in the mid lane, and then he played top for a couple weeks, and now he's slotted in at AD. So Starpowner 12 showing us his versatility. I just need to see him go absolutely crazy here on his debut at ADC.
Very flexible player, it seems, being able to play multiple roles.
Most definitely.
And as we see here in the top lane as well, it's a tough lane for Shen, because I think Mordekaiser is one of his hardest matchups.
Yeah, do you think Callistus here will slowly build a lead? Is it inevitable that Mordekaiser just stomps you out of lane, or can Shen?
Oh yes, there's no chance for Shen to come.
No chance? Okay.
Only way Shen ever wins this lane is if he turns it into a 2v1.
Gotcha.
AKA call it your jungler.
Yeah.
So, okay, looks like Moosinator on the Galio is looking for a taunt engage going in, and at the same time top lane, Condorex is looking for a taunt engage onto the Mordekaiser here. He's actually getting a good chunk of damage here, but he has to realize that Conqueror Mordekaiser with the passive running wins this fight here. Mordekaiser is going to pull Shen into the death realm. The Darkness Rising is doing lots of damage to Shen. Shen is going to buy a lot of time for Hecarim to get up here, but Hecarim has to realize that Mordekaiser is going to heal off Triumph. There's also a fight going on in the bot lane. The Malzahar is teleported down, uses the ultimate to get himself a kill, and a double kill for Callistus up in the top lane. Man.
St. Edward's Esports, almost with the ace minus Kenny. Callistus 2v1 top lane. You said it. Heck, the Mordekaiser stomps that. Not only that, he had enough in the tank to deal with the Hecarim. Meanwhile, we see a roam TP from the Malzahar here with good old reliable Jarvan R, Malzahar R, and then Caitlyn gets a double kill. So 4 kills into the pocket of St. Edward's Esports. And now they are up 1K. They have a bounty on the Caitlyn, who is going to be curving in this game. The Mordekaiser is going to be going crazy. And man, what a turnaround for St. Edward's.
I feel like that lane, Shen versus Mordekaiser, after Mordekaiser hits 6, that's just a lane you don't touch. Because we already saw what happens there. Like, Shen is already in the death realm with Mordekaiser. Mordekaiser popped his passive, popped full stack Conqueror, he kills the Shen. Remember, when Mordekaiser pops his ultimate and kills a target in his ults, he steals that champion's stats. Hecarim then proceeded to force an additional 1v1 on top of that Mordekaiser, who A, already has his passive running, already has full stack Conqueror, healed off of the Triumph proc, and has Shen's stats that he just stole. There's no way Hecarim's winning that.
And he randomly shields and heals for a ton in these situations. But we know Condorex is normally the support for Kent State, and he's filling top, so maybe it's just that it's his off roll. He doesn't really know that the punishment that can come from the Mordekaiser. And if you don't know everything about Mordekaiser, he's really hard to fight. And it's a champion that I'm weak against because I haven't played enough games on him. I haven't even played him at all. I haven't played him, so I don't know how his passive and shielding works. And so Mordekaisers are always punishing me. You gotta do your homework.
Oh, if you ever see a Mordekaiser in solo, just play Jax.
Oh.
It's the easiest lane. It's the easiest lane.
Yeah, I've played counter matchups into him and do fine, but when it's something like Wukong and the Mordekaiser, I get hard punish.
Oh yeah. It's painful. As you see right here, Shen, really not much he can do. He just hits by one Q and Like he lost like what, almost a quarter of his HP.
Right. And it's going to force him into an early adaptive, maybe.
Oh, and Lucian's going in with the dash into the culling. Good back rub going over to Turtle here.
And forcing the Caitlyn sums as well, so if they're timing those, then they can definitely revisit. And Lucian still has both sums, so some advantage on ADC for Kent State.
Oh, and Kenny's going to be face-checking his Shaked here, but it doesn't look like he's in a position to force an ultimate or engage onto Kenny. And right now, it looks like they have the advantage, they have the priority onto this Dragon, but they look for an engage onto Red Team here. Kenny's going to find a shutdown onto the Caitlyn. Massive damage here, multiple taunt onto the fight here. Malzahar's looking for an ult onto the Lucian, gets a pick onto Star Opponent here, and J4's trying to run for his life. He's going to get picked up as well. Leona's unfortunately going to be stuck here by herself and going to have to die as well. Kalissa's teleported down, looking to try to clean something up for himself, but he's going to be stuck here in a corner by himself. This Dragon fight looked so great for Red Team here, but now it looks like Callistus wanted to do something more, but just looks like he just wanted to fight out more than he can chew. Kent State's going to get more off that fight.
Kent State swinging back really hard. They go ahead and start Drake right in front of 4 members, and we see it's the Caitlyn is already dead at this point, and this was after we saw a Shen taunt that got them a ton. So Blue actually winning this fight, even though it looked red favored when the replay started. They win it overall because they insta-get Kate with the Yone Hecarim duo. After that, we saw Condorex come down, hit a massive taunt, and at that point the fight was over. So really good job for Kent State, showing the power of Yone. And they go ahead and they also clean up Callistus, who was kind of just hanging around too close. I mean, Yone with his E can close a lot of distance, can knock you up, set you up for the taunt, and then snap right back and start that Drake. So Kent State, 2 Drakes to 0. It's going to be a mountain game.
And that right there, like that fight was just Kent State had the vision. They had the Dragon set up. They had the choke, and they had St. Edward's funnel into them, and they had the engage onto them.
And you know what I think played a big part there is the speed of the Shen help versus the Mordekaiser TP. If Mordekaiser was in the middle of that fight, it would have looked very, very different. But the fact that he had a TP, he was late, maybe there wasn't a perfect ward for him to TP to, means that Callistus can't impact the fight before Condorex, and 5v4 for a short amount of time can get you a fight win and a Drake.
Also didn't quite see how exactly the fight executed, but was the Shen ulting on top of the Hecarim?
I want to say I didn't see either for sure, so I can't really say anything. But
Star Opponent giving Turtle another free back massage with the culling.
Free massages. Yone with a express route to his 2-item spike that is going to be really hard for the team to deal with. They're going to need a Malzahar ult than Yone probably, so do you expect a QSS right after IE?
We'll see, because I feel like he's just really far ahead right now. And he might not even need it. I think he believes that the Phantom Dancer is enough shielding to keep him alive, where the ultimate won't matter. Plus, they have the Shen ultimate to keep someone who's getting Malzahar ultimate alive long enough. So Shen's going to try to taunt out to get away from this dive situation. And looks like St. Edward's is trying to get first turret, and they will get first turret by 1 second here.
Wow, a charade of turrets across the map. Pretty cool stuff to see. As we see Sir Poppin' Cock, popping the Herald. Condorex respecting and it's on his way out of that one. He wants to deal with the Herald, but he's not.
Condorex is
2v2 or take this 1v1 even.
Condorex again just being a bit aggressive towards the Mordekaiser.
I have a quick question, Keck. Do you know how it works when Kenny, if he E's in and it's time for his E to snap him back, but he's in Malzahar ult?
I think he still snaps back.
He'll snap out of it?
I think he snaps out of it, yeah.
That's pretty tricky for Malzahar. You need to ult the Yone so he doesn't murder your entire team, but it can't be during his E.
It's like the same thing with like Zoe ult. Remember how if you ever seen like Zoe get ulted, she still goes back, but she's still like suppressed.
Oh, but it tethers all the way back.
It tethers all the way back. I think.
So Malzahar could be ulting in like a screen away.
Yeah, I think that's how it works. I'm not entirely sure. I'd have to see it in practice.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, obviously I'm not sure either. So that would be a new one for me.
That's the thing. I've never seen Malzahar and Yone in the same game.
Right.
Who still plays like, Malzahar willingly? I haven't seen that champion in a while.
I like the reliability out of St. Edward's comp, so I'm down with the Malzahar.
Nowadays, everybody wants to play Zed, Fizz, Yasuo, Yone,
Yeah.
solo queue, so you don't really see these point-and-click champions. Again, we see here, like, Callistus, like, Mordekaiser, he can just do this to Shen because it's just, yeah. Juggernauts seem to have their way with tank tops in general.
Definitely. And you see the Leandry's burning on Condorx already. He hasn't adapted, but does that mean that Kate can actually crit him and deal damage to him? Because then Kate, who's 2-1-0 with IE already, she can...
Oh, but Sir Poppincock shouldn't be greeting for wards like this. Okay, good. He's going to back off.
He heard you. And immediately dipped. And now I think both teams' sights are probably set on Drake. And look, this is the pressure point that St. Edward's can work with. They have Shen kind of stuck under turret. Mordekaiser has TP, so he must not have TP last time. I think he walked, and that's why he was so late. Or enough time has passed.
No, at this point, I think he did just walk down, if we think about it. Let's take a look at the
Rush setup.
timers. Oh, and Hecarim was looking for the engage. He finds his knockback onto the Caitlyn. Caitlyn flashes into the wall, fails the flash over the wall, and Lucian's just going to solo out Caitlyn here. 2 taunts onto the other members of St. Edward's teammates, and they're just going to be picked up. Dragon's going to be free going over to Kent State University.
Yeah, Turtle let his character walk too far away from the mall. You see Caitlyn flashing this blue buff wall would have been great. It's right to her Mordekaiser and her Malzahar, but you see she let her champ walk too far away from the wall before she flashed. You see that? Just one step is too much. Now you can't get over the wall. Starpowner sees her flash, follows with his, and the fight is won. If Kate would have flashed that wall, they could have maybe fought back, but that's going to be third Drake over to Kent State. And they're already on Soul Point.
You know, this game may be pretty, like, decently even in terms of the kills. Just in terms of pressure, it just feels like Kent State has this game under the incomplete control.
Most definitely, and we see both carries with the QSS already, so you nailed that on the head. It's such an obvious choice. They both rush right to it after the completion of their first item. And the fact that they're so ahead, they get this, it's only 19 minutes. Your Malzahar kind of useless at this point. Callistus not happy with those QSSs either. And Kent State, a team who can definitely play through Kenny and Starpowner here on AD and close the game out.
And looks like the next objective coming up is going to be the Baron, so teams are going to start looking to prepare for that objective. Hecarim on the top side looking to set up vision in the river area for that Baron pit.
And if you're Kent State, you have the luxury of playing Baron for 3 minutes and then resetting and going to set up Drake. Not 3 minutes, maybe more like 2.5 minutes. But what you should do is play to Baron and set up in that quadrant, see what you can get, and then just tear everything down and build it back up on the bot side when it's Drake time. You just go for the 4th Drake, and if you're ahead enough, you take the fight and win it. And if you get that soul, the game is not looking very good for St. Edward's.
And the other difficult thing right now for St. Edward's is that no one on their team can really 1v1 defend Yone. Kenny can just go into a silent and force pressure in that lane, and nobody can match him.
And I think Kenny with the QSS here could maybe dive the Malzahar at this point. I think that's such a big purchase for their 1v1 and how it works out that I'm not sure if Malzahar can even leave that turret in the side lane. But we see the pressure point for St. Edward's here, and it's probably the reason that they aren't really getting the control of the top half of the map, like I was saying, and playing to Baron, and it's because Callistus is such a strong unit. He feels comfortable walking in that blue quadrant, and Shen can't deal with him alone, so they'll need to set up a decent play here.
And here we go. Kenny's looking for the all-in onto Malzahar. He's going to use the QSS to dodge the Malzahar ult and get out of it. Sir Poppincock trying to get a back up Malzahar, but wrecked and there's 4 people bot lane from Kent State here to back up the team. And here we go looking at top lane. Star Poner is looking to 1v from the Mordekaiser. And Mordekaiser is holding his ultimate because he knows that Lucian can just QSS to get out of it.
Yeah, and we saw a really nice QSS into R from Kenny here, and that was enough to kind of outplay the Malzahar situation, right? It's as simple as that.
Oh, and Shen finds a taunt onto the Leona here, looking to pip off Dark Akemi here. This might lead straight into a Baron because there's 2 people from St. Edwards that have been picked off. This Kent State might look straight to Baron.
They could look Baron, but then are you risking a Smite steal? Do you just play Drake? Drake's up in a minute, and it's Soul. I think they should actually just reset. If you're going to play Baron at 22 minutes, it risks throwing the whole game. And I understand that it might have been a good Baron angle. I just think the Dragon is a more reliable step for 22 minutes in the game. And we see pings coming out there. In a Mountain Soul pre-25 minutes, probably too much to come back from.
45 seconds until that Mountain Soul drops onto this map. Mountain Dragon, I say. Mountain Soul for Kent State. And it's probably going to be a Mountain Soul in this next minute, unless a miracle steal happens or if they win a miraculous team fight.
And I think the team fight is winnable. They just have to play it right. The gold is they're only down 2k. The Dragon stats are going to help in this fight, but it's not an unwinnable situation. Caitlyn has IE, needs to be getting crits. We see that Jarvan has completed his, what's that tank item?
Randuin's Omen.
Randuin's, which would be really nice into the Yone. And Callistus is on 2.
Oh, and the Hecarim with a great flank in the backline, finding some damage. Taunt from Galio finds 3. And this Hecarim is just doing some damage in the backline, just doing a lot of distractions. Same with Galio. Galio's going to pop a Stoneplate to soak up some more damage here, but looks like they're disengaging. Shannon's looking to look for a taunt onto Mordekaiser under the turret in the top side to distract him from teleporting down to this fight here. And Yone's going back in, looking for a crash. Gets the kill onto Malzahar. He's unstoppable. Taunt onto the Leona. Leona's going a little too deep. Double kill going over to Kenny. Another knockup onto the Galio here. And he's going to be taunted as well. Kill going over to Galio, Musinator. And this Dragon's going to go over to Kent State. Shen ulted in to help the team here, but he's going to have to go back to match top lane. He's actually teleporting back because the Caitlyn decided to ult him to stop his recall.
And Kenny is on form today. He gets the IEPD QSS, and he's just unstoppable with the in and out that you can do on Yone. It's pretty crazy. I was thinking to myself, St. Edwards finally disengaged the Hecarim engage this time, okay? So I was thinking, Keck, maybe this is their fight. If you stall the Heck engage, do you win on the re-engage? The only thing is they didn't have their Mordekaiser with them. I think that made it really tricky. Also, Geshik's not respecting the distance that Yone can cover. Yone ease back over the wall and gives them for free. Able to snap back, and at that point, the fight was won for Kent State University.
And now that the Mountain Soul is secured over to Kent State, the only dragon that's going to be spawning from now on is that Elder Dragon. 24 minutes into the game. This is a really powerful dragon. So if Kent State doesn't end up the game in the next 3 or 4 minutes with this Baron buff, if they are able to secure it, they still have that Elder Dragon that they can turn to. And with this Mountain Soul, they are incredibly tanky.
Most definitely. With the QSSs too, how do you lock them down and kill them with this Mountain Soul? And we see Geshik working on a Death Dance. As soon as that's completed, it's a wrap. That item is too broken. And here's what you do right now, Keck. You take your soul, and for the next 4 minutes, you play Baron. Get yourself Baron, and then with Baron, take control of the map so that Elder is 100% free. Go get Baron, and then choke them out the same way we see boosted animals choking out teams. And that's the recipe here.
And we look at bot lane and see Mordekaiser and Malzahar ganging up, trying to look for some pick off onto Kenny. But now they're thinking about it. They're backing off. They don't think they could pick that 1v2.
That might be their best angle. I'm not sure if they can fight into the other members. And yeah, he's 7-0, but if you commit 3 members, maybe it's enough to do it. Yone is a champion whose only defensive mobility usually is his R. And I think if you can work around that and his QSS, you can maybe get that bounty gold. If it goes on to Caitlyn, it could be something decent, but we see they go back to the 1v1 in the bot lane.
And we see Jay Ford. We see most of the team from St. Edwards on the top side. Okay, Kenny's looking for an all-in on the top. in the bot lane right here. Kalista's going to use the ultimate. Death Round forces Kenny into the ult. Kenny's going to miss his third Q knockup. He does an ultimate to go back in. Galio's going to pull up his ultimate to go down as well. Shen ultimate coming through as well. They're going to throw 3 men bot lane just to take down Kalistas on this Mordekaiser. And St. Edwards, maybe they're looking to start up Baron, but I don't think they have the damage to even capitalize on this.
What were all those shields?
That was
Yone just got like 4 shields.
First, Yone popped his Lifeline shield from Phantom Dancer, then the Galio shield, then the Shen ult shields. He had shield for days.
And he gets his own from his W.
Yeah,
He legitimately just got 4 shields there. That is such a feels bad for Kalistas, who looks like he took a pretty decent 1v1 in that death round, was winning it out, but
not to mention he starts off with a shield because of
the
Mountain Soul.
Effectively 5 shields here on any one given member. Pretty crazy stuff.
And so what we just saw here is that even though like maybe Kalistas can take Kenny in that 1v1 in the side lane, he has to remember that Kent State still has 2 global champions that can still run down bot lane to help Kenny if he really does need that help assistance. Not to mention, Kenny also didn't choose to use QSS. He could have QSS'd to get out of that Mordekaiser ultimate, but he chose not to.
You're right. That's pretty 200 IQ. A lot of players, you have to remain calm when you're in that thing. When I go in that thing, I'm probably going to panic and QSS it because I hate being in there. But he remained calm, took the fight knowing he'd get 4 shields after, and it was all good as we see the Baron getting started up here.
So this is just Kent State going like, okay, we know we're ahead. We know we can just take a Baron fight, and we want you to come to us. We want you to fight us. We'll take the Baron bait. We'll take the fight. And here, Galio taking away the blast plant. This means J4 has to either take his flag and direct combo in, or he's going to have to flash in. Alright, great taunt from there. Get some extra damage. Shen's going to flash over, trying to be a bit of a distraction. Malzaro's going to ult the Shen here, and it's going to be quite a bit of a fight. Taunt from Galio onto the Mordekaiser, and Leona's going a little bit too deep. Shen's going to taunt back into the Baron pit, and that's going to be some damage going on to Kalistas here. Shen's going to get a kill onto Mordekaiser as Lucian does massive damage here as well. And it looks like Hecarim is looking for some damage as well as he runs back to the mid lane.
Yeah, just a really split situation. Sir Poppincock was looking for the steal and being disrupted by people coming over the wall. Meanwhile, Dark Akemi on Leona going in for kills, but that brought kind of Turtle alone into the river where Hecarim will now ult the Caitlyn. She's forced to flash. Overall winning situation for Kent State because Poppincock could not get that steal.
And now Elder Dragon is going to spawn in 50 seconds. So if Baron wasn't the win con here, once Kent State gets Elder Dragon, they can just run at the roster of St. Edwards. And they only need to do around 75% of that champion's HP to just execute them.
Yone could legitimately 1v5 with Elder, I think.
I think he could 1v5 with Elder, yeah. And now he finishes Death Stance, he's going to be healing with so much off of his damage.
And if he starts to lose the 1v5, you could Shen ulti, Galio ulti. It's probably going to get ugly. I think Sir Poppincock needs to find a way to steal this Elder and then win a team fight. If you're really far behind in your games, oftentimes your only shot back in is stealing Elder. And I think that's where St. Edward's University is right now.
So we see right here, Shen is in the top lane, pushing the top wave. And Lucian is actually mid alone, trying to get some prio as well. And look at this, Shen, because he's actually has some gold now, and he has some items to fight Mordekaiser back, he's actually able to match this 1v1 now.
Yeah, he has the Mountain Soul stats. He has QSS in case he gets Death Realm. And Adaptive Titanic.
And now we're taking a look at this. Looks like Kent State is starting the Elder Dragon right now. And while Shen and Mordekaiser are actually duking out on the top lane right now.
And this is actually really nice from Convex. While your team is starting Elder, you're chunking their most powerful unit to like 40%.
Oh, and they're looking for an engage onto Sir Poppincock. He's actually going to go down right now. Sir Poner is on a killing spree. And Kenny with a great flank finds a kill onto Caitlyn. He's looking for the ultimate onto the Malzahar, but Malzahar's going to flash out and get away to safety. Actually, no, I take that back. He's going to go down as well. Leona's running for her life as well, but Lucian's going to flash forward and get a kill onto them. Who needs Elder Dragon when your team can just go down?
Yeah, just a complete stomp here. The Galio taunt, and that's all she wrote. Hecarim's like, alright, the fight is already over. I'm just going to get as many as I can with this taunt. We see Kenny's flank. He gets on Malzahar right here. Malzahar is as good as dead. Leona caught in the mix will go down. And if it's not end time, they're one push away.
And now they're looking to get... Okay, now the Elder Dragon has been secured for Kent State. They're just going to take the rest of the bot lane inhib and mid lane inhib as well. And a blue buff.
See the gold lead is up to about 12K. Every box checked for Kent State University. It's a matter of time and one more decent fight. It does not even have to be a great fight for Kent State. They can afford to make plenty mistakes here.
Alright, Lucian is just going to start with the back rub. Looking for some big damage here. Hecarim is just going to dive straight forward, go for the Caitlyn, gets the instant kill. And Kenny's looking for some damage onto Leona here. Elder Dragon's going to finish it off from Lucian here, getting the kill. Mordekaiser's going to throw Hecarim into the Death Realm with him. He's trying to win a 1v1, but too bad the Death Realm doesn't last forever, and he's going to be killed by Galio and sees a Shen as well.
We saw tension building as those minions creeped up to the mid lane turret.
And Star Pointer is not done padding his stats just yet. He wants to kill Kashyyyk here, but Shen says, nope, I want that kill.
And that will be it for game one. Kent State going to take the series 1-0 with a dominating victory on a team comp that I said, hey, they have to execute on. We didn't know exactly where everyone was going, but they all looked incredibly comfortable, led by none other than Kenny in the mid laner. I was telling you about this guy. He has that carry potential. He goes for the Poggers plays, the play of the game. And sure enough, on Yone, 9-0-8. What a victory. And tension was building there when we were talking about, okay, all the boxes are checked. All it took was Caitlyn went and hit mid-wave twice, and she just was removed from the map with the culling. Like, she goes up, tries to wave clear mid, and nope, you all just die. Game is over. And because of our difficulties we had earlier, we kind of missed early game, but we saw St. Edward's come out with 4 kills, almost an ace against Kent State University, unable to translate that into any sort of lead that can get them into the game. Why do you think that is?
I think it was just a mis-execution on the Dragon fight, honestly, because what we saw there was that they had the gold lead. They had the advantage, right? Mordekaiser had a double kill. He had like 2 kills worth of money, but then he was just showed up late to that Dragon fight.
Yeah.
So what I saw there was that Kent State had the Dragon set up. They had the vision. They were all there. 4-man on the Dragon. Shen Ultimate was ready. But then St. Edward's was... They funneled into the Dragon, but they didn't have vision. They kind of like checked the blinds, but they were funneling in from that little crack by blue buff in a little, it's like a little small funnel, right? It's like a little choke. Really easy for Hecarim to just ult in there, get a good multiple man fear. There's a Galio ult on top of that, not to mention Shen ultimate. There's a lot of dive coming in from Kent State's roster. Hecarim dive, Shen dive. That Caitlyn just gets blown up instantly. We saw multiple times throughout this game right here where the Hecarim and the Yone, they all just dive for the backline, they blow up Caitlyn. Like, Caitlyn's just... Yeah. Doesn't matter how effective your Caitlyn is. She's a squishy 80 carry champion. She gets blown up instantly.
You said it. Yeah, absolutely. So, if you're looking back at that game for St. Edward's Esports, I think you need to consider prepping Drake earlier, because your Mordekaiser, like you said, gets ahead. Okay, if that's the way you're going to win the game, do you want to contest Dragon? If the answer is yes, you're going to need that guy there. You're against a Shen who you know will be at that fight. You got to walk him down. And even if that means sacking a wave or 2 top, it's worth it oftentimes to be with your team and get that neutral advantage. Wouldn't you say?
Especially since the Mordekaiser as a pick is a champion to ult the jungler during the objective fights to deny them a chance to smite the objective away. Right. You kill off the chance for a smite steal when you ult the enemy jungler. And so, in general, I think what St. Edward's should have done was they should have been the first ones to execute onto Dragon plays, onto Herald plays, just being in general, because they had the lead. They were 6-1 at some point. They should have been the ones taking control of the game. They should have been the ones dictating the lane states and being there first.
Definitely. I couldn't agree more with you. So I want to ask you, Keck, a really hard question that I always ask whoever's with me up here. What would your draft adjustments be for St. Edward's University? They went with the old reliable, and it didn't seem to work out.
Let's see. Well, they had the hard engage in J4, and then they had They had the Mordekaiser to lock someone down. They had the
But they stacked their suppresses.
Right.
I think avoid that, stacking the suppresses. And that's something I would not have caught, by the way. And that was a great catch, by the way. And they need to play through Geshikt and Kalissus. They're solo laners. So why not opt into a 1-3-1 comp? I think if you have really strong solo laners, then as a team, maybe your strength is playing a split map where both your solo laners are on opposite sides of the map, and your 3-man unit can be in the middle, kind of helping either side that they need. And I think a champion that might be a contested pick between both teams would be the Yone, because we've seen Geshikt on that pick before. We saw Kenny bring it out and get insane results with it. So if you're not banning it for St. Ed's, you should be picking it,
Right.
is what I think. And to get Geshikt on a carry that can solo lane, I think those are some other goals for St. Edward's University. And we saw that Samira did get banned out. Do you think they will return to that ban? Do you think that champion is just like a permaban now in this setting?
I mean, to be fair, it's an 80 carry.
Okay.
You saw what Hecarim does to 80 carries. You saw what Evelyn does to 80 carries. There's
We
always
have-
solutions to 80 carries, so it's like
I want to see her left up and taken this game.
I agree.
Is
I want
definitely
to see
what I wanna
Samira in
see.
action. I want to see what she can do.
I know, me too.
So
But a carry champion on Geshikt and Kalissus. We've seen Kalissus play Camille before, so maybe a Camille on his side if they can get her a good matchup. Imagine a Camille Yone split. That would be something pretty cool. And an AP jungler, like something that can catch you off guard, like an Evelyn. I'm not sure if that would actually be a good comp. I'm kind of just spitballing champions here. And yeah, what about what do you think of the TSM Fnatic game? To switch subjects up here.
oh
We need to buy some
man,
time.
that hurt to watch.
Yeah, it did. They looked
That
like
was so
out of
sad.
sorts.
That was sad. It wasn't really that. It was more like because the point. So what they did was they drafted Comfort. They went for the Nidalee first pick because that's one of Speaker's
I didn't
best
like
champions.
that. NA in Italy.
It's not- it's-
You're in groups that like you're in groups best of ones. You can't risk it not working one game. And the Nidalee, NA in Italy, I don't think is very reliable.
It's
and
not-
It's not even a shot at Spica.
It's not NA Nidalee. It's just Fnatic had a good plan. The level 1 invade really did screw them over
Yeah.
because they denied. What happened there? They denied the
trying to
red
think.
buff start from Spica. They forced Spica to essentially start Raptors. The whole level 1 start in that jungle path was just really scuffed over for Spica there. He was just delayed.
Was
the
he
whole
late invaded at red? And he had to go Raptors?
He was late invaded, right. So
Oh.
but basically what Fnatic did, they 4-man late invaded red buff. They got first blood onto Alistar, Biofrost, for Jhin. So from there, Fnatic already had a first blood advantage.
Oh,
They had
that's
red buff
right.
stolen for self-made on the Evelyn. So Evelyn already had an advantage there. And Spica was stuck with only the large raptors. Like, he only got the
Yeah.
large raptor for himself for his start.
And Biofrost kind of entered that game.
Oh, yeah.
I think he died like his first 3 deaths were pretty avoidable and it did not look good. But okay, we are back into Champ Select for game 2, St. Edward's versus Kent State. Another thing, they went Camille, so Camille Nidalee.
That wasn't too bad. I think what really just screwed them over was because the whole purpose was for the was to bully out the Evelyn, but because that early game set them so far behind, they couldn't do that. They couldn't execute on that.
Gotcha. Makes sense, but we see some return to bans for St. Edward's Esports, still banning the Silas, but now opting to switch into a Shen ban, which seems a bit appropriate. Morgana, Cassiopeia still are going to be the bans here.
MC. I gotta ban Darius again.
Probably, because they won, right?
Yeah, right.
Why not
the winning
just same
team has no obligation to adjust their draft.
No, definitely not. But if they leave Yone up, if Kent State doesn't ban Yone here, do they first pick it?
Let's see what St. Edwards chooses to go for first.
Or does it go unpicked? Does St. Edwards not want it and Kent doesn't want it? Or does it go to second round and get banned in second round? Not sure. What's the first pick going to be here? Is it going to be Ashe? Is it going to be Graves? Is it going to be Hecarim? Is it going to be Ornn? Is it going to be... It's Varus. I don't like that, but when we're talking about comfort and they give the Yone away.
You know, I think St. Edwards did this last week.
They went on hit and it was like 0-5 or something. 0-3 maybe.
I'm not doing this to bash the player at all, but
No, go ahead.
Varus is a horrible champion right now.
Yeah, he's not in a good spot, especially the on hit one. Why not play Ashe?
Right. Like Varus is just really, really bad. Like, the champion itself is just Riot just nerfed that champion to the ground.
Yeah, once the poke was no longer viable, the on-hit Varus doesn't work, especially when Ashe thrives because you're just a worse Ashe.
Yeah, on-hit Varus hasn't worked for like almost 2 seasons now.
Yeah, no.
Like he only had a bit of a resurgence because the lethality build was viable.
Yeah, exactly.
But then they nerfed that too. So like Varus is just kind of he's just. I'm pretty sure he's been D tier for like a couple months.
Yeah.
Almost a year now. So I'm really shocked at the first pick Varus, but.
Me too, but they don't care what we think, and we are just up here speculating. So when they slam that pick, there's nothing we can do about it.
and then there's a Yone Hecarim Nautilus all S
tier. Don't even worry about
right?
that. Let's not worry about that for now. It's how can the Bears work? It's with the Lux and Nunu. Nunu's a pretty broken champion.
Oh my god! I actually, whenever I run into a Nunu in solo queue, I permaban him for the next 10 games.
Yeah.
And then I go back to permabanning Evelyn.
He's like the most spam gankable champion there is. He just goes from lane to lane ganking.
Did they ever fix that bug? Where he
Nunu is a bug
like disappears, like
no,
when he like ganks you out like out
that
of
champion's
vision?
been bugged since his rework.
Oh
There'll be snowballs that sit there on the map for the whole game.
That's still there? That's still a bug?
Legend says it's still there.
Oh my.
And,
Nunu is the new Mordekaiser.
Pretty bug champ, but hopefully no shenanigans from that. And then we see 4 mid lane bans coming out. Weirdly, actually, those aren't mid lane bans. Galio is a support ban for St. Ed's, I guess, and Echo's a flex ban. Volibear, we've seen Volibear is a world's top laner now.
He's usually just an answer into Camille, though.
Yes, that's the next thing I was gonna say. And China brought that over, and the whole world kind of adapted the Volibear pick, and it's a reliable, strong early. It just kind of falls off late, and it gets answered by Kled. Kled is a Callistus special.
I like that. It's a very unique pick. I could never learn how to play Kled.
Annie.
But,
Annie in response to Yone. This is good. This is a good pick, I think. And Annie is a champion that no melee can get up in her face and chip away at her without returning lethal, post 6 that is. So I think if Geshik plays the lane properly and Kenny makes any mistakes, Geshik could maybe come out ahead in that one.
That could be a Yone bot. Remember, Yone is always flex pickable.
And they don't have any other bot laner other than Vel'Koz.
Exactly. So this could be a Yone bot, or that could be a Vel'Koz bot. We don't know. It's both are flex picks here.
And remember, Starphoner is a solo laner as well as a marksman player in the ADC. So I wouldn't be surprised if Starphoner wanted to Vel'Koz it up. Kind of a different pick. I like to pick Vel'Koz into when I know the enemy team is building front-to-back meatballs. Vel'Koz is a great pick because obviously he just shreds through those kind of comps. The St. Edward team is not exactly that, but I'm sure the Vel'Koz will be able to find some value. And who do you give the victory of Draft 2?
I mean, I see a Varus pick
And
an Annie pick.
So not the Varus team?
So Kent State, yeah.
Yeah, I have to
Because
agree.
I think when you go to, even if this game were to go to like 50 minutes, 6 items, like Kent State wins, like hands down. Because the numbers on Varus are just too low. Like, they made it too unfair to play Varus.
Yeah.
I feel really bad for Varus. Like I wish the champion was in a better state right now.
And they gave up the Yone Hecarim. And what I like about Kent State Esports is I'm pretty sure they mean business. When they locked this Yone Hecarim, they're like, we want these 2 champs again. They're our champs. You left them up. We want this win. It tells me they want that 3rd place finish.
Right.
And all they are is 1 game away from getting that.
They're not looking to mess around here. So.
No. And if I'm not mistaken, we can move on to a quick break, and then we will see you on the Rift. Is now switching on to Geshik. The BAR members understand he's the main threat, and we saw multiple cooldowns go down on him as Deku almost.
I feel like when you're this far ahead of the wall, I feel like you should just commit to a challenge. Okay, but Geshik is looking for a fight with Gin right now. Gin is going to try to death push him, but looks like Gin might have the advantage here. Gin gets the solo kill. But Olaf is here to try to get a return kill as well. Pops the ultimate, pops the Ragnarok, but Gin with the happy feet is going to dodge everything, flashes out. Nocturne ultimate comes through to try to get the return kill, but is he going to save Gin? And Undertow is not going to find the kill, and that's going to be a shutdown going over to Mike Oxsmalls.
Jin with the outplay, and look, it's going everywhere on the map. I'm not sure if this is just a 1v1 they're going to take. You know what this is like? Those movies where all the main characters fight each other in separate scenes. Forget about that. Let me... Yeah, Veigar having a rough time of it this game.
Plus is looking for an engage here with the Echo here. Oh, but Geshik is looking for an engage as well. Ezreal is going to go down. Olaf is running down with the Ragnarok. Galio is not going to find the knockup since Olaf is unstoppable, but Gin is just kiting, healing like crazy. Swindle not going to do as much damage as we saw from last game.
And what do you know, it's Applause who comes up and gets the double, but we saw Ziggs with the damage over the top, and it was really Jin holding it down in that situation. Nobody, no matter how many times you catch Ezreal or you think my Cocksmall Bros is out of position, Jin is a force you just can't get past. His barrels will hit you, his passive, his Q.
You know, Ash's passive slow amplifies with crit, so that's the whole reason people pick Ash. Slow people.
You said it as we see a lineup. Eyes on Geshik, they take the plant.
Deku with the great auto onto the blast man forces Geshik into a tough situation. Ultimate finds nobody. And this is just a messy fight from St. Esports. They were not ready for this. And Bar Esports with an excellent pick off from that blast plant is going to find almost everybody on St.
Oh my goodness, so it was Deku autos the plan, gets two members over that wall.
The Ziggs autos that blast plant.
Here's what's most important when you're looking down at the items. It's Geshik completing Death Dance. And
oh wait, Deku is not in the right place.
Oh!
And the Agalio is going to come down, trying to save Deku here. But it's not going to do anything. But they're going to find the kills mid. Nocturne coming through here, but Nocturne's in a 1v1 with Yone here. Yone going to get a kill onto Nocturne as well. And here comes Echo. Echo's trying to get a return stuff. And he's just dead.
I see Kalissus and Geshik. They almost put together a great play, Keck. I'm telling you, if we can watch this back. But we saw Swain kind of walk into their team and die for free. Turtle's been dying for free too often, but it's Geshik. Do they look for the end? Geshik gets the solo and draws the Galio ulti in the bot lane. Okay, this is now a situation you can win, but Swain just walks in and dies for free. Nocturne kills Veigar for free, and it's these three, the Olaf, Echo. Oh, the game is ending.
Yeah, I mean, you just aced them at their inhibs. This is definitely half a good game.
Yeah, scratch the replay. They're going straight for the end.
Support is legendary. Oh wait, hold on. Looks like St. Edwards might be able to save the Nexus here for a bit. And they're not able to end. Looks like St. Edwards is going to try to contest this Final Dragon with that soul. They're going to go down. They're going to go down fighting. Ziggs ult coming through. It's going to chunk Turtle down to half HP. Yone ult's going to find knocked up onto 2. Nocturne's going in. It's going to try to get 2 kills. Double kill for him on the back line. Galio's coming down. It's going to find no knockups, but that's going to be a double kill going over to Deku on that Ziggs as well. Teleport coming in from GP. They're looking to end the game right now.
They're looking to end, and I believe they can. There's nothing stopping them other than Kalissus, but it won't matter. They don't even need this turret or this inhib, right?
They don't. I think Gin just wants to pad his CS stats.
Is that even counted as a CS? The inhib?
But he took the wave.
Oh.
Okay, Kalissus looking for the 5-man ultimate. But he's saying, please don't take the assist. Please take me instead.
And it's hard to call these situations. We don't know how hard BAR is going to troll, but whew, Deku with the damage, and the Nexus will drop. BAR with the 2-0 victory in just a convicting match against St. Edwards Esports. And I do have, as we see, a 2v2.
We hear early game coming in from the Olaf here, but it looks like, yeah, Karthus is ready for this. He knows that Olaf has from top to bottom, so they're ready for this. Flash coming in from Laser King here. He's going to try to get out. Her heal burned as well. Flare Pirate might be out here. Dark Harvest Stack and First Blood going over to Mayalamo Big D. And Laser King looks like he's going to join as well. The slows from Ash is going to secure another kill. But Mayalamo Big D is not out just yet.
The mana just the resource regen constantly ticking.
Oh, and the Death Sentence is going to find a mark onto Aileros on his Lux here. She's going to be constantly slowed by the Ash auto attacks. And Cleave here, just standing there laughing, knowing he's just going to be giving the kill over to Ash here. Chicken delivery here with the E4. Oh, and the Ash Arrow is going to find a stun onto Laser King here. They're going to dive him here. Lux is back and respawned by now, but Ignite's ticking down. Guardian proc is going to go. Karthus ultimate is here. That's going to be another Dark Harvest secure over from Mayamo Big D. The Cinder here. She misses her Scatter the Weak. Oh, Lux is going to preemptively flash to dodge the Death Sentence, but Death Sentence onto Varus is going to miss, but she's being constantly slowed. Olaf is here for the counter gank. More slows coming in from the Ash, but Olaf is going to flash out. No kills going through, but the Ornn ultimate with the call is going to look for a knockup onto the Illusion here. Stun coming in from Luigi Mash, and the ultimate from Cinder is going to secure the kill onto Troy One's Lucian. Oh. So Herald's going to come down mid. Ornn's looking for an ultimate here. Not going to find Lucian. They're looking to just get some free play cold here. Karthus is on the flank. Ash will come.
We are live on the Rift for our Week 8 match number 2, game number 2 between St. Edward's University Esports and Kent State University Esports, where Kent State is looking to secure the 3rd place spot in the LSS as we head into playoffs next week. St. Edward's looking to tie the series 1-1. Our game win point is wrong. It should be on Kent State. And our Yone is bot. You hit it on the head this time, Keck, and I'm really interested to see the Star Punter Musinator combo here going into the Turtle Dark Akemi Lux Varus that we have seen before. I think Yone is a punishable champion from this double range bot lane. I just have to see it happen before.
Have you ever seen, I forgot it was G2 or Fnatic? This is when Caps won one of those teams where they like flex picked a champion. It was one of those fun champions. I forgot what it was. It was definitely one of those like flex pick champions that could go top or mid. And I think it was with Caps and Wonder. And what was the flex pick? I can't remember. It was definitely one of those like funner champions. I want to say it was like Yasuo or something. And they were doing a troll game. And Wonder or Perks or Caps wanted to play it. So what they did was they did rock, paper, scissors to see who got to play it. So this is what I was thinking. Kenny or Star Punter were probably doing rock, paper, scissors to see who got to play Yone.
That's pretty funny. I do remember. I could picture them rock, paper, scissoring right now. And it might have been Pyke?
Was it Pyke?
Remember when Wonder was playing Pyke top? Pyke, they were just fucking
Or was it
Pyke.
a Kali? I can't remember.
Oh, it could have easily been a Kali. That's another good guess, too.
It's been a while, but it was definitely a really funny moment.
And
or was it with Black?
And now Annie is low-key counterpicked by Vel'Koz, I think, because the idea is you should never be in range of Vel'Koz to hit him with anything if you're Annie.
Oh, and Callista's looking for a trade up here in the top lane, getting the bear hook, but the bear doesn't seem to be scared.
Yeah, you got to be able to space out Volibear while the chain's on him, or else you just eat his combo. He's also running grasps, and that's going to hurt. But still keep an eye on that matchup. Turned in the way of the Kled. I think Kled with Conquer can actually beat Volibear pretty hard. Kled's level 2 is... His level 2 and 3 are crazy strong.
Alright, so you look at it right here. Nunu is in the top side. He's going for a snowball into the top lane, but another thing you have to watch out for. Okay, he's looking for a 2v2 aggression down in the bot lane right here. Star Punter looking for an all-in onto Turtle here. But look here, Sir Poppycock hits the snowball onto Volibear. First blood goes over to Kled. So what I wanted to point out here before we saw the 2v2 in the bot lane was that a ward in the river bush does not prevent you from getting ganked by Nunu.
Right.
That snowball can come from anywhere, and by the time you see that ward, by the time your ward sees Nunu snowballing in, it's too late.
Yep, that's a great point, and right on time.
And here we see Sir Poppycock snowballing into the mid lane. Flash forward from Shake, trying to get the stun onto Kenny. Kenny's going to have to force the cleanse and flash out himself.
Yeah, so lots of activity from that Nunu, who is just going from lane to lane, ganking over and over again like Nunus do. Somehow will still manage to keep up in farm, but Hecarim with the visit on the top side as well. I like this from Rekt, who probably is going to expect the Nunu to return, who is.
And here we see the Nunu is snowballing up into the top lane, so Condorix is able to knock Kled off of his mounts, but Sir Poppincock is going to get countercaged here by Rekt here on this Hecarim, but Condorix is going back in onto Volibear. He got Scarl back, and he's able to get the secure kill.
It didn't matter that it got counter-ganked. I think the focus...
And more action in the bot lane here. Musinator finds the hook onto Turtle here on his Varus. Varus is going to look for some return poke with his arrow.
That arrow hitting is a big deal. Starpwn are a bit chunked out, but really, really nice play from Callistus on Kled. And if they're going to win this game, it might come from a start like that where he's already getting Tiamat at 4 minutes, 20 seconds in. He can take control of the lane and keep Volibear shoved in. He can roam with his ulti and punish Vel'Koz. There's a lot of things you can do on Kled in the early to mid game to completely dominate.
Oh, and Starporter's going for the flash forward, and he gets the exhaust, but it doesn't matter. The auto follows through, and he's going to go down as well.
Overzealous aggression from Starpwner and Musinator. The first time we panned down a bot lane, we watched Starpwner take 2 tower shots. He ended up regenning that, but just after going in and going in and going in, Turtle actually showing us that Varus ADC can, you know, chunk the Yone out and eventually get him a kill. So Varus looking completely fine in this game after that first kill, but only after that first kill.
And if the tower hits him twice.
Right. He was under tower getting hit multiple times, and I think that kind of leads to that.
But huge props to Poppincock here. Like the Nunu has made a lot of pressure here in the top half of the map, giving Callistus this huge lead in the top lane for himself.
For sure. Credit deserved by St. Edward's Esports to come out swinging hard here, getting themselves a gold lead early under 2K. 1,500 gold lead. 5 minutes and some change. They're going to have to build on that. And this team at early is a crazy amount of pressure. You see, Kled can keep Volibear shoved in almost indefinitely, which can lead to deep vision. It can lead to roaming opportunities. And overall, just Volibear being stuck under turret, which is not where he wants to be in the early stages of the game when he's most effective.
Oh, and Musinator's going to use his Hex Flash to jump over the wall. And the Death Ray coming in from Vel'Koz. And here comes Rekt as well. He wants to be a part of this party as well. Annie's Bear is trying to get some revenge damage onto Hecarim, but it's not going to get a kill. 3-man in the mid lane, getting a kill back and putting Kent Stay on the board.
Watch this Hex Flash here from Nautilus. This is a sick, nasty play. Imagine being Annie right here and watch the Naut Hex Flashing over this wall. So you're just laying in, and then a Nautilus appears in your lane in hook range. That's pretty much impossible to deal with, and Rekt on top of it will arrive, and now that's first Drake.
And because of that mid lane prio, because of that really well played gank, Red Team is able to execute straight into that first Ocean Drake. And Ocean Drake is huge for early game.
It's very big in early game. Ooh.
And Callistus is just going to constantly look for aggression onto Condrix here. He's level 6, he has the advantage. And Callistus is going to flash forward, trying to get the kill onto Condrix, but Condrix has to burn his flash as well to get out.
So
almost giving a kill over.
Callistus canceled in an auto there, and he also could have flash auto-queued the Volibear, and it would have killed him. I'm not sure if we'll get another look at that, but when the Volibear flashes and you're going to flash follow, you can't just flash Q. If you're going to flash on him, you have to auto, then Q. Kled mini-form actually has pretty long auto range, and I think he could have gotten that kill. Definitely one to take another look at.
Definitely something for him to reanalyze in a VOD review.
For sure.
And so we see here the blue buff was transferred over from Hecarim towards the Vel'Koz, and looks like Sir Poppincock will do the same for Kashyyyk here on the Annie.
And I really hope that is not a bad decision to give Annie that blue. I don't think Annie needs blue as a champion. I think it would have been fine on Nunu. And you're risking giving it to Kenny or Rekt, because now that they see that, they're double going to want to gank her, and you could have, you know, another blue buff on a Kenny in a few minutes here. Would not be good. But I don't disagree. You should give your mid blue. I just think it's on a vulnerable type.
Diddy's probably one of those greedy junglers in solo queue when he gets auto-filled.
You got to be greedy in solo queue. Come on. We'll have to see if Kent State is going to tame the aggression in the bot lane with Yone's flash being down. I think he's actually free setup. Once Turtle hits 6, they can layer some CC. They can bring the Nunu down. He's on bot side right now. He's at his Raptors. I think Star Punter is pretty gankable. His R is actually quite a reliable way to escape, though, and that's what they'll have to play around.
And it looks like Nunu is looking for a snowball right now, but I think they're going for the Herald right now. 9 minutes in, Herald spawned around 1 minute ago, and they're looking to play for that objective. They do have a strong top side in Callistus, so this should be an objective that they feel comfortable taking.
Yeah, definitely, and it's the right play, too. I think a Nunu visit bot would have worked, but going and getting that Herald when you have that nice Kled push is a great call as well. Where do you drop it, Jack? Do you know?
I mean, this early on in the game, I don't think there's any turrets that are that low enough for you to even secure first turret. I think you just drop it into top lane just to give Khaled more gold for himself, get some turret plating gold. As you can see right now, oh, Nautilus is going to find a hook onto the Lux here, and Yone is going to all in with his Spirit E and his ultimate as well. Lux is going to go for some return damage with her ultimate. Oh, and the Bear's Q was just too short. Starporter is going to go back in with the exhaust, but he's not able to get any damage down. Turtle is going to find himself another kill. And the Lux Cosmic Binding is going to find the route onto Musinator, but he's going to be able to walk out. And it looks like Hecarim is here looking for a return kill. He's going to pop his E. He's going to look for some damage. Turtle is going to be rooted by the Nautilus, and he's going to go down. Flash stun from Geschicht onto Kenny here, and he's trying to run away from the Bear. The Snowball, and that's just going to be a solo kill from Geschicht onto the Vel'Koz.
I like the 2v2 from the bot lane of St. Edwards, but you gotta know when to walk away. Is the Nautilus kill even worth it? You gotta think, where's Hecarim? Because you see they just could have taken the Yone kill and walked away. Instead, they're just free food for the Hecarim. But meanwhile, the 2v1 mid, another good look for St. Edwards Esports. It looks like wait a second, we have action on screen as this Volibear is getting absolutely bodied.
Yeah, he saw the play just too late. They walked over the ward, but at that point, he was already just too far up from his tower. Like, by the time he walked back there, Kled already popped his ultimate, and he was just caught out.
And we're seeing the weakness of Volibear as a champion, right? He looks big and scary, but at the end of the day, he's actually abusable in the right matchup. If anyone could go toe-to-toe with him, he's pretty immobile and doesn't have that much self-heal if you revisit him and set him behind. He's pretty abusable.
And not to mention, oh, and look right here. Looks like Lux is going to face check, unfortunately, into the push. There's a Nautilus right there. An auto attack is an instant root. And she gets the ultimate onto Yone here. Lots of damage coming through. He's so low. But the kill going over to Nautilus here. Unfortunate for Lux, she's unable to survive that fight. And Nautilus is looking for another hook. 80 carries. That's just, you can't fight a Nautilus. The champion's not balanced.
You said it, Keck. It always looks good for Kent State when they 2v2. And then St. Ed's hits him with this insane burst with the Varus Lux. In this case, he's one auto away from getting the Yone. Really unfortunate, but yeah, when your Lux face checks 2 champions and doesn't have flash or exhaust, she's gonna die.
Alright, what Musinator is trying to do here is he's trying to freeze the wave down bot lane so that Star Punter can get down there and catch that wave, but unfortunately, Turtle is just gonna kind of hit him, so he won't be able to start the freeze. Really good attempt from him, though.
We see Kled runs bot and gets them second Drake. This is great. He's on Cleaver. He's definitely the strongest champ in the
Oh, and Vel'Koz is able to find the knockup into the ultimate, but Annie has so much damage. She drops the Tibbers, trying to get a return, trying to get the kill onto the Vel'Koz, saying, you can't use your lightning ray on me. Unfortunately, no kills go for either side.
Really close. Those 2 mages kind of have the same idea, right? They both want to do the exact same thing to each other, and we see them with the just standoff here, dumping combos on each other, both getting each other pretty low. This Vel'Koz Q, you see how there's 2 procs on Annie. If that hits her, it could maybe have popped her if he has Scorch or something.
Oh, and they have to realize that just because you see the Lux means she dies because Nautilus is Nautilus. And Nunu's going to pop his ultimate, but it does so much damage. The absolute 0 AP ratios is ridiculous.
Yo, Turtle's actually dumping out DPS on this Varus, proving us wrong. And he doesn't care when we say his Varus pick his troll. He still locks it in, and this time he's producing, getting them a lead, doing a lot of damage. And like you said, the Nunu ult pretty crucial here. Lux kind of acting as bait, and the TP coming in to help as well. Watch this Nunu ult on top of Varus dropping arrow with the stacks. Tons of damage. Kled hardly even needed there. Hecarim sees that and dips right out.
That right there was just bot lane. Kent State's bot lane jumping the gun too early. Like they just saw Lux, they just went for it. They didn't think about the repercussions. They didn't consider if Nunu could be there to capitalize on their aggression. That I just felt like that was just not coordinated.
Yeah, not really. We see the bot lane of Kent State is...
Oh, and here they go. Aggression onto the Varus here. Varus is recalling right in front of a pink ward.
Moosinator with this Hex Slash, yo. He's finding so many looks. Him and Starponer have one mode right now, and that is going in. I respect it. And we're watching right now Nunu getting caught out in River. I would like to say really nice setup from Rec to get that nice angle to push the Nunu into where his Vel'Koz was with that squirt gun item. What's that called? Hextech GLP? Slows him up, pops him.
Yeah, Hextech GLP. Blist is here looking for the jungler here.
You can maybe 2v1 this. Not 3v1, but...
Oh, but Condorix is going to secure himself the red buff. But Geschikt is here on the flank. He finds the stun timbers onto Rec. He gets himself the kill. Callistus is looking for an engage onto Kenny here. The bear trap is going to find Azanias. And Condorix fails his ultimate, completely whisks it, but he's going to flash and gets the shutdown onto the Annie here. Forces Callistus off of Skarl, but he's going to get Skarl back very soon. But Condorix, all that effort to get that red buff, you're just giving it right to Callistus.
This Plague going crazy. Wait. Yo, Starponer dropping on Yone again. St. Edward's Esports coming back. Fighting, clapping back hard. They're up in 4K gold now as we see. Watch this Kled show. I missed the Volibear failing his ulti, but he's able to pick up the Annie, who did her job before she dropped, and it's all about the fact that Kled can remount while healing with Conquer the whole time. He's so far ahead. Realistically, that's not a situation you even want to play into as Kent State. Why are you playing into the Kled, who's massively fed? Just abuse the Lux and Varus in the bot lane, or pick on the Annie, I think
exactly.
is a better...
You see the E-Mobile AD carry, you see the squishy support Lux, you have the strong, farmed up, fed Hecarim with Triforce. Just play dive the E-Mobile champions. Just play towards bot lane. But instead they chose to fight back the 3v3 top side.
Not everybody is a top lane who sees juicy immobile bot lanes and thinks, oh, I just want to kill them over and over again.
Free
But
kills.
that's what I think when I see...
And look right here, Nunu is going to drop the Herald in the mid lane. Oh, and Kled is looking for a dive mid, and he's just going to be... Alright, Hecarim is not going to find the Onslaught of Shadows onto anybody here. But the Yone ultimate finds through people, but they're all just going to be... It's too deep, and they're not going to find any of their follow-up damage. The Vel'Koz ultimate is not going to find any kills as well.
That was 9001 IQ bait from Callistus here to ulti into the middle of their base between their turrets and then dip right out. Everybody chased him right into his team, and they just killed them all, and now they're pushing mid.
And the Vel'Koz passive damage onto Turtle chunks him for half his health HP. He needs to be careful here in the way he positions these fights and not take free poke from the Vel'Koz.
And this was after everybody kind of chased into Annie's combo, right? Everyone was chasing the Kled, who was under turret and looked compromised, but you walked right into Annie's spells, and they get a nice 2 for 0. They're going to go ahead and take the turret. And Nunu, the whole time, busy at work getting all the neutrals. I believe St. Edward's has only missed one Drake, but has gotten the first Herald, maybe even the second Herald. I haven't kept track of Heralds, but now they're up 2 Drakes to 1, so they're ahead in the neutral department as well, and this looks very well like it could be a St. Edward's win. And now Kent State, in their state-of-the-art gaming facility, are going to have Kenny stand up out of his chair and sit down in Starponer's chair, and Starponer's going to get up and sit in Kenny's chair, and they're going to swap around who's playing
Are
what.
you talking about account sharing?
No. Chair sharing. Like, what do you do if they actually just got up and...
I think that's still account sharing.
That is account sharing. That would be really sus. Also, the controls would be not their own and everything.
You know, if it's like a random pause in the middle of a game, like pause for 30 seconds.
Fixing their settings, switching who plays where.
Quote unquote, hey, mid and bot are lagging.
That would be pretty grimy.
Mid and bot are lagging, guys? Give us a second.
This is why for finals we want the teams to be in one life to play. How cool would that be?
That would be pretty cool.
But back to the game. It's Kled with 2 items at 18 minutes. Annie
Oh,
working
man.
on her second item, and the Varus is going to have his Rage Blade on time as well. We need to see, can St. Edward's close out games. It's too often that we see middle tier teams get leads against the top tier teams here and then throw them away because of poor situational awareness and macro.
You see, actually, last game, it was around a 6K gold lead that Kent State did have against St. Edwards, and they closed out around with this much gold lead. Now, at this point in the game, St. Edwards, now they have that like, about the same amount of gold lead, but right now it doesn't feel like they're really pressing that lead.
No, I think Kent State really closed out well. They know how to close games out, and that's what puts them in a situation where they're fighting for third in the league. And we have to see it.
Oh, and Kenny is a little bit too far out. Gashik's going to flash forward with the flash tippers, getting the stun onto Kenny, but he's just going to force the cleanse. And he sees Gashik. He's going to pop the... Oh, and he's going to use the ultimate. He's going to get the kill onto Gashik here. Gashik just, unfortunately, just got out bush played.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, okay, you burst him and get his cleanse, but if you're on cooldowns, why leave the bush? You should be telling your teammates where he is. Send Tibbers to go find him. And she just walks out and gives him a free angle.
Or
and
we
I
can
think that's blind.
Or we can just call Kenny an alcove gamer. Like, come on.
He is an
Just
alcove
give him
gamer.
credit. He's an alcove gamer.
Just, you know what, forget about it. Kenny's an alcover.
There we go.
And that's, you cannot blame the Annie. He just knew.
But no, but with all...
This guy goes straight to the alcove. I should probably just give it up.
But with all respect, I believe right call there was, yes, send the Tibbers into face check, get the vision for yourself, call a teammate up there. Nunu could easily rotate quickly with a snowball. We know Nunu, how fast Nunu can be, just rolling a little snowball all the way to a massive one into that top one.
Yep. You watched him cleanse, so that's great. And if he flashes away, it's even better. Alright, eyes on St. Edwards. We already see them, you know, with kind of a faulty situation. We need to see how are you going to close this game out. And Drake's up in a minute 30, and they have their TP, their strongest unit, on the side of the Drake. Normally you want your TP away from the Drake, so if they see Kled on Drake's side, and it's up in a minute, they're going to pile on him.
Oh, and right here, Kled is a bit far up without his team. The rest of his team is either mid or in their base. Kled is just here 1v5. What is he doing here?
That's exactly what I was pointing out, Keck. He's on the objective side. He's on the side that everybody needs to be on to set up Drake. So if they see you on this side, why not just collapse on you, kill you, now they have free setup? If you're the TP split pusher, which Kled can be in this situation, you go top with your TP. And then if they collapse on you and Drake's up in a minute, then your team at least gets free setup.
But even regardless of that, why is he in the blue buff? Why is he there? While three of his teammates are mid lane, and his last teammate is still in base. Why is he at their blue buff by himself?
He's probably been comfortably invading the enemy jungle up until this point, not understanding that 4 people can show up instantly, and we're gonna. But yeah, I agree with you. Just wrong place at the wrong time.
I think he ended up giving away. How much gold was he with? Was that a 900 gold shutdown?
Not sure.
But that gold lead that they had, there was around a 7,000 gold lead, but that's slowly going away. It's now only around a 3,000 gold lead now. 3,000, 4,000 gold lead.
He's back, and it's team fight time. And this time, I think both teams kind of getting here at the same time. I don't think one team is more prepared, but St. Edwards with control of the river, so I'll give him that. It's going to be Kent State probably on the offensive here. Watch Rect.
And Hecarim is looking for the engage onto Sir Poppincock here, but they have to realize they're also chasing into an Annie. Hecarim is going to find an ultimate onto Kled here. Sir Poner is also on the top side of the fight. Lux is going for an ultimate, but finds nobody here. Volibear's ultimate is going to find nobody. He's just going to ultimate to get out. Kenny's trying to find a death ray onto some people, but he's also just going to look for some damage onto Poppincock. They're looking for Dragon right now. Poppincock's going to heal off with his consume on the Dragon right now. And I think blue side has the priority onto Herald. Not the Herald, the Scuttlecraft, I say. And Teleport coming down from Kled. Kled was able to get some HP back. He's back in the fight now. Sir Poner is looking for a 1v1 with Gashik, but he's just going to get blown up. The Yone just doesn't stand a single chance, but looks like a double kill going over for Annie. Rector's going to run away from the fight here on the Hecarim, but the Callistus is doing so much work. He's going for a kill onto Condrix, and now he's chasing down Kenny. He's going to get knocked up, but he's so close to getting Scarl back. This fight was so close. But Kenny, he's still alive, but Calista is able to get Scarlet back. He gets the kill onto Rekt.
Calista's putting this game on his back. Is that going to be Drake for them, or can Kenny get it with a Luden's proc?
And right now, Kenny, he's trying to do something. He looks for the ultimate. He's trying to get a return kill onto Dark Akemi, but Dark Akemi, with the W, is able to keep herself alive.
So much back and forth there. One thing I want to point out is Geshik had like no mana. He gets one rotation of spells this entire fight. If Geshik had full mana, I think St. Edge just stomps this. But at the end of the day, it goes to the back of Callistus here. Absolutely hard carries the fight on the Kled. It's simple as that. And third Drake goes over to St. Ed's University. They're looking at Soul Point. Kent State are going to have to come back with an answer. But man, yeah, we saw Geshik completely blow up the Yone, and other than that, it was just the Kled show.
This is a death cap Annie. This Annie does a massive amount of damage here.
Yeah, death cap, and I love death cap after Luden's if nobody is building MR on the enemy team, and it looks like the only MR we see other than some Death Dance is the Mercs on Nautilus, which, by the way, Nautilus hit a great hook on the Bears to even start that, which I thought was good, and I think Turtle was able to survive that and dish out some damage, but yeah, back to your point on the Annie. Eyes on her to absolutely delete somebody. We might see a Game 3, Keck, and that's what we love here at One Night to Play, Game 3s. That's why we make a best-of-3 series. May the better team win. St. Edward's looking like they are not out of their element whatsoever in this game, too.
Looks like Yone, he was trying to take his red buff for himself now. Tired of the jungler taking it.
And one thing I should say about Yone is the Yasuo 10 death spike. Yone is maybe like a 5 death spike. We see Star Punter with his 5th death. Now that he has his 2 core items, he hasn't been super effective this game.
Oh, but get shicked here with the death trap onto Rekt here. Rekt is just going to get caught out.
You said it, Keck, with the death. He just pulled up with death. That's all he had to do. The Varus arrow over the top secures the kill, and it's a Baron start.
Right here, they have no jungler to contest, so Nunu's just going to go snowballing for some fun.
How is Kent State going to play this situation? They have to deal with Kled, or they look for a steal.
Kled right now is deep in the backline. He's looking for disrupt the backline. He's going to flash away. Yone is going deep into the pit. He's going to take the blast mine over. He uses his ultimate to find multiple knockups. He's going to get exhausted and blown up by Geshik. The Annie just does so much damage with this death cap. Yone doesn't stand a chance.
And Geshik showing us why you pick Annie and Yone. That's the second time Annie's absolutely deleted. As we see, Nunu secures the Baron. Callistus was doing his best effort to distract, to get onto the jungler. Is forced to flash out, but we see Yone go over and watch the Annie burst. He goes in with his ult, and good night. Annie into Yone is legit. Even if it's Yone bot. Because, we know they thought it was Yone mid, and that was going to be an Annie counter pick Yone mid. They answer with the Vel'Koz, which I assume was a counter, but Annie seems to be doing fine here. Oblivion Orb, she's going to straight pen. She could even go, if she doesn't want to finish Morello, could go right into a Void Staff and keep one-shotting for another 5-10 minutes.
And Rekt here is just constantly taking these greedy paths. He didn't have to walk through mid lane. He could have just taken the path a little bit upwards. That little crack up to the left of the tower. So now he was forced to burn his ultimate. They won't have that if they want to look for an engage here. Just some small things here and there.
And we see they're pressuring 2 lanes with Baron. They're not opting for 3. It's a 4-1 with Kled being solo top. Kled with enough time here, and Baron minions will be able to chip at that top turret. They'll have to send help eventually. Could maybe even dive the Volley Bear, but that's probably not his plan.
Yeah, right now they just want to siege with the Baron buff and look for a possible misposition from Kent State where they could look for a possible dive. Vel'Koz looking for some poke still with his abilities, trying to get some damage off.
Remember, Drake is up in 35, so if you overextend for this inhib and lose a team fight and lose your Drake soul, that could be a turning point in the game. So they need to be wise in how they use their Baron and also get Drake.
All right, Hecarim winding up his E, looking for a possible engage onto the Kled here, but chooses not to. Right now, Kent State is really hesitant. They don't know where they want to engage. Okay, Nautilus is going to burn his ultimate onto Turtle here on that Varus. They're looking for the engage. Kled is going to use his ultimate as well, looking for a disruption to the backline as well. The Vel'Koz ultimate is going to find so much damage onto the backline. They blow up the Annie, get the shutdown as well. Callistus is going to get jumped on by Condorex's Volibear here. He's going to get shut down as well. Rex is in the back. He's getting chased by Turtle while Starponer is on the other side of the fight, chasing down Sir Poppincock. Turtle is so deep as well. Starponer is trying to get a kill onto Turtle, and this is exactly what you're talking about. They dove a little too deep, and Dragon's going to be up. They're not going to be able to get the soul.
So you get 2 inhibs, but now your soul is gone. The good news is you're going to have a chance at soul for the next 3 Drakes, because you already have 3. So getting 2 inhibs, definitely worth, even probably for that Drake, because that Drake doesn't do much for Kent State. So winning situation for St. Ed's, but if they never get their hands on that soul, they'll be asking themselves why they didn't peel back at that point to go get it. And as for the fight, honestly, it looked pretty sloppy from both parties. We saw Varus kind of tower diving. We saw Vel'Koz suiciding to get damage down, killing himself to kill Annie. A lot of back and forth kind of, you know, messy fight there, but overall winning situation for St. Edwards, and I do think they are one step closer to closing this game out after that.
Did Lux not use her E when she ulted to try to steal Dragon? Did she just ult? She just ulted? Oh wow. Yeah, usually you want to use your E chained with the ultimate for the extra bonus buff, bonus damage from your passive. Because it actually typically does like 700 to 800 damage, usually more than Smite.
Oh, you're right, yeah.
That's why you usually see a lot of Lux's steal objectives. Even support Lux's.
I wouldn't have known that, so if I was like an auto-filled Lux support, I would try stealing with just R, probably. But now I wouldn't. Now I know.
You always want to either do it from a Q ultimate or E ultimate. Just want to apply your pass before you proc your ultimate.
Thank Mr. K.
It's like St. Edwards just pressing their advantage right now, going into the enemy jungle, setting up their vision as well, similar to what we saw from last game.
Right, yeah, this is an important step. The only thing is this the quadrant you want to take control of? I don't think so. I don't think you want to be in that red quadrant. You want to be in this blue quadrant here and set up camp here. So this is where you want to clear out vision and drop wards. And why is that? It's because your objective is...
Oh, and right here, Kenny is going to find a knockup and an ultimate onto some targets, but I think he's trying to bite off more than he can chew.
Yeah, a bit reminiscent of last fight as well, kind of killing himself to drop damage down as Vel'Koz. And what I was saying earlier is their objective is really this inhibitor turret right here, because they obviously have both inhibs mid and top down. This is the final step here to break this.
And so it looks like this inhibitor is just going to have to go down. Kenny is not alive. They don't want to take this 4v5 fight.
And their wave clear... They have Yone and Vel'Koz. Their wave clear is fine, but triple inhib with Baron spawning in 30 seconds is an awful situation. So it's St. Edwards really just need to step-by-step close this game out with nothing crazy. It should be a game win.
Time to see how great Kent State is at stalling out games.
It should be 90% win St. Edwards University at this stage of the game. You really need to make a crazy play. And the biggest problem I see here is you can't, your only TP is Volibear, so you can't really contest Baron unless you send everyone but Volibear, and I don't think Volibear can actually deal with 3 super waves.
And it looks like they are doing the Baron, so Hecarim is in the area. He could potentially go for a steal, but it looks like based off him doing Krug still, he is not going to go for it. They're going to give that Baron. No contest.
That's a reset by your stopwatches if you haven't yet. Get pots going and final item completions and go win the game. Right here, you just need to buff up all 3 waves of supers and you win. I don't think Kent State has the wave clear, and I don't even think you have to fight them at this point. As long as 3 double super minion waves are buffed with Baron, it should be easy. Their biggest mistake they can make is only playing one lane right here, I think.
Right. As you can see here, Kled is going up to that top lane right now. He's getting ready. He's doing Gromp first. Priorities.
Gromp is unnecessary. Time is more important than income right now because you have Baron buff ticking and you're getting ready to win the game.
Does he get stared off this time? He gets Derek's up.
Okay.
So that's why he goes
I
for
take it back then in that.
He's teleporting top lane right now to Baron up the top lane wave.
Okay, okay. I'm fine with that. That shows that he knows it's time to end the game. He just wanted to complete his item. That's cool with me. And yeah, just all we have to do is watch Kent State and try and clear these waves.
Oh, and Hecarim wants to look for the engage. He ults in, finds the CC onto the Varus here, but unable to find the execute damage. The Redemption does so much healing to keep the rest of their team alive. Nautilus is going to have to pop a stone plate, but the rest of his team is pretty much already dead. There's no damage left to kill anybody here. Kled is just going to find the opponent on this Yone. Yone is can't going to get out, and Nautilus and Hecarim are going to stay in the fountain. They don't want to have any more death numbers in their stats. And this game 2 going over to St. Edwards.
St. Edwards tying it up. We get a game 3. That is when I woke up this morning. I just asked, can we please have a game 3 on today's cast? And what do you know? We have it. Kent State punches back. Or I'm sorry, St. Edwards punches back against Kent State. And now Kent State has to win this game 3 to lock their number 3 spot. That's what's most important here for the League Saturday series. They need to win this game for that 3rd spot. If they lose game 3, anything can happen in one game of League of Legends.
Right.
If they lose game 3, now they're going to be tied with York University for 3rd and 4th. They're going to have to shake that out during the week. And Kent State does not want to put themselves in the situation where they can risk that 4th spot going up against the 1 spot in week 1 of playoffs. By the way, top 3 is the money in this league, okay? So you want to get another reason to get that 3rd seed is to give yourself a better chance of getting in the money.
Right.
And that's what we're all here for. So, yeah, what do you think about Kent State's performance? What do you think about St. Edward's performance? What are your thoughts here on this game, too?
Well, I mean, you can tell, like you said, Condrix, he's a support main, right?
Yeah.
You're putting him in the top lane. Well, clearly he's not used to playing against the Nunu. Because remember what I said about the whole
Yeah.
ward putting in the river? That ward in the river is not going to warn you from a Nunu gank.
No.
That's not enough time for you
Goes
to
for
be able to react
Hecarim
to it.
as well, right?
Right. Not to mention, he was hard shoving that wave because you have to be really careful. When you're playing Volibear, you have that passive. Remember, had the old Volibear ultimate, I forgot what it's called, the chain lightning?
Yeah.
Basically, static shift passive.
Yeah.
You're constantly shoving the wave when you have that passive running. And if you're not careful and you're constantly shoving the wave, you're going to be pushed in. It's just so easy for you to get ganked. And for the Nunu just loves ganking lanes. That's just what the champion's designed to do.
And you were counterpicked
And you were counterpicked.
into a setup champion.
So pretty much you're just setting yourself up saying, hey guys, I'm a Volibear. I'm shoved up. I have no escape. Come gank me. I'm free kills. I'm free gold.
Yeah.
And that's what happened. He snowballed off top lane. Kled got fed. And from there on, you saw the Kled execute his gold lead into the bot lane. You saw him get that dragon. You saw him move around the map. He might have thrown it here and there. But all in all, you saw him make huge impacts in team fights. You saw him execute and get onto Star Punter. And he also helped get Annie ahead.
Yeah.
Lots of really well executed from Callistus on this Kled.
Yeah, and Callistus is their highest ranked player. He's one of their carries for sure. He got them this game win. And one of the things you need to consider when you're picking a top laner is, am I counterpick or am I getting counterpicked? If you are the blind Volibear and you get countered by a Kled, your job is not necessarily to dominate the Kled. As we're back into Pickpan for game 3, these guys are ready to go. They're just like, send it. They don't want water breaks. They don't need to check their Twitter for notifications. They're just like, nah, run it. And we finally see Kent State Esports is not playing no games. They're gonna first pick Ornn.
Oh my.
No, this is appropriate here. This is a good first pick. It's like, okay, our autofill support player is top. Let's just put him on Ornn. No more funny business. Kent State was too cute last game, and the Kled is back.
When you have an autofilled support player playing top lane, yeah, you just throw him on Ornn. Just say, good luck, buddy. You're on weak side. We're good luck. We'll see you in 30 minutes.
Definitely, but no ban adjustments. Kent State, that's some disrespect in my opinion. You keep your same 3 bans, and the Kled that kind of
But the thing is, I think it's just a playstyle adjustment. Because remember what I said about the whole Nunu and the Kled? That just came down to Condorix just unaware of how Nunu plays and just unintentionally shoving the wave. I want to say autopilot. He just autopiloted top lane. He shoved the wave. He just let himself get ganks. That's what happened.
It's a good point. You can adjust your playstyle to play around the Kled, but why not ban it when you just saw it work against you? And you're opting to ban Darius instead. It's, to me, I would show the respect and ban the Kled, but there's arguments either way, I think.
Well, the big thing as well is that Kled was a counterpick into the Volibear. So what I didn't like from Condrix was he still opted to build the Triforce. He still chose to go the damage build into tank instead of just opting for the full tank build. See, with the Ornn here, there's not as much, like, I guess, flexibility, you would say. You can just rush Bramblevest into Sunfire Cape. You're going full tank here against the Kled. That really, because the point of the Ornn pick, he mitigates all aggression top lane. You pick Ornn into a fighter top lane, you're a ticking time bomb in terms of late game scaling. You're a scaling tank, you hit level 13 or 14, I forgot what it was. Your passive comes in, you get free 3,000 gold, like, worth of stats.
Yeah.
That's pretty much the champion. You're just a ticking time bomb of stats. Eventually, you'll reach a point, because you're playing weak side, you don't really have to do anything. You just have to be in lane, play the game CS. You don't have, just don't die. That's pretty much it. Just play the game normally. Don't int. If you get a kill, amazing. Your champion is kind of broken for you kind of just win the game for free. So that's pretty much all Ornn really has to do. So I really do think it's a smart idea to just throw he's not a top lane main, it's okay. Throw him on Ornn. Really smart play from him.
I agree with everything you just said, breaking down the way Ornn interacts with fighters. It really is a matter of, can you rush Bramble and draw the game out and then be more useful for your team than the Kled? And if it's past 25 minutes, Ornn is probably more useful than Kled. But if Callistus goes crazy like last game, we might be eating our words again, but we see them going back to 3 of the same champions St. Edward's has. That's Kled, Nunu, and Varus. So no Lux ban or anything. They could slam the Lux down with the Varus. That's what they seem to like to do. And for Kent State Esports, Kindred, Echo, Draven. This looks like another cute draft to me. And it's hard to say. It looks like a fine team comp. It lacks wave clear and an overall zone mage, but other than that, it's pretty well rounded. Some strong lanes in the bot, and not a bad top lane matchup. How is Echo and Victor?
Well, I know Victor's not really a champion until he gets some items.
But Echo's not really a champion for Assassin's sake. In the early game, Echo I think is on the weaker side.
Right, but I still think he can do more than Victor early on. Because Victor really just doesn't do damage. His CC is not that reliable because the W he throws down, you have to like walk into it, and then like it takes some time before it actually activates.
You need something else to hit somebody. And you
it's like
under.
The Victor's stun is more follow up as opposed to like the Echo. You can catch someone off guard with the parallel convergence.
Echo I think is a really like a scaling AP assassin, and it fits well with the early aggression of Draven Nautilus and the late game scaling of Ornn and Kindred. So Ornn, Kindred, and Echo I think scale exceptionally well, and Draven Nautilus is a nice power point to kind of play early game around. So I'm expecting them to try and get their Draven ahead. If that doesn't work, great. We still have Kindred who can scale really well. Echo could, get 3 items and start one-shotting, and then at the end of the day, we have an Ornn.
Right.
And that's a nice way to scale, too. And we'll be going to a break, so that's it for us, and we'll see you on the Rift.
Coming in from bot lane here, gonna find the ultimate onto Olaf, forcing the Ragnarok. Scatter the weakness of the knockout Thresh, but Mordekaiser's here as well. Blue team is here to punish Red, and they're running for their lives. That Herald play to get 3 plates mid was just not worth it. All of Blue team is here to punish, and Ornn is going to be going down as well.
You have the turret not only does the armor go up, wait a second.
Oh, Ashwell coming through, get a good stun onto Varus. Varus is going to fully force the flash. Death is going to come through. Karthus ultimate coming through as well. The Requiem doing so much damage. Olaf is here for the counter gank, but it doesn't look like it's going to matter here. Karthus is here as well. Death Sentence is not going to find a mark. Teleport coming in from Chicken Delivery on this Ornn here. He's trying to look for something, but Mordekaiser's canceling the ultimate. He's going to pop his ultimate as well. Ornn is in the death realm under his turret, but Teleport is going to be canceled.
He's like in the same category as Mordekaiser.
Oh, and looks like there's going to be a gank up in the top lane. Olaf here as well. And looks like Ash is going to respond with the ultimate mid as well. Lux is going to be caught out here, but Mordekaiser is in a 1v2. His passive is proc. Conqueror is going down. He's healing, but he just can't seem to find any damage. The flay coming in from Cleave onto the center here, and that's going to be another kill going over to IBN on that Ash.
The potency of Thresh Ash.
The
when they are
the
played
big
well.
thing I had to say about that one play right there was that you know that your Olaf is topside. You're committing for that gank onto the Mordekaiser. Why is your Lux and Varus so far up mid lane when your mid tower is already down?
Cross map play, Keck.
You're committing resources to top lane. Mid lane and bot lane should be backing off. Like, there's no reason for you guys to be that far up. You're saying, hey guys, look, free chicken here. Like, just Ash ult it. Come free kill, 300 gold.
Oh,
And Cleave with a great hook finds him pick onto the Lux here. Ornaments are coming through. Gonna take Mordekaiser's gonna take one into the ult with him. I'm sorry, that's Syndra. And Karthus is gonna get a double kill.
bang!
Laser King here is just stuck under the turret by himself. Sorry, man, you're dead. And that's an ace coming in from blue team.
The ace. I just don't know why York University is lining up 5v5 when they're down 10k gold.
I said, remember in game 1 of our first series today, engage comps come down to stat checks, right? Golds, whoever's ahead for one with the engage comp. Same situation. Oh, and we have a fight here going on. Mordekaiser's going to ult the chicken delivery here. But looks like Orange just going to be out. But that forces a 4v4 without the front line for red team to soak up damage. And poor chicken delivery is just going to be an auto to death by Ash here.
Yeah, and I like that you pointed that out.
Oh, and they're looking for a dive under the tier 2 turret here. Lux finds a bind onto 2, but Ash ult's going to find a stun onto Varus here. Another kill secured by I.M. Big D.
Miami's eating everything.
Oh,
Big D.
Big D's dead to turret.
They're just eating it. They don't care. They're eating the Lux binding.
Fountain filter.
Yep.
That's pretty much it. If blue team really wanted to have, like, go super for fun here, they would fountain dive them and say, hey guys, we're just going to let you auto us to bed. That's the only way they lose. Like, this Ash, this Ornn ult engage, flash by IBN here. It's going to not find a spot, but the Lux ultimate is going to hit someone. But Lucian is looking to end the game in the backline here. Miami Big D actually gets focused down hard, but Lucian with the flash Q finds his last hit onto the Syndra. He still has Syndra's stats from being stolen, but Lucian is on the back door. He's in the back.
Oh.
He's good at calling. He's going to find 1, 2, 3. He's going to get a 3rd kill as well. Triple kill going over to Troy 1 on this Lucian here.
He said surprise, bang, 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 and just lit them up, and that is going to be game 1 victory for Miami. You said it, Keck. There's pretty much nothing they can do. I think they sensed that, so they just send it all in, everything down bot lane, which leaves Troy able to either end the game or come clean the fight up.
By Cleave here. Orianna forced to flash away, but this is a phase rush Lilia, and she's going to be chasing down Orianna here. And she wants this kill. First blood going over to Mayamo Big D on this Lilia pick here.
Luigi almost stepped on the inside of the Big D's Q, almost saving his life. Wait, chicken delivery might dive here. He doesn't fall for the E. I think he can flash W now. Oh, and that's why Jax has to flash there.
Maybe they know something we don't. I don't know.
Right,
They're
that's what I'm thinking.
They're the D1 Masters players. Like, I talked about this earlier. It looks like Lilia's going to be here. Lands the Q, finds the sleep ultimate, and she's going to force flash. Death sentence from Cleave, finds the hook onto them. Teleport coming in from Luigi Mash on this Orianna. Cleave is going to try to lantern his Jhin out, but Zac coming in for the gank as well. Flash for being forced from IBN.
I actually think that Nico in lane, which means he's getting the push now.
And Jhin ultimate's being popped right here. They're looking for getting 2 hits onto the Lulu here, but Zac is here still here for the counter gank. Exhaust coming down onto the Lilia, preventing them from doing damage. Ash is just free-firing on Lilia. Shutdown going over to Hor. Cleave is being autoed by Ash here. Slowed for days. Double kill going over to Laser King on this Ash.
And a really good punish from Trade where he can actually get honor. Does he just go for the dive though?
Yeah, I mean, Lilia's here. They can dive for this.
1 minion, no minions.
They have to watch the ball though. Orianna could outplay this without Ash outplay. Oh, and here she is. There's Zac with the counter gank. Yep. Mayamo Big D is just a little bit too deep. Cassin is starting to get online. It's a level 12 Cassin. He has tier 2 ult. Oh, and here comes Zac. He's looking for the fight. And Jax is now running for his life. He's teleport coming in from Cassin, trying to hit a force a 2v2. The Renekton has forced press the attack onto the Jax here, and Jax, I guess, gets baited out, thinking he could force fight back this 2v2.
So we see she's a bit exposed here in this.
Oh, and Cassidy, he found Orianna. And this is just what it is. Like, Cassidy, like, wants to fight Orianna. Oh, but he's just gonna be outplayed. Oh, the flash from Orianna to dodge the last Rift Walk.
I like the aggressiveness with starting this. It prevents Miami from splitting the map. It forces them to come here. But now we have TPs up, so we see Cass TP on the upside will get met by Asher.
Oh, and the great Zonya's coming in from Cassidy here to mitigate that engage. This is Infernal Dragon number 2. Zach is going to slingshot onto the dragon, but right now the entire York University team is being gunned down by the Jin ultimate. Jax is still splitting top lane, but he has teleport. Oh, and the Lily ultimate comes through. 4 sleeps coming down. Huge ultimate from the Lily.
Oh, man.
And Jax is going to find multiple kills on the back line. Ash is trying to kite for her life, but the Cassin is just going to get her the kill.
And we are live and loaded onto the Rift for our Week 8 match number 2, game number 3. The big game 3 between Kent State University, St. Edward University, the Hilltoppers, battling it out. Kent State needs this win to lock 3rd place. I've already explained too many times today, 3rd place is very important. St. Edward's Esports says, we're not going out without a fight. They took game 2, they're looking to take game 3. St. Edward's Esports returning to 4 of the same champions as last game because there were not bans addressed to champions from last game. Simple as that. They banned Annie out. So Geschicht is now on Victor instead of Annie. Other than that, it's the exact same lineup for St. Edward's Esports. We see a completely different draft for Kent State featuring a Draven pick on Star Pwner 12. Kindred here for Rekt. That might be first time I've seen Rekt play Kindred. Moosenator back on that Nautilus. Keep an eye out for the Hex flashes over the wall. This guy is busy making a highlight reel with that Hex flash. What are your predictions, Keck?
Well, based on how the second game went, St. Edward's pretty much has their exact same. Oh, and look at this. We have a late invade from the Nautilus here. We're here to look for Nudu here. Nudu's going to have to flash away. He has the late and the ignite and the flash from Draven here to get the first blood from himself. And where's this blue buff going to go to? It's going to go to Kindred. And that is huge for Kent State here.
Yeah, we see Kent State not pulling any punches, going with this level 1 late invade. Take notes when you draft Nautilus, guys. This is too free. He stuns everybody he touches. Draven will go ahead and collect his 1 adoration stack, if he even had one. I'm not really sure how that champion works. And cashes in first blood already.
And Kindred is not gonna is just relentless here.
Go straight to Nunu's red. I love it.
And right now, because they know that they want to make this play here for the invade on the red, Warren is just playing super aggressive, hard shoving, and forcing this invade. And now Nunu is going to have to start buffless.
This is a beautiful, beautiful start by Kent State to take advantage of the Nunu jungle, giving Kindred his blue buff. She goes straight to his red. Both solo laners push to move. Victor was ready to move and show, but Fled couldn't because of the orange push you were just talking about. So really nice coordinated game start from Kent State here. Gives Kindred a really nice lead.
This is a very different early game than what we saw from game 2 from Kent State.
I think it's safe to say they are not playing any more games.
Kind of looked like Kent State just turned their monitors off for game 3. But that was beautiful execution. That late game invade got a lot of intel over for Kent State. That late invade also set them very far behind. And Rex pretty much can just 4-buff the Nunu here.
Is it going to be 4? Wow, yeah, you're right.
I don't think Nunu has the balls to even think about going into Kindred's jungle.
And it's funny you say that, because Nunu has huge balls. I'm serious.
That was an unintentional pun.
Does he not? Watch. Just watch. You guys don't believe me.
And that is a 1 level down Echo that outtrades a level 4 Victor. So you were asking me how this matchup went, and yeah, Victor's just not a champion.
Yeah, Rex seems to be on the same page. Yeah, Echo got a nice electrocute trade on Victor, but I don't think Echo's very strong really either. My point is that they're probably both just gonna farm and kind of. I think that's really good for Victor actually. Echo is weak early.
Yeah, I agree. Echo is just he's just a champion that really needs to get items to do damage.
Yeah, for sure. 2 items, Echo is really great. 3, he's starts to scale better than almost any other assassin. Can you think of an assassin that you'd rather have like 4 or 5 items than Echo? Genuinely.
LeBlanc?
Really? A good LeBlanc, yeah.
Yeah, good LeBlanc,
A
yeah.
good LeBlanc.
But if it were like, for my solo queue games, yeah, I mean, yeah, Echo and Dark Harvest.
Right, 'cause he has like an escape button if he messes up, which you
Right.
know.
But if it were like, if I could have like a pro player on my team, like 5 items, Lady Assassin, yeah, I mean, LeBlanc.
Okay.
Room for error is like really low.
That's
when
fair.
you have like a superstar
Right.
assassin player on your team.
Fair enough. And Condorex already misplaying the orange matchup here. Wanna know how?
Oh.
He bought a ruby crystal and into Conqueror Fighter champs. Is it always Bramble first? You might play more tanks than I do. It's always Bramble first against me.
And look at this. Condorix is flashing onto the Nunu. He does not want this Nunu to enjoy the game.
No.
And here we go. Musinator looks for the hook onto Turtle as well. This aggression is just not going to stop.
Yeah, and I gotta say, Nunu probably is getting desperate for camps, right? I haven't done a great job tracking the jungle interaction, but for Nunu to die just to Ornn calling Echo to come over and clean it up means he probably greeted for that gromp, and that tells me that the pressure Kindred put on him kind of forced him to go where he should.
And right here, Nunu is going to find Kindred stealing another one of his camps. And that's another good Nunu. This is just really unfortunate for Nunu. And this is just a collective team effort here.
Yeah, you said it. Collective team effort. No matter the side of the map Nunu goes on, he is met by multiple Kent State members who seem to be ahead of the jump. This time you're walking right into Nautilus. Last time it was Ornn and Echo. Where can Nunu really go here?
Like a lot of people, like a common analysis that a lot of people might say when they see the results of this game is just scream jungle gap. But you have to sit. One really needs to realize that there is a lot of team coordination going into this game. And here we go, Echo versus Victor.
Wait a second. He holds the ult. It looked to me like he was gonna have to maybe ult on top of Victor the way that Shadow was playing out, but he's just gonna walk away there. And as we see, that's kind of an even matchup here.
And here we go. We know Victor doesn't have flash, and so here we go. 3-man gank in the mid lane again to punish that champion.
Musinator on this Nautilus is just hard 1v9ing this game.
Right,
Like,
his constant roams, looking to just CC everybody.
like, he's gotten 3 to 4 hooks. I know he only has 3 assists, but it feels like more. He has a large part to do with just locking Nunu down for the first blood. The kill on Crab, he landed a hook there. And not to mention that mid lane dive on the Victor.
Oh, their team has no idea that Nunu is in the blue side jungle.
Yeah, Nunu is behind enemy lines farming. He's like, alright guys, I'm 0-3. If I die, whatever. I have to farm to get levels to even be in the game. And so he's behind the Nunu taking her blue while she takes Gromp. Pretty funny. Or behind the Kindred, sorry.
And now Kindred's gonna secure the Rift Herald.
He's like,
And here's Nunu finding Kindred. Kindred's
what?
like,
Don't go that
oh.
way. You gotta get out of there.
Kindred's like, oh, you just took my blue buff. Let me just take that back from you. Oh, and nope. Looks like Condrix wants a blue buff. Condrix is like, yo, you should be sharing some of those kills.
Give it. That might even be worth for the Nunu, getting 2 camps before you die, because I think at this point you gotta just be farming camps, so I really don't blame Papa Doc at all there.
Oh, and here we go. Kenny's looking for aggression onto Geschick here again on the mid lane. So yeah, as you can see here, even though Kenny does have that kill participation advantage over Geschick here, he's actually under level because of the ganks that he's been getting in that mid lane. He's been splitting EXP with Rex, with Musinator. They've been coming to his lane frequently. Oh, and looks like Draven's gonna get caught under the tower. Cosmic Binding binds him under the tower, and he chooses to auto the Varus as well. He just gets turret aggro and he just dies.
The Varus is OP, Keck. It's OP. It's new meta. It's actually working though. The Varus Lux is looking pretty good. It looked a bit shaky game 2.
Oh, and the flash proof gets to dodge the extra damage coming up from Echo's Q return, but
and Echo really lacks that kill threat early, but what he can do is get a nice farm lead with his Q's push, right? He can always be pushing, and if you're going to give him electrocute trades, then he'll chip you out of lane, and look at this nice push. We're going to go ahead and does Kindred even have, no, she doesn't have her. But yeah, oh, as I said that she was channeling it, I looked, she had a scanner.
And this is going to be first tower going over for Kent State.
410 gold just went in the Rex pocket right there. And you know the tower gold is actually split with Kenny too.
And Kenny is going to flash away from Callistus' ultimate. And here he is. Lucinator looks for the Q dredge line into Callistus. He's going to get stunned up. Draven ultimate comes through as well. Kindred ultimate used preemptively to keep Lucinator alive. Kenny goes back in looking for some damage, but he's going to back off here. And the rest of St. Edwards is going to back up as well. They're going back onto the dragon here. Kent State is.
I like the play call here, sending the Kled up mid. I think if you land your chain, that probably would look a bit different. And I used to play a lot of Kled, and when you miss chain, it really hurts because it's kind of, you need that on your, you need to land every chain on your champ to really get your rotations off and be effective. So once that misses,
we have a pause coming in.
We have a pause. And now this game looks completely unlike game 2. For Kent State University. They just turned the heat up, and I kind of gotta. Do you give Sir Poppincock props for getting 50 CS at this point? Like, the story of the game so far has been the denial of Nunu to his own jungle, right? And we saw it started with the late invade, then it happened topside, then it happened bot side. This guy can't get any of his camps. He has 50 CS. What do you do as Nunu to get back into this game? I think you just spam gank, right? Hear me out. You can't farm your camps, so just perma gank over and over again. Like, don't even farm.
Well, at some point, he still needed to get some camps just to get early levels, to get his abilities.
Yeah. Yeah, and I was saying that, like, it's worth dying for camps if you go get their wolves and their blue and then you die, but you're already 0-3. That's probably fine to get your camps, but I think maybe at this stage of the game, you should just be perma-ganking maybe your Varus lane. Varus we see off with an early kill. Kled also has a farm lead on the Ornn. Ornn went Sunfire, no Bramble, no Tabbies yet. He's gankable too. Right. So I think if you're Nunu, just probably gank lanes over and over again and forget about your camps. But we are back. We are live. Let's see what he does. He's topside, going for a recall. And yeah, eyes on Nunu when he leaves base here. I think it's time to start looking to impact the map. Kent State on almost a full reset here. And I think we're missing objective timers. Because, okay, 4 minutes till Drake. 2.5 on Herald. So a bit of a lull state in the game, possibly. With no real obvious neutral to go after. That bot scuttle's coming up, and both junglers might want to take a look at that. Both junglers are on bot's side, but a reset.
Some wet noodle fight going on in the top lane. And by wet noodle fight, I mean an assassin mage tank jig versus a fighter.
The assassin one-shot mage tank. Uh-oh, turtle.
Oh, and Rek looks like he's going to find himself walking into 2 people at once. Not that he's scared or anything. Callistus is looking to try to do a death push on him. He's going to force Skarl off right away. Kled is going to have to say goodbye to his trusty steed and fight a 1v1. Exhaust coming through. And that's a solo kill from Condorus onto Callistus here. Great exhaust, great use of the Summoner spellbook.
Wow. That was like the exhaust, first of all, is so random to have. It's because he's spellbook, obviously. And he missed his chain, so Callistus maybe don't take that after you miss your chain, but really well played by Condurex, the support main, to absolutely style in the Orn, but wait a second.
And here we go, there's a dive in the bot lane, and Draven, unfortunately, is going to be soloed by the Lux.
Wait, if we could see that again, why did Turtle flash there?
Not quite sure what happened. Is there an instant replay?
He like flashes to like auto the cannon or something. Oh, he wanted to flash ahead of the Echo Stun, but he accidentally autos, which gets him stuck in the Echo Stun. Okay.
So there's another fight here. Kenny's going to use his dash to go back in to get the secure kill onto the turret. But here comes Kindred. Kindred's going to dash to dodge the Lux binding, gets the E onto the Lux, and she's going to take down Lux.
Yeah, and it's a full-on assault in the bot lane there with a really nice dive. We saw Echo with that parallel convergence, is that what it's called? Once that lands on Varus, after Varus flashes, he's dead, and they go ahead and continue that play until they get turret, which means even more bodies drop. Lux goes down as well. Map has opened up a bit. We see Callistus getting some chip damage in return, but Kent State off to a great start. It looks like they are done playing games to me. And yeah, Condurex is doing the Orn thing, right? And he just happens to be 2-0-2. Like, he's playing it really well, but even if he was 0-2 and 0, he'd still be just fine because of the value Orn gives you for free. Like you said, getting ahead, and that's great. Now you're just a one-shot mage, tank, assassin, bruiser.
Oh, did you mention that you can also one-shot 80 carries? Oh wait, sorry, I forgot everyone can do that. Oh, and Callistus actually cancels his recall there.
And it's a Herald start. Victor no TP and he's recalling, so only 4 members on the map for St. Edwards. Take a free Herald.
It looks like every objective on the map is just going to go over to Kent State. Second Herald of the game is going to go over to Kent State. Kindred's going to pick it up. Probably going to use it to burst on another tower, and the next dragon actually spawns in 30 seconds here. Infernal Dragon.
Yeah, and this tower is actually takeable without Herald. I think Echo will actually kill tower before Herald even goes there, so I'm not... Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was less healthy, but... I can still make the point that they could have easily taken that without Herald, but... Now that I know it saves them a bit of time.
Not to mention that dropping the Herald means instant prio in the lane. Someone has to answer it, meaning they get to have priority up to this dragon.
Definitely, that's a great
setting
point.
condition.
Yeah, and proper setup as we see jungle support duos, junglers and supports at home find each other in your games.
Oh, and Callistus is looking for an all-in onto Kenny's Echo. He's going to find the stone with the parallel convergence. He's going to force Scar off of Callistus here. Kenny's going to have to use Chrono Break preemptively to get some HP and some damage onto Callistus. Callistus is looking for some additional damage here, but there's no passive from Kenny, so Kenny's looking to buy some time. He needs his damage to do some extra... He needs some time to do... He needs the passive to do damage to finish off Callistus here. Gets the parallel convergence down to get his shield, but he's unable to find Callistus. And he's able to get the kill. Rampage for Kenny.
So this time Kenny played it patiently. He didn't outgo game it up, and when he's in that position, he just called the teammate and kind of hung out, and eventually that's the right play.
But you mean it wasn't Kenny that messed it up? It's shit.
Oh, it was? I'm sorry. I'm glad you called that out then. As Condurex is just one-shotting people
AP mage,
on
tank,
Orn.
assassin.
Condurex went from like the volley bear that we're gonna pick on to an Orn that's one-shotting everybody he sees in the matter of one champion change. And this is LSS. This is Orn.
Horn.
But no, seriously, Orn rising in priority in pro play, and we're gonna see it in amateur games and collegiate games all over the place for all the reasons we've listed.
And here we go. Kenny's looking for the 1v1 with Callistus again.
And another thing I saw Callistus do is he flash Q'd when he was mini-Gnar again, and you need to flash auto Q. and I don't know if the auto would have gotten them the remount, but it looked pretty close. The remount ticks down when you're not in combat, and I think he maybe could have gotten the remount. So if you flash auto Q, it'll build your rage. You maybe could have remounted and chase that echo. So really gotta take a look, slow down your plays, watch your replays back, and see, could I fit an auto in this frame? Is there an animation I could be canceling here? Did I cancel an auto there? All of these small things you really need to work out into your micro mechanics in order to compete with players who are at the top.
I totally agree here. And here we are looking like they're gonna steal like 30th threat buff of the game.
Oh, that was just a sad time to be a Nunu.
I think he smited earlier. Most unfortunate. And yeah, like this is pretty much the story of the game. Nunu didn't get to play the game.
Right. And that's scary to see from Kent State. For teams moving forward, you gotta watch out your level 1s. The late invade is so potent because a lot of teams kind of relax at the 130 mark, right?
Right.
And you start hitting your buff, and you think everything is all good. You were just in a 5 point for a minute and 10 seconds, and you didn't see anything. You're like, okay, time to hit the buff, and then wait. Moosinator is here with a hook, and that's all it took to
You
get
see the
Kent
Titan
State.
of the depths just running at you.
Right.
At Mach 10. Throwing an anchor. Size of a building. Looks like it's just going to be a slow and controlled game from this point on. Kent State just waiting for the main objectives to spawn, looking like they want to do a 20-minute Baron right here, right now.
I respect this 20-minute Baron. It's to accelerate the game because, and I think it's, you don't really need Baron to win this game, but wait.
Oh, and here we have again, support Nautilus is going to the AD carry. And Kenny with the Chrono Break looking to do some damage here. And Moosinator's taking a lot of damage from Callistus here, but Callistus is going to have to run away. He can't go in too deep. Kindra's going to preemptively use their ultimate to keep their team alive.
Yeah, Kent State doing a great job accelerating the game. What I was going to say is you don't need Baron at 20 to win this game, but they go ahead and take it anyway. And Moosinator and Kenny are able to 2v5 long enough to, you know, let their team take the Baron. And then St. Edwards know they can't go into the river whatsoever. So they have to peel off. They give up Baron, and here comes Ocean Soul. It's up in 10, and I think Kent State are going to just go through the motions here and close out, barring any crazy mistakes.
Looks like Kindred is going to find Callistus here. But unlike last game, Callistus is not fast, so Kindred's not too scared. Nuna's going to pop the ultimate, Absolute Zero. But unlike last game, he's not bad. He does no damage. And Draven looks like he was trying to do an 80 carry flank. And unfortunately, he just dies.
Yeah.
Didn't quite see what happened.
Yeah, I didn't either. Good job on Proton back there to pick up Draven there. But in the defense of Callistus, I think when she tags you there with her E, I think she can just kill you outright. She has Warrior Cleaver. So he was low-key forced to turn, and at which point he was dead. And they also brought the TP in right behind him to make sure that he goes down, and that gets them Drake. Now they go ahead and use their Baron, right, for the remaining duration, get as much gold in their pockets as they can, so that they can recall, do one final buy before it's time to either close the game or pressure in hopes of getting a soul.
Right. It looks like Penny is looking for a dive, and he's going to be stunned under the tower. He was not watching the Victor W. And here we go, Nunu looking to try to make a play again, and the Orin ult is going to whiff.
Yeah, no, really decisive flash R from Turtle kills Kenny on Echo for the first time, so big shutdown going in his pocket. He will complete Rage Play. That is not trivial, but it's probably not enough. And then we do see cross map play from Kent State. Getting aggressive on the top side, taking out Sir Pop Attack for the 6th time. Feels bad.
course, they're popping.
And now you've just taken a bunch of turrets. I'm sure there's a lot of gold in the pockets of these Penn State members. They can look to reset and you know, there's no neutral up for 3 minutes, so it's 3 minutes of pressuring, pushing lanes, warding, killing wards, and trying to catch somebody who thinks that they can walk in their own jungle.
And right now, like I said, I think Penn State is just playing the slow game, playing the slow pace. They're just playing the choke out and playing the objective game. 3 minutes, the Ocean Dragon is going to spawn. They're in no rush to end the game because remember, they have the Ornn. They're the ones with the ticking time bomb
Yeah.
on their team.
You see Draven with a super ghost blade.
Oh, wait, what?
What's that called? Top quiz.
Wraith, the Yomu Wraith.
Wow. You're insane.
I know I play Ornn a couple of times.
You're like, I play Ornn.
I don't take pride in playing Ornn, but I play Ornn. But I kind of would have. I don't know if this Draven is actually committing to stay with a full lethality build. Maybe he is. But maybe he could have waited for an Infinity Edge if he was going for that, because I think the Molten Edge is actually a huge AD increase as well in terms of bonus gold efficiency.
I think he's sticking lethality. I think
Might just be that. I think that's probably the move.
What's the one you duel with? Vampiric Scepter one?
Oh, that's Sanguine Blade.
Sanguine. What if that's what he goes
That's probably what he is. He does have the lethality item, but the thing is, I'm not a big fan of that build, because Draven really shouldn't be super pushy. Alright, so Echo's going to have to be forced to preemptively use his Chrono Break. He's going to try to run away from Nunu here, but Nunu's phase rush is just too fast. Nunu forces the absolute zero here, does a lot of damage to Ornn, but Ornn, as tanky as he looks, he can't tank 4 people at once, and looks like Draven is going to 1v1 the top laner.
Yeah, we saw the Bork Rage Blade on Varus. First of all, when Echo ults and still gets hit by Snowball, now the focus is Echo. Nunu knows once he goes back in, okay, we can kill this Echo after stopwatch. Absolute Zero comes in. And now watch the Varus Bork Rage Blade take this Ornn down. It's really actually quick work for that champion, and we see the on-hit Varus can be useful.
Right.
So and he might be going a Hurricane next, and that would be really good into the Nautilus Ornn duo. And is this going to be a Turtle hard carry?
Can Turtle 1v9?
It's got to be up to him, right? His team is, I mean, other than bot lane, they are 0-12. Turtle and Dark Academy are holding it down into this Draven. They're making the Draven not look super OP, and it is Sanguine Blade, by the way. It'll be a fun build to watch him go find duels with, but...
Yeah, so Draven also has Hail of Blade, so he'll be throwing his axes extremely fast. The point of this build is just to, like, throw 3 of your axes extremely quickly. And it looks like their team is actually going to go for the Baron Rush, even though they are the ones not going to be spotted. They are on top of the Rift Scuttle Shrine.
I like this because Drake's coming up, right?
And this is a lethality Draven. That ultimate hurts. Oh, and Planet's going to go straight onto Draven, but he has to remember that Draven is lethality. He does a lot of damage. But in the side here, Planet Kindred is on their own. They're going to have to pop the ult preemptively, but Draven just runs down Lux. Does so much damage. Triple kill going over to Lux. And Echo is going to find a pick onto the Nunu here. Turtle's running for his life. And that is 4 kills for nothing. That Baron call was just very ambitious. County is looking for the pick himself. That E proc with the Lich Bane does so much damage. Instant 3 proc passive, and that Turtle is just dead.
Starponer completes his Sanguine, says, boys, I'm online, let's go get it. And let's just watch the Draven here pop off of these axes and enter the fight here. Instant double kill, and oh my god, Lux was 2 autos. My goodness, by the time I found him in the fight, he had a double, and he just two-tapped the Lux. Holy moly.
Yeah,
so
if you look at their team right now, no one has any armor except for Nunu.
it's a man immune fully stacked.
Lethality Draven against a team with no armor except for Nunu. That's just, that's asking to get blown up.
For sure. And now it's Kent State on him. I like the Baron call from St. Ed's, and it looked scuffed, and it was, but they're looking at a 1 to 0% chance of winning once they get Ocean Soul. And their only shot in hell was starting Baron, and something crazy happened. And Varus was able to actually chase down Kindred and kill. It just didn't check out in the favor, but their percentage odds of winning were dropping quickly from 5% to 4 to 3, and once that Ocean Soul went down,
It was a do or die moment at that.
exactly.
And so they took it. So
Yeah.
props to them for trying.
Yep. And now we see KSU checking their boxes, getting their waves pushed up, total control of jungle, and it's just a wave clear game. Ooh.
Looks like Kindred seen or looks like they got ulted by the turtle here. A little bit too far up on their own.
Yeah, so the waves are not parallel. This is what's wrong with the Kindred play. You need to be bringing your waves up at the same time. She had a couple teammates in the red quadrant pretty far away. A couple teammates bringing up mid and nobody bringing up bot wave, so you're just too far ahead of your team.
And that echo damage, that Lich Brain proc just did so much damage to Varus.
Yeah, Echo at 3 items is definitely online, not to mention a super wizard hat.
Reverdon's Death Crown.
Death Crown.
Death Crown.
How much AP?
Oh, I don't know. 160?
Plus percent bonuses.
Let's find out. 175.
Plus 40%, which was 200. So that item is giving him 300.
Let's find out. How much AP does he have? He got 207 bonus AP.
Plus 175 is 384 or something.
Oh my god! Yeah, that's a fat echo. But you can't ult when you're CC'd, so unfortunately for him, he was chain CC'd in his point.
1-for-1 is good for SCU.
And here we go, Cletus looking for the engage. He burns his ultimate, goes in. Nautilus is in the middle fight, pops a stone, but tries to survive. But the Draven ultimate does so much damage. Lethality ult is going to chunk the looks, but he gets blown up by the Victor. Victor's in the backline, but he's going to get picked off by the Kindred himself. And St. Edwards looks for some kills. They find 2 on the side of Kent, but it doesn't matter. The carries from St. Edward are all picked off, and it looks like Kent State are looking to end this game, end this series.
Yeah, too many minions, and we saw St. Edwards put up a decent fight, and they just ran out of options. Look at these minions. Even if you ace Kent State right now, the base is falling. Kent State is winning. The Nexus falls. Kent State locks in 3rd place. That's huge for them. Really well played, well executed. They said, cut the BS for Game 3. We're going to late invade and make this Nunu's life absolutely awful. 0-9 finish for the Nunu. And, Keck, you said it earlier, we're not going to say jungle diff, and I'm not going to blame Sir Poppycock. We've seen him do a lot of great things on this stage. It was a team effort from Kent State to completely take him out of the game, which meant none of his lanes had any support. Which meant ultimately that the game win was impending for them. So they lock in that 3rd place. What do you think about that Game 3 and the execution of Kent State compared to some of the other teams you've seen on the stage?
Well, like I said, there was a drastic difference between games 1 and 2 to game 3. Like game 1 was just like you guys got like really strong picks. Kent State just exercised their mechanics, outplayed them individually. Game 2, they had a little bit of a limit test. They played around, messed around a little bit.
Okay.
And then game 3, they just took off the weights.
Yes.
They said, this is us. We were playing around. We're here to show you what we can really do. No more messing around.
Definitely.
And they showed them a bit of a 101 in invades.
101 of jungle invades and how to completely take the enemy jungler out of the game. Really crazy stuff from Kent State. And if you were to pick a winner, so you've seen Kent State play, you've seen Boosted Animals Reborn play, okay? Those 2 teams are going to be going up against each other for the 2 and 3 seed. Who do you think would win that? You remember the Swain Caitlyn lane?
Right.
And they also played earlier today. Who gave you a better impression?
It's a good question. Well, I mean, I've noticed that Bar Esports were a bit more consistent. I mean, I don't have much of a sample size to go off of for Kent State. Like,
Yeah.
I saw game 2. Kent State's game 2. It's still in my mind. So,
All right.
I hate to use that against them. But,
No,
I kind of had to because my sample size is very small.
Right. You only have so much to go off of, so you have to use that. It's part of your information. You said, hey, I see them flop the game 2. Maybe that's part of their identity as a team, is maybe they are less consistent.
See, for me, like, Kent State's highs are definitely really, really high.
Yeah.
Kent State's low, so you saw their limit test game 2. Like, I'm gonna give it to Bar. Bar Esports definitely seems a lot more consistent. They were a bit more It seemed a bit more. I don't have another word for consistent, but yeah.
No,
they played to win, and they played to. I guess I don't want to say not limit test. Maybe they were limit testing. I can't say they weren't.
Yeah.
But they definitely looked like they were more in control. They were more willing to just execute and finish games quickly, finish games as soon as they could.
Definitely. All right, well, after that game 3, that's going to be it for us. I'm Diddy.
And I'm Keck.
And we will be passing it on to our wonderful host, Holy Boxers.
Thank you, guys. I am with Kenny. You know what? The fans asked for it, and the fans got what they asked for. Welcome. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
I'm thankful.
Nice.
I can hear everyone today.
Yeah. Sweet.
So I want to briefly touch on game 1 just because I'm curious to know a 9, 0, and 8 Yone. Have you been playing him a lot since he came out, or is that kind of just a wall?
So I've been spamming him quite a lot, like in my off time. We don't really pick him much, like when we scrim, honestly, but he's always like kind of an option for us to like pull out. It's just kind of one of those picks that we always have that we can just look back to when we want to, if that makes sense, I guess. Yep.
Well, you know what? People were voting for you for the interview literally before game 1 started.
Yeah,
and I feel like you just had to prove them right, and you did. So great job.
Thank you.
Game 2, I just want to know what happened. And
Oh gosh.
yeah, tell me about it.
Okay, so this is like my own personal opinions. Like, obviously,
That's
we're
what
all
you-
like, we're all pretty embarrassed of that. At least I am. I'm very embarrassed of that second game. But at the same time, we kind of did want to like try the Yone Rakan bot lane because Moosinator and Starponer, they were practicing a lot and they were having pretty good success with it. We figured we'd give it a go, and it kind of just didn't work out. And the new pick kind of messed with us a little bit. He was responding to quite a bit of ganks. And we figured in the third game we would just take it to him and punish a pick like that. So that's what we opted for.
And I was going to ask about that too, because you sort of just let them have the same comp for game 3, almost identical. Yeah. Was your plan just to say, okay, give them whatever, they're comfortable on Kled, they're comfortable with the Varus Lux in the bot lane. Was your plan just to shut down Nunu and be super aggressive and just kind of shut them down early, or what was the plan there?
We wanted to let them have the Nunu for that reason, so we can just give Rekt something to go in and just counter jungle and just decimate them. And I told my coach to just give me the Echo. That's like one of my most played champs, so I just told him to give me the Echo and just let me have at it. And luckily, they ended up counter picking themselves quite a bit, and it ended up benefiting us. And albeit we got a little complacent at some points, we had a clean game for the most part. So.
Yep, and you guys secured the third place spot for playoffs. So now you guys know who you're going to be playing next week.
Yep.
How are you guys feeling about playoffs? And now that you know the top 4 teams officially, how are you guys feeling?
I would say, me personally, I'm feeling a little off. I kind of want to just tie up some loose ends for the most part. But most of us, especially our bot lane, are probably feeling very comfortable. We have Condorex up in top lane right now. He's still kind of getting used to some of the champs he's learning. Sure. And yeah, overall, I think we'll still make some noise in this overall.
Agreed. Well, good luck. Thank you for coming on and chatting with me.
Thank you.
And we'll see you next week in playoffs.
Yep. Awesome. Thank you. See you next time.
Yep. Just chill. Just smile. All right, you guys. Well, there you have it. That is our week 8 of the LSS coming to a close. We have our top 4 teams officially, the 4 teams that are going to playoffs. First place, Miami University. Second place, Boosted Animals Reborn. Third place, Kent State. And fourth place, York University. Those are our teams that we will be seeing in the next 2 weeks for playoffs. Now, we do have a special surprise for playoffs next week, so make sure you tune in. We're going to be going live at 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time, same as always. Don't forget, the prize pool is at $500 right now. We are getting closer and closer to our championship game. If you think that your favorite team is going to come out on top, donate to that prize pool. Give them even more money to play with after they win. If you want One Life to Play merch, and also to donate to the prize pool, you can go to matcherino.com/T/LSS. I'm telling you, you want to get your hands on this One Life to Play merch. And if you buy that, you can actually donate to the prize pool as well. So it's a kind of a twofer. Also, any LSS info can be found on our website, onelifetoplay.com/LSS. And if you want any updates about LSS, follow us on Twitter at OneLifeToPlay. You can also follow me at XP_HolyBoxers. I love chatting with you guys on there. Look for full gameplay and interviews for the LSS on YouTube at One Life to Play. And you know what? We are so excited to get into playoffs here, so we cannot wait until next week. So do not forget to tune in next Saturday at 1:30 p.m. Eastern, and we'll see you then.